Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku secretly inherited one for all's true all for one origin story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Well, now that you're all third years, you gotta start thinking about the future. Mr. Aoki tapped the stack of papers in his hands against his podium, the crisp sound echoing through the quiet classroom. Though the fronts of the papers were facing away from the classroom, everyone knew what the forms were: life course printouts. The ultimate decision for their immediate futures, and all they had to do was fill in a few boxes. Why bother? The teacher laughed as he flung the papers into the air. I know you all want to be heroes. The class broke out in cheering. One of the boys bulked up and flexed, and another extended his fingers. Then a boy pulled his eyes from their sockets, and a girl used her telekinetic abilities to float her pencil around. One after another, the students all activated their quirks in way of celebration. Midoriya Izuku did not celebrate like his classmates. He sat almost in the back of the classroom, slumped forward, eyes burning a hole into his notes. The teacher gathered up the papers he had flung with his paper manipulation quirk, then laughed again as he waved the papers around flippantly. Yes, you all have very impressive quirks, but no public quirk use, remember. Impressive. Don't make me laugh. Izuku jumped at the grating voice, looking up from his notebook as if expecting to see someone standing at his desk. Instead, his gaze traveled past the students in front of him to the boy speaking. Kaken. Bakugo Katsuki kicked his feet onto his desk, grinning derisively. These extras would be lucky to sidekick under some D-lister for the rest of their lives with their lame-butt quirks. His fellow students seemed to disagree. Boo! That's uncalled for, Katsuki, you think you're better than us or something. Bakugo laughed at that last comment, hopping up onto his desk to stand above everyone else. Jabbing a thumb at his chest, he boldly declared, Think. I know I'm a million times better than all of you. I'm the only one in this whole in school to stand a chance in the hero world. I aced the 𝐒𝐽 mock exam, and with my awesome quirk, the physical will be a cinch. He seemed to stand even taller on the unsteady surface of his desk, his sharp grin spreading even wider into an almost proper smile. I'm gonna graduate from you and become the #1 hero, surpassing even All Might. Izuku huffed at that, amused. Predictably lofty. Oh, yeah. Izuku flinched, sitting ramrod straight at Mr. Aoki's tone. Midoriya, don't you want to get into 𝐒𝐽 too? It was almost like someone had dropped a glass as the entire classroom fell deathly quiet, turning to stare at the green-haired boy. The silence was similarly shattered as everyone in the classroom burst out laughing. Midoriya! You're kidding. If we have no chance, then what does he have? He doesn't even have a quirk. What's he gonna do? Cry until villains turn themselves in? Izuku almost shot out of his desk in a sudden flash of adrenaline. Why you don't need a quirk to apply to 𝐻𝐽? He said in a rush, desperate to defend himself. They revoked that rule a couple of years ago. I have as much a chance as there's no harm in trying dash. A hand slammed down onto his desk, taking all the fight out of his defensive words. The explosion that came with the hand certainly didn't help any. Deku. Bakugo ground his teeth audibly, obviously debating whether or not to speak his mind right there. The teacher decided for him when he timidly asked Bakugo to kindly return to your seat, please. Making a sound of disgust, he only complied with the teacher's request after spitting out a threat. Stick around after class, we need to talk. Izuku merely nodded uneasily in response, leaning forward at his desk yet again. Me and my big mouth. Don't you dare apply to 𝐻𝐽, Demon Deku. Bakugo slammed his crackling hand down onto Izuku's shoulder, making the fabric of his uniform's jacket smoke slightly. Izuku managed to keep from flinching, knowing that showing that it hurt would make him look weak. Bakugo hated weakness almost as much as he hated Izuku himself. Grinning maliciously, Bakugo leaned even closer into Izuku's space. We wouldn't want you getting hurt, right? The other boys that had stuck around with Bakugo snickered quietly but shut up when he sent a glare their way. Right, Kaken? Nodding almost imperceptibly, Izuku made to grab his notebook from his desk and leave, but Bakugo grabbed it first and quickly leafed through it. One of the boys, Yosuke, glanced at it over Bakugo's shoulder. "What's that, Bakugo?" "His diary." The other boy, Todo, maybe looked over Bakugo's other shoulder. "Hero analysis for the future." The two of them shared a look before bursting out into laughter. "That's so lame." Yosuke smacked a hand to his head as he and the other boy walked over to stand by the door. "You think you can be a hero just by studying them?" Bakugo slammed the notebook shut and ignited the sweat on both of his hands, thoroughly burning at least the covers of it. "Ah, Kakin." Bakugo tossed the notebook over his shoulder out of the open window, his grin returning. Izuku rushed to the window and leaned out, looking down and seeing his poor burnt notebook floating in the school's koi pond. Imagine if he had done that to me instead. He shook his head to dispel the grim thought. "You know," Bakugo snarked, "they say the best heroes show signs of greatness as early as middle school. But even though you're the same age as us, you're pretty pathetic, Deku." Snickering, Bakugo walked up to his followers standing in the doorway, smiling back at Izuku over his shoulder. There was no kindness in the sneer. "If you really want to be a hero so bad, you should take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. Maybe then you'd have a real chance of catching up." Izuku tensed, a fire in his eyes ignited at the words. He clenched his fists and stared Bakugo dead in the eye. "Kakin!" Bakugo's hands crackled threateningly, prepared for some kind of physical retaliation. "You dumbass. What kind of hero would say something like that?" Izuku bit his lip, trying to stop the tears brimming in the corners of his eyes from falling. "Weak, weak, weak. Don't cry." Bakugo blinked, then set his jaw, the snap-crackle of his explosions making his anger very obvious with their intensity. "Bstrd. Don't you fing dare." He trailed off, giving Izuku a very threatening once-over. Finally, he turned to leave, stomping harder than necessary out of the classroom. His two lackeys looked at each other in confusion before finally following after him reluctantly. Izuku held himself steady on his desk, his knees weak and shaking. When his knees stopped knocking together, he finished packing up. He slung his bag over his shoulder, taking controlled breaths as he walked quickly out of the school building. He grimaced as he turned the corner into the school alley, walking up to and staring into the school's koi pond. Tears threatened to fall from his eyes as he watched the koi nibble on the charred pages. But Izuku lifted his sopping wet notebook tenderly out of the pond, shaking it off with as much care as possible. "If I had actually gone through with it, you would have instigated suicide." "And then what?" He tucked the notebook into his backpack, staring at his feet as he began the dreary walk back home. "You'd probably prefer it that way. Would I be better off dead?" A shiver went up his spine as the thought crossed his head, the visceral mental image of his crumpled body on the concrete dissuading him from thinking about it, at least. He looked up from his shuffling feet, realizing his body had taken him up to the underpass he used to avoid the other students on their way home. He'd been using this route since he was a boy. A boy who held on to hope, even after he had learned the most important lesson of all: not all men are created equal. "Mom, it's time, it's time. It's computer time." A young, green-haired boy bounced on the ball of his feet, clutching an action figure in one hand. His mother smiled softly down at him, letting him take her hand and lead her to where they kept the home computer. As he jumped into the chair with reckless abandon and bounced even more energetically than before, his mother began searching up a clip on a video-sharing website, one she had looked up enough times to do it by muscle memory alone. "I don't know why you like this video so much, Izuku. I think it's scary." She laughed lightly as she said this, finally clicking the video and turning to leave the boy to it, knowing he was already too focused to even think of responding to her light jest. Predictably, he was already leaning dangerously forward, hand gripping tighter around the figurine. "What is laughing?" Laughter cascaded from somewhere off-screen, the sound crackling slightly through the cheap speakers of the computer. Izuku leaned yet closer, eyes shining brightly as a huge smile began to tug at his cheeks. "It's fine now." "Why?" A large, blonde man, carrying at least 7 people on his shoulders alone, stepped onto a demolished chunk of a building into view of the camera, still laughing all the while. Muscles rippled underneath his patriotic-looking costume, his blonde hair slicked upwards into a V4 victory. His heroic grin stretched across his face, even as the weight of the people he was holding made his steps unnaturally heavy and caused sweat to line his brow. "Because I am here." With those honest, simple words, All Might announced himself to the world. With those words, Izuku knew that he wanted to be a hero too. "Stop it, Kaken, stop." Izuku ran in between Kaken and the boy he had been tormenting, placing his fists up in a weak interpretation of a defensive boxing stance. "Why are you being so mean to him? He's crying." Izuku didn't understand. Ever since Kaken had gotten his quirk, winning the praise of his teachers and classmates alike, he had become so mean. It wasn't like Kaken at all. Izuku was his best friend after all, he ought to know what Kaken was normally like. But there was something that he definitely knew for sure: they both wanted to be heroes. And there was something that he knew for sure about heroes. A hero saves others. "If you keep being mean to him, then I'll just have to stop you." Kaken looked down at Izuku, his face filled with an emotion that Izuku didn't understand at the time. Contempt, he would learn it was called. But for now, he at least understood that he had upset Kaken, and when Kaken was upset, he started to get even meaner. Without saying a word, Bakugo put an end to that pitiful protest with a few punches. They wouldn't have hurt very much normally, but the explosions that came with them stung terribly, and Izuku couldn't help but cry as he was knocked down on his butt. Apparently bored or otherwise done, Kaken walked away. The boy Izuku had tried to defend looked down at him with another weird-faced disgust. He would learn. With no words exchanged, not even a thank you, the boy ran off. Izuku sniffled as he rubbed at his fresh burns, feeling as though there was some fundamental misunderstanding. He wondered, if the heroes do all the saving, then who saves the heroes? He would never learn the answer to that question. "Kaken, are you okay? Did the monster get you? Did you hit your head?" There was a log that spanned the river in the forest behind the fence. Every kid in the neighborhood knew where it was, but only the biggest and bravest kids dared venture that far in. The big kids in middle school spun horror stories about the things that lived under that log, just waiting for a foolish kid to step foot above it. Kaken, deciding that he wasn't scared of ghost stories, had dragged along a couple of groupies to go and cross that log. Izuku hadn't wanted to go initially, but since it was Kaken leading the way, he knew that he would be safe. So, when Izuku saw Kaken fall off that log into the creek below, he panicked. If Kaken got tricked and eaten by a troll or something, then the rest of them were defenseless. It was only common sense for Izuku to rush down to the creek and extend a hand, making sure their protector was unharmed. Kaken smacked the hand away from him, and Izuku blinked in shock. "I don't need help from a loser like you," he growled, standing up on his own with a wince. It was then that Izuku finally understood a fundamental truth. There was something wrong with him. "You should give it up." A homely old man wearing odd-looking goggles shrugged casually, as though he were discussing what he would like for dinner. The catatonic boy in front of him only slumped forward more than he already was, his special edition Silver Age All Might figurine slipping from his open, tense hands. His mother placed a terse hand on his shoulder, trying to hold in her own emotions. His father was busy with work, so he was not there to learn the news. The quirk doctor that they were consulting prattled on, possibly used to reactions like this. "Excuse me, but you're fourth generation, correct? Remind me of your quirk." Inko pulled on the invisible string connecting her hand and the fallen toy, kneading the air until it wound up in her hand. I can pull small objects to me telekinetically." The old man hemphed and shambled up out of his seat, taking a step to his left and looking over at an X-ray of a foot pinned to a board there. Normally, by the age of 4 or so, children will develop one of their parents' quirks, a combination of them, or a completely new one in especially rare cases. However, and he punctuated this by tapping on the X-ray, gesturing to the joints of the pinky toe, quirkless people have a massive tendency to have 2 joints in their pinky toe instead of just one. Because his pinky has 2 joints, and considering it's late already, it's more than likely young Izuku will never develop a quirk of his own. But Inko trailed off, staring down at her son. The doctor sat down, leaning forward to look at Izuku. I'm sorry, but you can't become a hero. It's fine now. Why? The words of a hero once again crackled to life, the fires on the screen providing light to the otherwise dim room. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stood in the doorway, unwilling to enter the room but equally unwilling to leave. 𝐒𝐿 turned to face her, the chair he was sitting in creaking with the motion. Tears brimmed in the corners of his dim eyes, and he pointed a shaky finger at All Might as the hero declared, "Because I am here." "Mom," he sniffled, his hand shaking even harder as he stifled a sob. "All Might, he's such a cool hero. Do you think, can I be a hero like him? Can I?" Her tears finally falling, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 rushed forward to crush her baby in a hug, desperately crying out, "I'm sorry. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry." Izuku could do nothing but sob as she took his dream and tried to strangle it of its last few breaths, apologizing all the while. Wiping at the tears gathering in the corners of his eyes, Izuku clenched his fist and looked skyward. "No, that doesn't matter. I don't have a choice. If I don't become a hero, there's nothing else for me. Ha ha ha." Bursting out into laughter that surprised even himself, Izuku waved his fist in the air as if challenging someone to dare oppose him. 𝐻, the sound of metal scraping against asphalt stopped his overconfident tirade. "Ah!" Turning shakily, he gasped at the sight of sewage coming alive, forcing itself out of the manhole in a gruesome approximation of a human form. "Ooh, a perfect medium-sized brat to hide in. Hey, you don't mind if I borrow you for a bit, right? Just a little while, for me, anyway." The creature made of living sludge smiled, its toothy grin radiating malice. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. A villain. SHT, no, not here. Run, run. Turning to flee, he barely made it a step towards the other end of the underpass before it felt like a tidal wave hit him. The smell of filth clogged his nostrils, and the only reason he managed to not throw up was because the villain was suddenly trying to jam itself down his throat. Personally, I would have liked a meat suit with a little more fight, but if it gets me away from him, then it's fine, right? Right. The villain cackled even as more of it flooded Izuku's orifices, obviously enjoying torturing the middle school boy. "Damn it, what do I do, what do I do? I can't die here." Desperately, he clawed at the villain's gums, causing it to cry out in pain and recoil. Almost throwing up again at the feeling of the sludge crawling back up his throat, Izuku managed to get in a single yell before his mouth was covered again. "No, please, anyone. It's fine now, citizen. Because I am here." "Is that All Might?" Though Izuku's vision was starting to darken, he could still make out a silhouette against the backdrop lighting of the tunnel. "Damn it, I wasn't fast enough. PSS off, hero, or the kid gets it." The villain tightened its grip on Izuku's throat, but All Might merely laughed, throwing a massive haymaker. His fist flew forward with a mighty cry of Texas smash, and the sheer wind pressure from the attack sent the villain flying, scattering it into puddles of goop. Izuku managed to make out All Might pouring out some bottles of soda, gagging as sludge flowed from between his lips until he finally succumbed to his panic and fainted. "All Might, kid. Hey, kid, are you okay? Hey, kid. Kid." Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he jumped up from where he was lying down on instinct, or he would have, but his forehead connected with something solid and he was sent back down, blinking stars out of his eyes. "Ha ha ha. My, what a hard noggin you have. Good to see you so sprightly. I was getting worried." Izuku slowly sat back up, then froze in shock as he finally recalled the events of the past few minutes. Wait, but that meant All Might. The green-haired boy scrambled to his feet, face to face to All Might in a casual white shirt and green cargo briefs, then bowed upon realizing something else. "I just brained myself on All Might. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. And for hitting you, oh god." Izuku bowed again and again, his hair almost brushing along the street. All Might just laughed. "Worry not, my boy, it's perfectly fine. I shouldn't have been so close. I must have surprised you. Ha! But, my boy," All Might's tone turned serious, "are you okay? I'd wager that the pressure from my attack dispelled that awful villain from, well, you, but I cannot be sure. If you require hospitalization, I can take you to one faster than an ambulance. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed at his throat and coughed before nodding. His cough, though harsh, wasn't wet. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. It can at least wait until later. Thank you, All Might. Oh, wait, He looked all around, finally spotting his dropped bag. He rushed over to it, pulling the straps over his shoulders and picking up the notebook that had spilled out of it. While you're here, would you mind signing? He stopped. He had been turning to what he thought was his next blank page, but, oh my God, he already signed it. Thank you so much, All Might sir, I'll treasure it forever, it'll be a family heirloom. All Might laughed yet again, and 𝐒𝐿 fizzled out in embarrassment at his outburst. A fanboy, here. I'm always happy to help, young. Oh. Midoriya. Midoriya 𝐒𝐿, sir. 𝐒𝐿 bowed more properly in greeting, still clutching the notebook to his chest like it was a lifeline. All Might nodded. Happy to help, young Midoriya, but now I must be off. I'll be sure to report this villain to the police. If you feel any ill effects from this encounter, seek medical attention at once. With that, All Might crouched to jump, but Midoriya stiffened. All Might, wait. You can't go, I need to ask. Sorry, I'm out of time to chat. All Might, away. As soon as All Might's legs tensed for takeoff, 𝐒𝐿 rushed forward without even thinking about it and grabbed onto one of his tree trunk calves. Not even a moment later, the poor boy almost passed out from the vertigo of launching 100 meters into the air. Young Midoriya. What are you doing? Leaning in as much as he could without drastically changing his trajectory, All Might grabbed onto the middle schooler and dragged him up into his arms. That was very dangerous, young man. 𝐒𝐿 tried to respond, but he couldn't get anything past the wind whipping past them. Sighing, All Might set his gaze straight forward. Before 𝐒𝐿 could take a proper mental picture of this dreamlike experience, All Might landed on a roof with a mighty thud, setting down the shaking boy before walking to the edge of the roof and tensing as if to jump again. Wait, All Might, please, just give me a moment of your time. I need to know. All Might paused at the rooftop's edge, which 𝐒𝐿 took as his invitation to continue. Desperate, the words came flowing out of his mouth, his nerves overcome by his need to ask this one simple question. Ever since I was a kid, I've wanted nothing more than to be a hero. A hero who can save people regardless of the danger that they are in, with a huge smile to let them know that everything is going to be alright. Just like you. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that I wanted to be like you. 𝐒𝐿 clenched his eyes shut to keep his determined cowardly tears in, stifling a hiccup with one hand as the other gripped the front of his jacket tightly. But I'm quirkless, he admitted quietly. Can someone like me, can I be a hero like you, even like this? 𝐒𝐿 finally opened his teary eyes, fearing the answer. He went rigid as his eyes locked onto the complete stranger standing in front of him. What? Tears all but forgotten, 𝐒𝐿 pointed at the mystery man who had suddenly appeared. What happened to All Might? Why is smoke coming off of you? Wait, are you some kind of imposter? You look kinda similar, and you're wearing his clothes, but All Might is big and strong and always smiling. There's plenty of fear behind that smile, kid, All Might said, his lips taut in a grimace. 𝐒𝐿 slapped his hands over his mouth, tears threatening to fall. No way, I can't believe, I won't, and I can assure you, he continued, voice tired and quiet, I am All Might. BLD dribbled down his chin, and a veritable puddle formed at his feet while he coughed wetly into his hand. 𝐒𝐿 screamed. Oh my God, that's a lot of BLD. Are you okay? What happened? All Might laughed wryly, wiping his bloody lips with a rag he produced from his back pocket. He sat down heavily with a thump, then lifted his now baggy shirt. 𝐒𝐿 gagged. A gnarly wound, rippling with red scar tissue, took up most of All Might's abdomen, extending to his back where 𝐒𝐿 couldn't see. The puckered red lines of sutured skin radiated outwards from a central divot, directly over where his stomach ought to be. Pretty gross, right? I got this souvenir a few years ago after a particularly brutal fight. I had to have most of my lung removed, and I lost my entire stomach. It limits how long I can be All Might, and whenever I transform back to this, the shifting in size reopens some wounds, which is why I end up vomiting BLD. Of course, you can't tell anyone about this. I'm only willing to tell you because you've already seen me like this. Midoriya nodded solemnly, then tilted his head. A few years ago. Who could it have been? There's no way that Toxic Chainsaw did that, right? He was pretty tough, but not that tough. Plus, the wounds are pretty inconsistent with those he produced. The puckered, red skin is similar, but the flesh would be even more torn up, and there wouldn't be as obvious of an entrance wound, as it were. He trailed off as he realized All Might had started laughing, his face growing flushed as he realized further that he had been rambling. Sorry, All Might laughed harder. No harm done, my boy. Gosh, you really are a fanboy, here. Good memory. And you're right, that punk barely laid a scratch on me. I had a lot of heroes with me for that fight, lots of high-level Japanese and American guys. No, you wouldn't know the fight I got it in. It was kept far, far away from the media. I can count on one hand the number of people who know about it, including you, and for good reason. If the public knew about the fight, they would know about the wound. How would they react if they knew that their pillar was crumbling? Izuku nodded. Shakily, gulping down bile at the terrible realization that All Might, the strongest man, the symbol of peace, was just human like everyone else. Young Midoriya. Izuku looked back up. You said you wished to be a hero like me. One who can make everyone feel safe. Izuku simply nodded, not trusting his voice. All Might sighed, looking down. Well, there's a possibility that you could become a hero. But a hero like me. A symbol of peace, the number one. Not very likely, he stated bluntly. Izuku heaved a sob, putting a hand to his mouth to stifle it. He knew, of course, he knew, but to hear it from his idol. That tiny strand that had kept his hopes and dreams propped up, severed in a moment, all because he just had to ask. I understand. But you're strong, All Might continued swiftly, clenching a fist. You're brave, and you're determined. I've seen that already. And you're intelligent, as well. I skimmed through your notebook when I signed it. The analysis in it was brilliant, the second best I've ever seen, and the best were made by a quirk expert. To be frank, I do not know if you can become a hero, but I do know that you would become one of the best if you did. Izuku exhaled sharply. His heart skipped a beat. For real? All Might laughed in that way of his. Yes, for real. You know, you remind me of a younger me. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I know it's hard to believe, but my quirk wasn't that great when I was young. There was no way I would have been a hero at all if I hadn't been encouraged by someone dear to me. Izuku let the floodgates loose, tears freely streaming from his cheeks despite the huge, goofy grin on his face. All Might, visibly uncomfortable but nonetheless undeterred, gave the boy a quick pat on the head. So try your best. I'll keep the spot warm for you. Izuku smiled wider. An explosion rocked the apartment that they stood on the roof of. A great plume of smoke towered over the short buildings from the source a few blocks over. Slapping a hand over the open, empty right pocket of his cargo breathes, All Might cursed and immediately dashed to the stairs. Not even a moment later, needing only that long to collect himself, Izuku was hot on his heels. Let that be a random explosion, please let a gas line be ruptured. Somewhere where no one can get hurt, and certainly nowhere near him. Hey, Katsuki, what was that back there? I thought for sure you were gonna beat him up. But instead. Katsuki kicked the SHT out of a stray bottle with prejudice, ignoring Yosuke's comment for a moment while he collected his thoughts. For once, that bstrd Deku has something to say, and he goes and says something like that. Tadao, ignorant of Katsuki's evident longing to avoid talking, continued as he pulled a box of cigarettes and a lighter from his back pocket. Ain't you two childhood friends? You knew them too, right, Yosuke? Hands tucked together behind his head, Yosuke grunted in confirmation. They've both always been like that. More quietly, leaning in towards Tadao, he muttered, I know they both hate it, but it's like they're drawn to each other. Tadao guffawed, then coughed, puttering smoke. Don't say it like that, it sounds too romantic. Growing tired of their insipid chattering, Katsuki yanked the cigarette from between Tadao's lips, eliciting a shout from him. Hey man, What are you doing? Why did I do that? Not one to hesitate, Bakugo growled. I'd get caught dead before hanging out with a smoker. He tossed the cigarette down, stomping on it. That'd look like SHT on my record. Yosuke looked like he wanted to retort. Instead, he shook his head good-naturedly and quirked an eyebrow at Kitsuki with a lopsided grin. Whatever, man. Hey, we're going to the arcade later. Wanna come wi-? He suddenly stopped just as he looked ahead again, shaking. Kitsuki squinted and glared into the alleyway gloom to see what could possibly be so distracting. Both Yosuke and Tadao fell HD on their buttes at the sudden tendril of gunk that shot from the darkness, but Kitsuki's instincts let him grab hold of it just long enough to blow it to Kingdom Fing Come. Laughter, watery and maniacal, originated from a pile of toxic green ooze that seemed to suddenly shoot up in size. The slimy BSD squinted dangerously as his laughter died down. Wow, what an impressive quirk. Mind if I borrow you for a bit? Gasping and breathing for air, Izuku finally managed to catch up to the emaciated All Might, who was getting squashed by the crowd despite being more than 2 meters tall. Wriggling his slim body through the dense sea of onlookers, Izuku managed to break into the front row, and what he saw made the breath in his throat catch violently. It was the same slime villain that had just taken him hostage. Pro heroes Death Arms, Slugger, Kamu Woods, and Backdraft were taking point, but it was obvious that they were hanging back. That newly debuted hero, Mount Lady, was also staying back in her giant form. Kamu Woods, Slugger, and Mount Lady, he could understand, since they had quirks poorly suited to the situation. But the analytical side of his brain booted up. I feel terrible since this is definitely my fault, but seriously, has Death Arms not figured out that its eyes and mouth are physical? And Backdraft, even preoccupied with all the fires, should be able to practically pressure wash the villain. Can he not multitask? Is he afraid of hurting it? Or of getting hurt? And then, of course, bad news got worse. DMN it. Death Arms banged his huge fists together, obviously frustrated about the situation. Even if I could get a solid hit on him, there's a chance I'll hit the kid. Izuku's eyes snapped to the villain in an instant, his panic worsening. The kid. Blonde hair. Dusted ever so slightly with brown, making it look almost like ash. Red eyes. Piercing, angry, and so unexpectedly terrified. Eyes that normally shouted, "Piss us off," were now desperately yelling at the heroes to do something. Izuku could almost hear him. Kaken. He was already flinging his backpack at the sludge's exposed eye before he could even think to. The bag, notebooks and papers flying out from it, firmly smacked into the villain's eye. The villain cried out in surprise, its grip on Bakugo loosening. Izuku could somehow feel Kamu Wood's roots lunge to snag him. With no input from his brain, he jumped just in time to avoid them. The slime villain was already recovering. You DMN kid. I'll kill you first. Still throttling and even more zest off Bakugo, the villain sent 3 tendrils of sludge directly at Izuku at what were certainly terminal velocities. Oh. This is it. Time seemed to slow down. It was imperceptible the first moment, but the next, Izuku felt like he was crawling at a snail's pace. Instead of his life flashing before his eyes, though, he could suddenly feel some kind of power all around him. When it was just Kamu Woods, he hadn't even realized, but now he could feel the thrumming all around him. It was like a live wire, a snapped power cord. It was overwhelming, the ebb and flow of whatever the hell that was. Almost superimposed over the villain and Bakugo were 2 such sources of power, visible to Izuku's naked eye. Both sources were in constant motion, the edges of Bakugo's were snapping out and back in, like firecrackers, and Izuku could practically feel the heat tingling along his skin. The villain's, on the other hand, was diluted, taking Bakugo's fiery energy in stride as it strove to entangle itself in it. He processed all of this in less than a second. What the hell? What is this? Could this be? His brain kicked into overdrive as he attempted to formulate an answer, or perhaps an excuse, and hopefully a plan. There's no way that this isn't the effect of a quirk, but whose? Mount Lady's gigantification, Kamu Wood's arbor, Slugger's catcher, Death Arm's strong arm, Backdraft's fire hose. None of those fit the bill. And none of the other bystanders seemed willing to do much of anything. Take out the impossible, and whatever you have left. No matter how improbable. The train of thought was interrupted by the sudden urge to change. Looking down at himself, he took note of his own energy, his own quirk light, he decided. It was grey and pulsing like the front of a beating bass drum. Every other moment, it spiked outwards and then propelled back inwards. It was, in no uncertain terms, the most appealing thing Izuku had ever laid his eyes on. He looked behind him, catching sight of Death Arms. Without a second thought, and hardly with Izuku's consent, the beating thrum of his quirk light turned rigid and harsh, taking on the yellow hue of Death Arms' quirk. His arms and fists swelled in size, painfully so, the sudden muscles tearing through Izuku's Gakuren. He gasped at the sight, amazed at this improbable truth even as he ground his teeth together at the pain. Death Arms' strong arm. I'm using his quirk. He pulled back a fist, threw it forward, and deflected all 3 tendrils with a massive, sloppy haymaker. I'm doing it. I can. Dashing past the assault before it could properly reform, Izuku pulled back his other fist and hammered away at the sludge villain, his form rippling at the superpowered blows. Bakugo yelled angrily as he pulled one arm free, then the other. What the hell am I doing? What the hell are you doing, you demon nerd? Christ. I could spout any number of cheap one-liners at that. Like I need to save you, or I have to try. But really? Izuku realized tears had been flowing down his cheeks for a while now. He managed a shaky grin even as one of his fists became trapped in the gunk. What does it matter? Blow this guy to hell already. He thought Bakugo almost smiled at that, but their line of sight was broken by a log of an arm impaling the villain and yanking the blonde boy out of it with a sickening pop. Izuku followed the brazen, multicolored solar flare of a quirk light up to All Might's face. I am quite sorry, young Midoriya. All Might grinned down at him, white smoke leaking almost from within his flesh. I know I said I would keep the spot warm for you, but right now, I'm the symbol of peace. The villain lunged forward, intent on doing as much damage as possible in a desperate final assault. DMNU, All Might. Laughing his famous exhilarating laugh, All Might stepped in between the 2 boys and the villain. With a mighty Detroit smash, the villain was scattered once again, and the air pressure generated from the blow dampened all of the fires previously ignited by Bakugo's desperate attempts at escape. A moment later, rain began to fall, tamping out the smoldering cinders. It's raining. He changed the weather with a punch. That's the number 1 for YA. He ain't called the strongest man for nothing. With the villain defeated, the crowd surged forward, shouting All Might's praises. His signature smile turning a tad more strained as smoke continued to leak off of him. Toshinori glanced around for the 2 boys he had just rescued. What the hell were you thinking, kid? You could have died. And using your quirk like that is vigilantism, you know. He sighed as he turned to where he had heard Death Arms, watching with no small amount of annoyance as he berated the child who had inspired him to act. Wise, sir, I know, but dash. No buts. Death Arms poked one massive finger at Izuku's chest, scowling. You're lucky you're so young, 'cause otherwise you'd be doing time. Consider this a warning. All Might narrowed his eyes angrily as young Midoriya merely nodded meekly. I'll explain to him later, but for now. He turned to the crowd, which had inexplicably filled with reporters. Sweat fell rapidly from his brow as the smoke hissed even louder. DMN reporters. Deku. Damn it, Deku, wait the F up. Slouching slightly now that the adrenaline rush had faded entirely, Izuku turned to face Bakugo, who was speed-walking towards him. He managed a lilted smile at him, even as his stomach did a somersault. Hey, Bakugo. Bakugo's stride stuttered at that, and his quirk light flared, but he stood his ground with a growl. Izuku managed to laugh. Sorry, that's kind of weird after calling you Kaken for so long, but I figured you would appreciate it more. If I called you by name. Well, I guess you would appreciate it more if I shut up and died, but that'll have to do for now. Bakugo clicked his tongue, crossing his arms. Call me whatever you want. It's not like I give a SHT either way. Just shut up and listen. Izuku turned all the way around to properly face Bakugo, the lopsided smile on his face dropping and his posture straightening slightly. Is this about my quirk? Bakugo had the decency to look abashed, rubbing the back of his neck as he muttered, "Damn it, I didn't need your help. Just because the pros on the scene were being worse than useless doesn't mean I needed you. But you served as good bait, I guess." Izuku smiled at that, looking down at the ground. "I'm glad that I could be of some use. Thank you, Kaken." He watched on as Bakugo kicked at a pebble, seemingly debating with himself. Growling, he looked Izuku square in the eye before turning away, stomping far harder than necessary. "Whatever, damn it. Just don't expect any effing thanks from me, got it?" Despite the harshness of his words, his quirk light had almost smoothed out. Izuku knew that Bakugo wasn't actively trying to come off as rude. "Got it, Kaken?" He laughed slightly as Bakugo grumbled indignantly in response before his smile turned into something more morose. "I guess he didn't realize that I used a quirk." He stared at his fist, at the tattered sleeves of his uniform. Instead of feeling elation at such an occurrence, the only thing he could feel was frustration. "My quirk is to copy others. My ability to become a hero is entirely dependent on others. Not much has changed. I'm still just. I am here." All Might launched himself from around the corner in one of his weird poses, smoke still radiating off of him in small wisps. "To tell you that you should feel like a hero." Izuku jumped in surprise. Through the sudden shock, Izuku examined All Might's quirk light in its proper fullness, a shining corona, burning a myriad of colors and protectively wrapping multicolored tendrils around his limbs like armor. Was I talking out loud before? "You still a bleg dash." In the middle of speaking, All Might dropped his hero form, BLD pouring out of his mouth and dribbling down his sharp chin. His quirk light also receded with the form shift, contained into a more compact dwarf of a star. Izuku, to his credit, only screamed a little bit. All Might wiped away the BLD with a handkerchief. "Sorry about that." It's fine. How much did you hear of what I said?" "All of it." Izuku flinched. "DMN it. My boy, you should care a little less about what others think of you. If it eases your mind, developing a quirk to save someone is perfectly heroic, not to mention an awesome backstory. One should never neglect their awesome backstory. In fact, I'm about to dash. Wait, first of all, you're not mad." All Might laughed. Shaking his head, he stuck his hands in his pockets and grinned. "Mad? That you developed a quirk? Kid, I couldn't be more proud. It's a bit late, here. But I wanted dash to become a new symbol completely quirkless. Look, I said I believed in you, and I'm not changing my mind, but maintaining this position with no powers to speak of would have been nigh impossible. Getting here is one thing, but I've held number one for decades. I've fought villains who can raise towns with a thought. It's an incredibly taxing position, my boy." Izuku bowed his head, realizing the truth in the words. "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize. I hope you don't take offense. I do still believe you would make a fine hero, but you certainly have a much better chance now. The quirk you unlocked was very heroic. Super strength, was it? You were attacking that villain most impressively." The green-haired boy idly scratched the back of his head. "Well, no, that wasn't my quirk. For a second, all I could do was feel this, like, the energy around people. But I think that it must be something like a representation of their quirks because my own energy changed to look like death arms, and I used his strong arm. Before you saved Kaken, Bakugo, and I." All Might dragged a hand down his chin, his eyes growing wide in shock. "That's pretty impressive." The look on All Might's face grew more serious. "But as impressive as that is, there's something more important I need to ask of you. Tell me, my boy, what went through your head when you ran out to save young Bakugo?" Izuku blinked, surprised by the out-of-the-blue question, but he managed a weak chuckle as he shrugged. "Well, I know it's kind of underwhelming, but I wasn't thinking at all. By the time my brain caught up with my body, I had already copied Strong Arm and was trying to get Kaken out." All Might stared at him with a gleam in his eye, making Izuku break out in a cold sweat. "Is that too lame for him?" All Might laughed his boisterous laugh, raising his hands skyward in a swift and grand gesture. Izuku almost tripped as All Might's arm swung up, caught once more by surprise. My boy, that's perfect. All Might put his hands on his hips, the same gleam even brighter in his sharp blue eyes than before. Every hero has one important component to their origin story, the first time they saved someone. He pointed to Izuku. The boy gripped his uniform over his heart, hoping against hope that this was going where he thought. Without fail, a true hero's experience is the same. They had run out to save someone before they even realized what they were doing. Tears began falling from Izuku's eyes, and he bit his lip to suppress his sobs. I'm sorry. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Today, my boy, you did the exact same thing. You can't become a hero. Today, young Midoriya, you proved that you are a hero. Young, seemingly quirkless you. Even with all the heroes there, even me, the symbol of peace, you were the only one brave enough to rush forward. A soundless wail escaped Izuku's lips. This is a dream, I'm dreaming, this can't be real, there's no way. Which is why I've chosen you to inherit my quirk. What? Yeah, I'm definitely dreaming. Izuku scrambled to his feet, waving his hands around. Wait, seriously, what? Inherit your quirk. What does that even mean? All Might tilted his head, expression slightly bashful. I guess that is a lot to take in all at once. Sorry, I got caught up in the moment. He laughed sheepishly, then held his hand palm up, not unlike how Bakugo held out his hands to showcase his explosions. Izuku pulled a face at the subconscious comparison. To start, All Might's palm began glowing softly, then brighter and brighter until it was almost as if he was holding a small star. The name of my quirk is One for All. Tell me, fanboy, do you know what kind of quirk I have? Furrowing his brow and pinching his bottom lip, Izuku thought about it. Well, your strength, speed, and durability imply that you have an emitter-type quirk. You likely have an overall enhancing ability, something that increases your physical performance. But considering that you have two forms, it would make more sense for you to have a transformation-type quirk. But transformation quirks don't have the same level of power as emitters, so if it is... wait, could you constantly look like All Might before you got injured, or was there a time limit then too? Because if you constantly looked like All Might before, then it might be an emitter-type quirk turning into a transformation type. And that isn't even considering dash. Well, you can talk. All Might clenched his fist, the light he held dimming until it was completely out. Those are great questions, but I wasn't looking for an in-depth analysis. Embarrassed, Izuku slapped his hands over his mouth and nodded. Oh, don't be so dramatic, they really are good questions. I'll just get to the point. My quirk is unique because it isn't mine at all. Indeed, there was a time when I was just like you. Izuku gaped like a dead fish. I'm sorry, just like me. You mean? You dash. Geez, you're gonna make me come out and say it. I was quirkless, just like you. Maybe that's why. All Might shook his head, sighing. I told you I had to hear something like what I said on the rooftop for myself, right? I received this power from my mentor and predecessor, Shimura Nana. She's the one who encouraged me to become a symbol of peace as I'd always dreamed. So, then, what kind of quirk is One for All? All Might scratched his head. It is simultaneously the most complex and most simple quirk ever. Very basically, it's an emitter with the ability to stockpile energy and to be passed on to another user with the stockpile attached. I worked very hard to make it look like something I was born with, but the truth is that One for All is a sacred torch, a power to be received and cultivated from one hero to another. Young man, will you accept this awesome power and cultivate it as well? Izuku's gaze fell to the ground as he thought. All my life, I've dreamed of getting a quirk to call my own, but when I do, it's the ability to use other people's quirks. All Might has trusted me with the secret of his quirk, and now he's offering me an opportunity to wield the unique power of a hero for myself. Why am I even debating this? Locking eyes with the hero, he clenched his fists and nodded roughly, channeling a little bit of Bakugo to make himself seem more confident than he felt, hopefully. Yes. I accept. At the very least, All Might seem to buy it. His eyes glittered, and he huffed. Hardly any hesitation. For such a verbose fanboy, You really know how to act cool, young Midoriya. All Might pulled out a slip of paper and pen from one of his brief's pockets, writing something down before finally handing it to the green-haired hero wannabe. Gingerly, Izuku took it in his grasp, reading it to himself before skiing in a shocked breath. Is this your phone number? And is this your real name? Yagi Toshinori. All Might smacked Izuku on the back with a surprising amount of force, considering his emaciated state, laughing boisterously. Gosh, and right after I call you cool. Yes, young Midoriya, that is my real name and phone number. I can't go calling myself All Might in this form, and neither can you. Just call me Yagi, got it? Izuku nodded immediately, bowing his head. Thank you so much. Yagi shook his head, sighing good-naturedly. Fanboys, sorry. I'm home. Izuku called out as he stepped through the door. He had barely managed to slip his shoes off and step into his house slippers before his mother tackled him in a hug. Izuku, she wailed into his shoulder, clutching him tightly to her plump frame. Ever since Izuku was diagnosed quirkless, his mother had stressed over him incessantly. She eventually took to eating as a means, or at least an attempt, to relieve some of the stress. This stress eating eventually left her rather homely and didn't help her height either. It made Izuku worried for her health, and he still felt incredibly guilty to have driven her to it. He placed a gentle hand on the back of her head. Hey, Mom. She looked up at him with teary eyes. Despite her tears, they were hardened into a glare. You had me scared half to death. She grumbled. School's been out for hours now, and you're normally good at getting home on time. I was beginning to think. She seemed shocked as Izuku laughed softly, smiling a tiny smile. He stroked her hair placatingly. I'm sorry I worried you. I got held up. His mother scrunched her nose, obviously trying hard to maintain her glare and failing. You stink like a sore. And your sleeves are all torn up. Izuku flinched, his throat suddenly feeling very sore. His mother squinted at him. Go take a shower and get changed. We can talk when you're done. He nodded slightly, stepping around his mom and through the entranceway. Opening his door to fling his backpack into his room, he made a beeline for the shower. He made it fast. The shower felt cold even though it was practically boiling, and the soak he took in the bath made his skin crawl. Shivering at the temperature dichotomy, Izuku toweled himself dry and shuffled to his room, throwing on some comfortable clothes. They didn't feel all that comfortable. Dressed in a white t-shirt, gray sweatpants, and the top half of a green jinbei set, Izuku took a seat beside his mother on their living room couch. He was sweating a little, nervous at the prospect of explaining the day's events. From the strings of her quirk light attaching and unlatching from various objects in the room, he knew his mom was barely holding it together. She was a very emotional woman, after all, and her quirk often overreacted when she did, but nothing started actually floating this time. Izuku suddenly admired her self-control. Now all they had to do was wait. Izuku had texted Yagi when he had been panicking in his room after his shower, hoping to come up with some excuse, but his new mentor had decided coming clean was probably for the best. When Izuku had told his mom he had met someone who he needed to introduce to explain himself better, she had been reasonably suspicious. After a bit of interrogating Yagi over the phone, 𝐒𝐭 eventually agreed to meet him. The wait for Yagi to arrive was silent and tense. Both Midoriyas jumped at the doorbell ringing. Ultimately, Izuku stood up to get the door. Yagi, shuffling behind Izuku in a pair of guest slippers, bowed slightly as he stepped into the living room. Sorry for the intrusion. 𝐒𝐭 was up in an instant, bowing as well. It's fine, Mr. Yagi. I'm sorry, I forgot to put some tea on. Just a moment. Toshinori held out a hand. That's fine. I hope to keep this short. Nodding slightly, 𝐒𝐭 sat back down shakily. Izuku reclaimed his seat next to his mother, who scooted noticeably closer to him, and Yagi sat down in the chair to the right of the couch with a heavy sigh. Sullen silence filled the room for a moment before Yagi coughed into his hand, sitting slightly straighter. I would like to introduce myself formally. My name is Yagi Toshinori, and he stood up, and in a burst of that white smoke, the multicolored tendrils latched onto his limbs as they stretched. Where Yagi Toshinori stood only a moment prior, there stood All Might. I am here. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sputtered for a moment, then promptly passed out, falling back into her seat. Ah! Mom. Izuku fanned her face, checking her pulse and breathing. Yagi transformed back, sputtering BLD and shuffling in a panic. Thankfully, she had just fainted and came to only a few moments later. Sitting up and blinking in confusion, she stared at Izuku for a moment. I just had the weirdest dream about. She paused, catching sight of Yagi with widening eyes. All Might. Yagi sighed, shaking his head as he retook his seat. Please, call me Yagi. If you feel so inclined, you may call me Toshinori. But when I look like this, I'm not All Might. I'm just an average salaryman. He steepled his fingers together, elbows resting on his thighs as he leaned forward. Allow me to explain myself. First, I have to give a little context. Around 6 years ago now, I got into a fight with a real piece of work. The fight was never made common knowledge because I was gravely injured at the hands of the villain. 𝐭𝐴 gasped. A villain strong enough to hurt even you, what happened to them? Yagi grimaced at the question, his quirk light suddenly condensing further while glowing yet brighter in what could only be agitation. Izuku almost had to squint at the sight. Finally, the man sighed, resting his head against his steepled fingers as though he were in prayer. In a quiet voice, he admitted, I killed him. The heavy statement hung over the room for a long moment. Izuku leaned back. All Might. The All Might who's adamant about never doing unreasonable harm or damage. Killed someone. But as I was saying, Yagi finally continued, I was injured by this villain, and because of it, I can only maintain my form as All Might for 3 hours a day. And, due to the degradation of my body, there will come a time where I won't be able to handle the strain at all. At the rate I'm going, I only have a few years left, and that's if I don't exceed my 3-hour limit the entire time. Izuku leaped out of his seat, making his mother jump in surprise. You didn't tell me that. If he cared to look, he would see the drumbeat tentacles of his quirk light shoot outwards in reaction to his temper flaring, but he was too busy glaring at a suddenly meek Yagi to care. He balled up his fists, lowering his head to stare at the coffee table so that no one could see the wetness of his eyes. Why didn't you tell me that? Yagi stared at his shoes while formulating an answer. His mouth opened and closed a few times before he finally looked back up, face partially hidden by his bangs. My boy. If you accept my offer, I won't be able to be All Might anymore after less than a year. Even less if I have to overdo it. I will once more be quirkless. Izuku sat back down, clenching and unclenching his hands in anger and frustration towards himself. I hadn't even considered. How utterly selfish of me. My boy, Yagi continued softly, seemingly reading Izuku's expression, what did I just say? I would lose this power regardless of what I do. Don't think I regret my decision already. Wait, oh, Yagi, what are you talking about? What do you mean, this power? And quirkless. You. Both Yagi and Izuku turned to the Midoriya matriarch. The older man smiled kindly. I forgot that I was supposed to explain myself. Apologies. He held his hand out, the star of energy that he had shown Izuku earlier reforming over his palm. The name of my quirk is One for All. Ms. Midoriya, surely you've noticed I've never answered questions about my quirk, yes? Newspapers and gossip magazines call it a strength quirk or a general enhancement quirk, but I've always deflected the questions because the truth is far stranger. You see, the truth of One for All is that I wasn't born with it. I received my quirk from a woman named Chimera Nana, who received it from someone else herself. 𝐭𝐴 gaped uncannily, similar to an earlier Izuku. And, today, Yagi stood, spreading his arms wide. I saw a glimpse of the hero that resides in your son and offered him the opportunity to wield the awesome power of One for All for himself. 𝐭𝐴 turned hesitantly to stare at her son. He scratched his cheek nervously, but he was smiling giddily regardless. Even if there was now another level to accepting this quirk, just the thought of All Might finding him worthy was pretty cool. I see. Tears falling from her eyes, she took Izuku's hand in a vice grip. This isn't some sick joke, is it? You're not some imposter tricking my baby with false hope. Is someone paying you to do this? She was interrupted by Izuku giving her hand a gentle squeeze. "Mom." She sniffled as he spoke in a calm, quiet tone. "I was surprised too, but Yagi's telling the truth." Tears of his own fell down his cheeks, only to frame the smile creasing the corners of his eyes. "Mom, I can be a hero too. Like All Might." They held each other as they cried. Finally, 𝐒𝐭 pulled away from her son, trying to harden her expression into a worrisome glare. "Now, young man, tell me why you came home stinking to high heaven in a uniform torn to shreds." Well, you see, after another crying bout, an explanation of his newly awakened quirk, another crying bout, a visit to the hospital, and a long night's rest, Izuku found himself at Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, where he was eating sand after the ropes he was straining against slipped out from under his arms. "Hey, what's the matter?" All Might, sitting on top of the fridge Izuku had been attempting to pull, was snapping pictures of the boy as he lay there. "You're getting that nice tracksuit all dirty. You do realize people lift these all the time without strength quirks, right?" Resting on his forearms and knees, Izuku turned his head to look back at his mentor with a rueful smile. "I'm pretty sure you weigh more than the fridge, All Might." "Ha ha ha. That's pretty harsh. I've lost weight, why no." He hopped off of the fridge and puffed back into his civilian form, still snapping pictures. "It's probably because, you're not a proper vessel." Izuku's eyes widened, already overflowing with tears at the harsh words. What? But you said." "Not like that." Izuku blinked away his tears. "I'm talking about your physical state. You're not in bad shape for a kid your age, but you're also not nearly strong enough to handle the power of One for All. Most of the people who received One for All supplemented their usage of it with their natural quirk since they were more used to it than to One for All. However, I've been using One for All as my only quirk for decades. If you tried to use it at full power in your current state, the stockpile would take the opportunity and burst outwards. Your limbs could very well blow off if you forced such power through them." "Blow off?" Izuku gulped at the graphic imagery that popped into his head at the words. A chill went up his spine, and he rubbed his arms. "So that's why we're here, then. To train my body up." Yagi nodded solemnly, looking around with a melancholy air about him. His quirk light, too, dimmed slightly. He sighed, puffed back up into hero form and crushed the fridge like a tin can with one hand. The force of the blow sent all of the trash around them flying as well. "There's another reason as well." He paused to choke up some BLD as he reverted once again. "This beach is very sentimental for me. It used to be gorgeous. I came here with my own mentor when I did well in our training. She always bought us ice cream at a nearby stand. I got vanilla, and she got double chocolate. The kind with the chocolate chunks, and then we'd just watch the waves and talk." Izuku didn't respond as he turned to look at the suddenly available view. "Here." Yagi suddenly clapped his hands together, a strained smile coming to his face. "Well, anyway, that's where you come in. Nowadays, heroes focus too much on the celebrity aspect of heroism, but the true heart of being a hero is devotion to the community. Therefore, your strength training will also act as community service." His smile shifted into something more genuine. "Pretty fitting, here." Izuku nodded, dusting the sand off his teal track breathes as he looked around. "The UA entrance exam is in 10 months. I have to have it done before it, maybe a month or two before." Yagi nodded in agreement, whipping out some folded sheets of paper from his back pocket. "I figured you would be trying for you fanboy," he said, unfolding the papers. "That's why I made this for you." He handed the stack to Izuku, who glanced over some of the pages. "Aim to pass, American Dream Plan." He read, grinning slightly. "Corny." Yagi laughed. "Sorry, but I figured something on brand like that would motivate you. Here, see." He tapped out some things written down on the front. "I've made a scheduled plan to help you maximize your overall efficiency. I've written down workout times, what exercises to do and when, and even proper times to sleep on different days. The back page is a meal plan I've created based on my estimation of your budget." Izuku turned to the back page, his eyes popping wide open at the sheer quantity of food per meal. "If it needs adjusting, let me know as soon as possible. If you need money for it, Let me know that too. And remember, just a banana in the morning is fine. And make sure not to use your heater in winter, nor your AC in summer. Izuku wiped his slightly watery eyes with the back of his hand, smiling giddily. Yagi, this is incredible. I can't even begin to thank you enough. That's just fine, my boy, Yagi replied placatingly. He placed a gentle hand on the top of Izuku's curls, a small, pleasant grin on his face. Normally, Izuku didn't like people touching his hair, but he found he didn't mind when Yagi did it. He actually found it oddly comforting. I'll get my gratitude when you become number 1, got it? Sniffling just a bit, Izuku nodded fiercely. Yes, sir. Great, now get to work. Yes, sir. A meal plan. Oh, for your training with All Might. Goodness, you two are getting into it. 𝐒𝐭 stirred the pot some more with a hum, then left the lid on the stew to let it simmer. Her gracious smile fell slightly. Izuku. Izuku looked up from where he was writing in his notebook at the table, with a pencil in one hand and the other curling a 7.5 kilogram weight. His forearm and biceps were starting to bulge ever so slightly. 𝐒𝐭 sighed, looking away from him. He raised an eyebrow at her tone and expression. Am I not supportive enough? She finally asked in a voice barely above a whisper. Does it feel like I don't care? About you? Us? Your quirk, or lack thereof? Izuku stared at her, genuinely surprised at the out-of-nowhere questioning. Mom, what's this about? He set the weight down gently on the floor and the pencil similarly in the crease of his notebook. Standing up, he walked around the table and pulled his mother into a hug, which she practically melted into. My sweet boy. I'm sorry. She sniffled into his shoulder, arms tightly wrapped around him as if he would pull away at any moment. When you so desperately needed someone in your corner. The only thing I could think to do. I'm sorry. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Izuku grimaced at the unbidden memory. I'm sorry if it felt like I gave up on you. I was only ever worried about you, but I see now that I was holding you back. When you came home with All Might the other day, the look on your face made me realize that I needed to make it right. Izuku. She stepped back from him, a suddenly fierce glint in her still teary eyes. I'll support you with everything I have. I'll make it up to you, I promise. She held a fist up in a very All Might-esque pose, evoking confidence. Izuku smiled softly. I'd already forgiven you, he lied, but I'm glad to hear it. Thank you, Mom. Of course, baby. Now, she turned back to her pot, scooped out a bowlful with the extra-large ladle, and brandished a huge bowl of beef stew at him. Eat up. It might not be on the meal plan, but there's nothing better for getting big and strong than beef and potatoes. Make sure you get seconds. Izuku gulped. Wise. The individual's quirk light appears to be a visual representation of their given quirk, taking visual cues from the aspects and effects of said quirk. Izuku muttered and wrote neatly in one of his newer notebooks, keeping the characters lined adequately to maximize the space he could write in. For example, he wrote, Bakugo Katsuki's quirk, Explosion C, hero analysis for the future number 1, quite literally looks like an explosion. The core of the quirk light is focused on his heart, the same as everyone else. However, the secondary cores are located on his palms, where he releases his explosions. The edges of his light are constantly moving, sharp and isometric, jutting outwards much the same way as his explosions. These movements increase in frequency and size based on quirk usage or emotion. Izuku stared at himself for a moment before continuing to write. My own quirk, on the other hand, does not appear representative. The color it exudes, gray, does not hold any special meaning to me or the nature of the quirk. My quirk light moves like a drum in time with my heartbeat, which also has no significance but is unique to the quirk regardless. For my quirk to be the only exception to its rules is both fitting and frustrating. Izuku sighed heavily as he thought, struggling to think of what to write. He had never had problems doing so before. The only other exception I can think of is All Might's quirk. It seems to exude outward from his core like a parasite, as though it's trying to control him and not the other way around. And when he's not using it, It's so bright and shines so brilliantly with so many colors as to astound me. It is also an outlier in that it isn't represented by a single color but rather by a whole rainbow. Tapping the page with his pencil, Izuku concluded simply with, much to learn. Katsuki glanced back at Deku, examining the bandaged fingers he was using to hold his mouth shut physically, a little thing he did whenever he was thinking about something interesting that he didn't want to divulge to everyone within earshot accidentally. His gaze lingered on the falling cuff of his uniform, catching sight of the bare leather muscle of his forearm. It stuck out as he turned his wrist, flexing accidentally. There wasn't much of anything, but that was still more than what there had been before. Grumbling, Katsuki glared harder, studying the expression on Deku's face. The sheer confidence that he suddenly started carrying himself with was unprecedented, a night and day difference. Katsuki wondered if it had anything to do with what All Might had said during the sludge villain incident. I know I said I would keep the spot warm for you, but right now, I'm the symbol of peace. The mere implication of those words was almost enough to set Katsuki off. The mere thought of someone like Deku becoming the symbol of peace was enough to make him sick. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at what Izuku was writing in his notebook. The one he'd scorched. More notes, more pictures, more heroes and hero wannabes. But without any power to back them up, they weren't anything more than fantasies. Heroes needed strong quirks. Hell, All Might himself had the strongest quirk in the country, if not the world. Deku didn't have anything. If you really want to be a hero so bad, you should take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. The calm look in Deku's eye as he wrote, focused so intently on those notes as if they alone could make him a hero, was infuriating. What kind of hero would say something like that? Katsuki finally turned around, biting his lip hard enough to draw BLD. Why start now, Deku? Midoriya sat cross-legged in his room, resting his forearms on his thighs. He used some of the techniques he had researched to locate the feeling of his quirk light, not just the visual of it, but the actual physical feeling of it. Breathing deeply, he slowly extended the tendrils of his quirk light. After some practice and the accidental use of Mr. Aoki's paper manipulation, Yuku had barely managed to make it seem natural. He realized that his quirk actively sought out quirks to use in the immediate area, with or without his active consent. He extended the tendrils as far as they could go, 15 meters, by his estimation, getting a feeling for the quirks in the area. His mom was in the living room, her dark green core floaty and bouncy, with strings attaching to objects near her that she could grasp. Using it felt like sewing. There were the downstairs neighbors, the Koike family. The father, Keisuke, had a water manipulation quirk, though he couldn't produce water himself. Using it felt like holding an invisible garden hose. Chiyoki, the mother, had a durability quirk with hard edges and a rubbery look. It made his skin feel tight when he used it, and it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Then there was their son, Doi, with his bouncy and liquid slime quirk. It felt lightweight and carefree, though it made Izuku's skin itch, and he felt particularly tired after using it. Beyond that was the edge of the street, with countless generic quirks and several outstanding ones sitting right on the edge of his detection. Exhaling, he collapsed onto his back, wiping sweat from his brow. Okay, one more time, wake up, nerd. Izuku's half-closed eyes snapped open, and he shot out of his seat. This definitely would have been embarrassing in the middle of class, but the only people actually in the classroom were himself and Bakugo. Tiredly, Izuku rubbed his eyes with balled-up fists, yawning. Kaken, did you need something? What the hell do you mean? Class is over, but you were about to spend the whole thing night writing SHT in your notebook all weird and half asleep. It was sing me off, so I woke your butt up. Bakugo folded his arms, looking away from Izuku. Oh, thanks, Kaken. Whatever, DMN it. Why have you been so tired lately, anyway? It's annoying. Is Kaken worried about me? Bakugo had the good graces to look as embarrassed as he was enraged. He put his hands on his hips and glared directly at Izuku. Like I'd ever worry about you. Go die. And quit saying Kaken so much. Izuku laughed, pulling his bag onto his shoulder. Sorry. To answer your question, I've been working out in preparation for you, but I've had to study late into the night to keep up with my academics too. He threw up a lazy peace sign, waving it around with faux enthusiasm. I've got a lot of catching up to do on the physical front, but it's not so bad academically. Bakugo's eyes narrowed slightly, an angry blush still tinting his cheeks, and Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. Deku, you're still trying to get into UA? Even after what I said? Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, finally giving a simple nod. It's been my dream for as long as it has been yours, he whispered furtively, not wanting to provoke this strangely calm Bakugo. I'm not going to give it up just because you said something mean. If I did that, I probably would have killed myself already. He laughed weakly, shaking his head. No, sorry, I shouldn't say that so casually. Bakugo chewed his cheek and examined Izuku, even taking a step closer. That's one thing you're good at, then, he finally grumbled, stomping away. As soon as the classroom door slammed shut behind him, Izuku took a deep breath, clutching his chest. He was totally worried about me. That's so unlike Weird. Oh, Izuku, could you hand me the recipe? I left it on the table and can't get it from here. Izuku looked up from the fridge at his mother, who was stirring something in a pan on the stove. Indeed, from where she stood, she wasn't able to see the part of the dining table that the recipe book was on. Izuku could, though, so he copied his mother's quirk and pulled it over. It only strained him a little bit, the book approaching but not quite at the weight limit. He turned to his mother again as he grabbed the book out of the air. Here, Momo, are you okay? He jolted forward and almost dropped the cookbook at the sight of his mother crying. She laughed wetly as she wiped at her eyes, shaking her head. Yes, of course, she said, smiling. It's just seeing you use my quirk. Izuku smiled solemnly as he passed off the cookbook to her, looking down at his hand. Yeah. If I had a quirk like Mom's, could I be a hero? It was a strange thought. He went back to rummaging in the fridge, deciding to ignore it. Izuku threw a jab with his right hand, then with his left, followed by a straight kick with his right leg. 152, he gasped. Yagi nodded approvingly, then set up his own fighting stance, showing off a few more punches. Izuku copied the punches Yagi showed, spun into a roundhouse kick, then launched another straight kick. 153, your kicks look much better than when we started, Yagi complimented, patting Izuku's back. What have you been researching? Izuku stretched his legs while contemplating. Because Yagi only had formal training in boxing, Izuku had to learn other fighting styles from observing old tournament videos, which meant that everything other than his punches was sloppy. Well, he started, taking a sip of water, I've been watching some old fighters, especially kickboxers. I thought it made the most sense to be a jack of all trades for right now, so I've been practicing a few different styles. Yagi nodded again. That's smart to watch old fights. The development of fighting has stagnated with the advent of quirks. Honestly, the only big sports events are tournaments like the sports festival at U, and maybe the Olympics. Now, show me a few more of those kicks, and then we can look at some hooks. With a thud, Izuku fell shoulder first into the ground, dropping the safe he had been carrying as he ran. Yagi looked back at him, frowning as he jogged in place. Do you need a rest day today? No, wait, yesterday was a rest day. His frown sharpened, his sallow eyes teeming with frustration. Young Midoriya, are you overexerting yourself? Well, maybe I've been, skipping some rest days, Yagi shook his head and held out his hands as if asking the universe what he was going to do with this kid. Izuku sniffled, shaking his head as he tried to get up off his hands and knees. Too winded to move up, he simply kneeled where he had fallen. I've got a serious game of catch-up to play. If I don't push myself hard enough, I won't have earned your power or a spot in the world of heroes. I want to be the greatest hero. So that's why I have to do this. You and your DMN martyr complex. Yagi took him by the elbow and helped him stand upright. The green-haired boy managed a thankful smile, despite his shaky knees and teary eyes. My boy, Yagi bent down and grabbed Izuku by both shoulders, forcing the boy to face him head-on. If you overexert yourself, then you won't grow properly, and I won't be able to entrust one for all to you in time for the exam. Please take better care of yourself. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and Izuku managed a weak nod. Worry not, my boy. Trust an old man to get you back on track. I'll make sure that you get that time you wanted to train, believe me. Thanks, Yagi. And you're not old. Ha ha ha. You flatterer, you. Sighing, Toshinori hobbled out of his beat-up pickup truck, pulling his scarf higher against his mouth to dissuade the cold pervading his bones. Even considering that it was still January, it had gotten much colder in Japan since he was a child. At least, it felt like it sometimes, but that might just be his rickety bones protesting. Fighting back a shiver, he started walking his way toward the usual meeting spot. Squinting through the rising sun, Toshinori stopped in surprise. Oh! Oh my! Toshinori, in a moment of sheer reflex at the sight before him, buffed up into his hero form and put his hands on his hips. Oh my goodness! The beach was almost entirely cleared. The only thing left on the entire coastline was a single large pile of refuse. And there, on top of the pile, wearing only his teal track briefs, was sweating, screaming Izuku. Toshinori smiled gently, looking up at the boy as the sun backed up his ethereal image. I didn't expect him to actually manage it. Even before his slip-up, I wasn't sure he would have time to train with it, but to make up that time in its entirety. Incredible. Belatedly, Toshinori realized Midoriya had stopped screaming, the exhaustion surely hitting him if the fact he was starting to stumble towards the edge of the pile was anything to go by. Finally, he seemed to pass out, and Toshinori was glad he had accidentally buffed up. It made it that much easier to rush forward and catch the boy as he fell. Izuku, still semi-conscious enough to register Toshinori's face, smiled up at him. I did it, Yagi. Young Midoriya. You did incredibly well. You got close to messing it up, but you really pulled through. Midoriya nodded, still smiling softly. Toshinori helped set him on his feet, then threw his arms wide. You know what comes next, right? Why yes. Yes sir. All Might smiled softly, an oddly strange expression on him, despite the fact he always seemed to be smiling as a hero. Midoriya. Take a look at this. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brows, blinking a few times to readjust his vision. All Might was holding his phone out with a picture of him. Oh, that was the first day on the beach, when All Might had been incessantly snapping pictures of the boy while he sobbed in the sand. Geez, his arms were scrawny then. His neck too. And, here, All Might snapped a picture of him again, then held out his phone once more. The sight of himself made him SCK in a breath. Holy SHT. He had already known his arms had gotten large compared to before, but actually looking back and seeing the difference was astounding. And that's not even mentioning his chest, which, while still relatively thin and flat, was obviously chiseled with muscle. His shoulders had grown broader, and he estimated that he could probably grate cheese on those new abs. And that's not even mentioning how much taller you have gotten, my boy. You must have grown at least 15 centimeters in these past months. You look like an entirely different young man. I'm incredibly proud. You've really started to unlock that potential of yours. All Might tucked his phone into his coat pocket, his already soft smile turning into something softer. No matter how many times you say it. Izuku put a hand against his heavily beating heart, barely holding onto the tears threatening to fall. I still feel like I'm cheating. I'm so blessed. By everyone. While I wish you thought more highly of your own efforts, I can't correct you. All I can do is reaffirm that you've earned this. He reached up to one of his bangs and plucked a hair from it. To Izuku, it looked like the string of destiny. Someone once told me this. There's a difference between being lucky and being deserving. Luck is an accident, but to deserve something means you've worked for it. Don't discredit your effort by assuming that it's luck. Take those words to heart. You've earned this opportunity. Don't forget it. Now. He held the hair clutched between his fingers outwards, towards his protégé. Eat this. All Might, will you knock that off already? Reluctantly, Izuku took the strand of hair in his hand. He glanced back up at All Might. And I have to eat your hair to get one for all. All Might debuffed back into Yagi, swiping at the BLD that inevitably dribbled down his chin with a handkerchief. One for all, like any quirk, has much to do with DNA. Once you receive one for all, it Well, it kind of latches onto your quirk factor and tries to become part of it. If I'm being honest, it's a lot like a parasite in that regard, but it also means you need to ingest DNA containing it to receive it. Hair is probably the best option. Unless you'd rather drink my spit or my BLD. Izuku swallowed down bile at the thought. Grinning shakily, he slipped the hair into his mouth and managed to swallow it after dry swallowing a few times. He clenched his fists and waited for the overwhelming power to hit him. And waited. And waited. You need to digest it first, my boy, Yagi laughed. It will take time. Izuku nodded a little, embarrassed to have been so easily called out. He looked down at himself, at the drumbeat thrum of his quirk light, suddenly realizing that he was about to cry. Yagi, thank you so much. I can't even begin to thank you. Call me Toshi. Izuku looked back up in shock, dropping his fists. Hey. The blond man scratched his head, smiling and staring somewhere in the middle distance, either far away or long ago. He finally dropped his gaze to his mentee. It's just my mentor. She called me Toshi. I've missed hearing it. Now that we're bound by one for all, I think you should call me that. He laughed nervously, shaking his head. Sorry, I know it's weird. No, I would be honored to call you that. Thank you, Toshi. Call me Izuku, okay? Toshinori blinked in surprise, then laughed again wholeheartedly. You got it, young Izuku. Close enough. Glancing back at the pile of trash he had gathered, Izuku smiled, then went to get his stuff. He came back properly dressed to find Toshinori leaning against his truck. The man promptly jabbed a thumb at the passenger side. I know you normally run back, but I'll drive you home to shower. Nodding, Izuku jumped into the passenger seat, tossing his bag in the back seat. Climbing in and turning the key in the ignition, Toshinori gripped the wheel tightly as he pulled out onto the road. The road was relatively empty this early, at least in this part of town. Most people took the train to work nowadays. Toshinori seemed to be thinking about something. If his knuckles growing white were anything to go by, Izuku watched him but kept quiet, trying not to distract him. Finally, he turned slightly to Izuku, eyes glancing back and forth between the boy and the road. Young Izuku, regarding you using one for all. I don't know how much help I can be. Using it always came naturally to me, and it was much weaker when I received it. HMO, I've got it. He pointed a finger upwards, a smile stretching across his face. Think of your body like an egg and one for all as a microwave. If you turn the microwave up too high or leave the egg in too long, the egg will explode. Toshi. Izuku smiled at his mentor, scratching his cheek. That's super lame. I'm being serious. In the state you're in physically, I'd say anything above 10% of one for all's true power would shatter your bones. Izuku gulped at Toshinori's tone, the smile dropping off of his face. After a moment, Toshinori burst out laughing, nodding slightly. Okay, the metaphor itself is a little lame, but I still think it might help if you think simply like that. If you try to overcomplicate it, all you'll end up doing is hurting yourself. Remember that, got it? Why yeah, got it. Right. The truck stopped, and Toshinori put it in park. They had reached the apartment complex where Izuku lived without him even noticing. Go in and take a quick shower. I want to bring you around to you and have you train a little. You only have 1 month, one vital month to make this power your own. Got it. Izuku grabbed his bag from the back seat, stepping out of the old vehicle. I got it, Toshi. I'll be right out. He waved, already mentally preparing himself for their training. So this is UA. It was an insane sight. The building was composed of practical skyscrapers, with hallways interlinking them at varying heights, making an H shape when viewed from the entrance. It was the tallest building around, as you owned several acres surrounding the school building itself. Izuku was rooted to the spot, trying not to die of an excitement-induced heart attack. Toshinori slapped Izuku on the back, driving him forward through the mammoth gate. Come now, my boy, don't panic too much, he laughed. I need you focused on this. Izuku nodded shakily, looking around at the sights as they walked. He shied behind Toshinori when they passed students and staff, but that didn't stop them from staring at the odd pair. Why didn't we do this on a weekend? After more than a few minutes of this nerve-wracking ordeal, Toshinori stopped in front of a large building, and Izuku stopped with him. Toshinori opened the door, gesturing for Izuku to enter. This is Gym Gamma, also called the TDL. When you become a student here, you will use it to work on your special and ultimate moves. For now, though, it will work just fine as a training ground for one for all. Gym Gamma was long and largely empty, especially in the middle. There was nothing in particular that was interesting about it except for its cement flooring, obviously designed to be manipulated by Cementos, who was a teacher at U. To what extent? Pillars, walls, dummies. Just to what extent can Cementos manipulate cement? Izuku shook his head to clear it of the unimportant speculation, instead focusing back on his teacher. Toshinori led Izuku out to the middle of the gym before coming to a stop, nodding while placing his hands on his hips. Here's good. My boy, can you feel one for all yet? Oh, ah. Izuku looked down at himself and realized that the change had occurred without him even noticing. The drumbeat thrums of quirk copy had grown wilder, and even disregarding the naturally vibrant colors of One for All, his original quirk light had gone from just gray to gray with crimson edges. Oddly enough, it looked like his quirk had become part of One for All, where the opposite might be expected. He shook his head, leaving those thoughts for later note-taking. Yeah. I have it. Excellent. Now, my boy, I do not expect you to be able to use the power like me. However, remember the egg in a microwave. Have you ever seen a microwave with dials? Izuku nodded, huffing a little at the silly question. Imagine One for All as the microwave and your body as the egg. You must set the power low enough so that the egg does not explode, but regardless of the power, you also must be careful not to leave it in too long. I want you to do this. Set this dial to 5% and hold it for 10 seconds if you can, or for as long as you can comfortably. All right. He clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and visualized his arms with dials on the shoulders. He turned both up to 5% with a click-click-click and felt the power gush in, One for All's quirk light latching onto his arms just like it did to Toshinori. The air around his skin hissed and crackled in response to the sheer power being held within, and Izuku gritted his teeth as he felt his bones shake with the effort, but they didn't pop off as Toshinori had warned. He had done it, he had become a proper vessel. Idly, he wondered why he didn't buff up like Toshinori. Maybe latent quirk genetics affecting the manifestation of an unrelated quirk. Either way, after he counted to 10 in his head, he turned the dials back down to 0% and sighed in relief when One for All willingly retreated at his command. Toshinori smiled brightly, eyes shining. Brilliant. You're a prodigy. Izuku blushed at that, shaking his head. No, I've just kept up with my training. He gripped his bottom lip as he lost himself in the thought. It could simply be that I've acclimated to using different quirks, seeing as how I do so as part of my training, but it's also possible that I can use quirks so easily due to the nature of my quirk itself. But I don't know enough to be sure. Considering that I copy the entire plus alpha element as far as I can tell, anyway my body naturally develops resistance to the copied quirk. That in and of itself doesn't make the quirk easy to use, though, just possible. Well, either way. Toshinori buffed up and held his palms out. Hit me with all ya got. Not literally. That would be bad. Nodding, Izuku turned the dial up to 10% in just one arm, groaning at the feeling. He held it there for a moment just in case he needed to pull back, but his arm reluctantly settled, getting used to the power. Sighing in relief, Izuku got into a boxing stance, and, with a shout of exertion, threw a straight jab into Toshinori's massive palm. He yelped indignantly as the backlash of his own power knocked him flat on his butt, staring in shock at his own fist before bursting out laughing. I did it. That you did. The hero helped the boy to his feet. Young Izuku. You asked me if you could be a hero like me. I'm proud that I can confidently say that you can. Izuku sniffled, covering his mouth to stop from blubbering. In fact, Toshinori continued, spreading his arms out dramatically, you have the potential to be even greater than me. Yes, sir. Although, maybe you ought to reel back on the crying a bit, first. Yes, sir. Beep, 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 Izuku shot out of bed with a smile on his face, turning off his phone alarm. He smiled even wider when he saw the date on the lock screen. February 26th, the day of the entrance exam. This is it. He ran through his stretches, which helped rid him of the butterflies in his stomach, then went through his morning routine even more quickly than usual. He frowned as he pulled on his middle school uniform, only happy at the thought of never having to wear it again. He packed away his tracksuit in his backpack, grabbing some water and snacks as well. His mother was already at work, so he saw himself off. He knew exactly which train to take to get to Ue, having done it many times before. It had become habitual, to the point that he didn't have to think about it, allowing his thoughts to wander. As he stepped onto the train, and as the train began to clatter down the track, Izuku thought, this is it. I have to prove that I've earned this quirk, that I can do so much more than just copy others. Perhaps it was rude of him to feel a sort of resentment towards his natural quirk when he had wanted one for so long, but the blasphemous thoughts were there all the same. The train came to a smooth stop, and the doors opened with a hiss. Izuku stepped out, avoiding bustling businessmen and the like as he went. The chill winter breeze nipped at his nose, and he felt his face grow red in a biological attempt to counteract the cold. He pushed on, walking with a purpose. Ue wasn't much further. After only 15 minutes of walking, the grand structure of Ue was before him yet again, no less incredible this time than it had been the first. Move it before I kill you, Deku. Izuku turned to see Bakugo stomping up behind him, his school uniform rumpled in his usual thuggish style. The blonde boy was wearing a cream scarf tightly around his neck, no doubt to keep himself warm so that his quirk functioned correctly. Absent-mindedly, Izuku realized that Bakugo was just a bit shorter than him now. He almost laughed but instead managed a smile, waving slightly. His jitters suddenly disappeared. Hi to you too, Kaken. Izuku side-eyed the other boy as they fell into step together. I'd wish you luck, but I know you don't need it. Bakugo ground his teeth together, nodding slightly in agreement. He stepped past Izuku without another word, brushing shoulders too roughly to be casual. Izuku just grinned a little more at his antics. You're so dramatic, Kaken. He frowned as some people made passing comments about the sludge villain incident to Bakugo but shook his head. Can't worry about him. Gotta focus. Sighing to himself, he gripped the straps of his backpack a little tighter. With a nod to himself more than anyone else, he puffed up his chest and walked with a purpose. Everyone who's believed in me. I'll make you proud. He promptly tripped himself up on his own feet. I'm a failure. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, All Might. Despite resigning himself to his fate, his body reacted on its own. He threw his arms out, ready to dive into a roll on contact, just like he had practiced. However, contact never came, he simply stopped falling all of a sudden. Giggling to his left drew his attention away from the ground, and he turned his head to the source. Standing there, dressed in a long brown jacket, a pleated skirt, and tights, was a girl with a vintage bob and very rosy cheeks. She had an interesting quirk light too. It had a very pink hue to it, and a certain bounciness as well. The bright core of it was vibrating, and he noted that her secondary cores were centered on each of her fingertips. Oh, and she was talking to him. Sorry about catching you with my quirk. I know it ain't allowed, but I figured it wouldn't have been right to just let you trip. She righted him to a standing position. Then dropped him with a quiet release, still smiling brightly. Izuku smiled back, rubbing the back of his head. He could feel a blush burning up his cheeks. I'm so embarrassed. He swallowed the lump of nervousness that had coalesced in his throat. But thanks for the save. Your quirk is pretty cool. Something to do with floating. Telekinesis. But, no, it's touch-based. 5-finger activation, right. The nice girl stared in surprise, then nodded slightly. I negate gravity if I make physical contact with all 5 fingertips on one hand. She touched her fingertips together like she had when she had deactivated it. And I touch my fingertips together again to release the effect. Izuku tilted his head. Does it cancel out inertia, too? Hey. Oh. Izuku scratched his cheek. It's just, you didn't apply enough force in the opposite direction to stop me from falling. I would have floated after hitting the floor, sure, but when you used it on me I just stopped. he jolted all of a sudden, surprising the girl. Sorry. I've wasted a lot of time already. Good luck. I'll see you in UA. With that, he dashed off, leaving the blushing girl standing there in confusion. He stepped through the doors of the school building proper, which he had never done before with Toshinori, and began to make his way to the written exam, not before removing his shoes, putting them in his bag, and putting on indoor slippers, of course. After almost getting lost due to the sheer size of the building alone, Izuku found his way into the examination room and took a seat near the back. After several long minutes of waiting to start, Pro Hero Snipe began to walk around and hand out the exam. Geez, it's Snipe. Izuku gushed internally. His homing quirk lets him zone in on and hit anything within a 600-meter radius. He uses a gun, but I wonder if his quirk works with anything. The exam. He blushed at nothing, picking up his pencil and getting to it. I wonder how hard the exam is. I've been studying non-stop, but this is UA. He read over the first question, expecting hell. Then he read it again, and blinked, and grinned. What the hell, this is easy. Despite finding it the written exam stupidly easy, or at least easier than what he had expected, he was actually almost the last person out. He kept double-checking and even triple-checking his answers. Either way, once he was done, he handed the exam to Snipe and followed the temporary signage towards an auditorium. He quickly and quietly found his assigned seat, smiling at Bakugo, who was already sitting in the seat next to Izuku's assigned one. Hi again, Kaken. Shut up, Deku. Izuku continued to smile gently at him, and the blonde responded with a dreary frown. Izuku placed his hands rigidly in his lap as the lights suddenly went off in the auditorium. His hands went back up to cover his mouth as the announcer stepped up onto the stage, the massive projector screen on the far wall lighting up with a screensaver of the UA logo on display. It's Present MIC. I love his radio show, I listen to it every week. Hey, UA candidates. Present MIC, wearing a leather ensemble with ridiculously long blonde hair spiked up in a backward mohawk, shouted into the make some noise. Let me hear you say hey. At first, the only thing that could be heard was general shuffling, and Present MIC was visibly disparaged. Finally, though, Izuku threw a shaky fist up, catching the man's attention. Hey. Present MIC laughed up on stage, pointing Izuku out. Thanks for the enthusiasm, listener. Izuku practically glowed at the praise, ignoring the people snickering at him and Bakugo pretending to GG. Alright, let's get right into the meat of the practical exam. If you'd be so kind, check the cards placed at your spots. There was a quiet chorus of more shuffling as the crowd moved to do just that. Izuku picked up his card. Arena A. Bakugo glanced over, then proffered his own card. I got B. Man, Izuku grinned, and I was looking forward to seeing you in action. Bakugo's eye twitched. I'll kill you. The deadpan dialogue almost made Izuku laugh, but their conversation was interrupted by Present MIC continuing the presentation. The display on the screen changed to the image of a city, and Present MIC gestured grandly toward it. The practical exam takes place in 7 different arenas. Today, we're doing a 10-minute mock urban combat run. The projection changed again, 4 images of different robots popping up in the 4 corners of the screen. Villains have overtaken the cities, and it's your job as heroes to fight them. Robots play the villains. One variety of robot is worth 1 point, then the next is 2, and finally, 3. You must utilize your quirks or approved support equipment however you see fit to destroy, immobilize, or otherwise incapacitate them to earn points. Izuku gripped his bottom lip. Testing our quirks against opponents. Bakugo scoffed. What do you mean, our? Izuku didn't respond to that. Present MIC gestured to the doors. Now, to find the lockers a blue-haired boy suddenly shot out of his chair a few rows ahead of Izuku, his hand raised directly vertically. Izuku blinked in surprise when a spotlight flickered on over him. Excuse me, sir, but I believe there is an error here. You stated there were 3 types of robots, but 4 varieties are listed on the packet and on screen. It is highly erroneous for a school such as you to make such an error. Moreover, The boy turned suddenly, chopping his raised hand downwards to gesture to Izuku and Bakugo. You two had been conversing ever since you sat down. It's highly distracting and very unbecoming of potential heroes. If you are only here to mess around, I suggest that you leave. Bakugo sat up a little straighter, glaring down at the boy. Ha! You wanna come up here and say that to my face? Kaken. The blonde in question jolted at the suddenly quiet, cold tone of the boy next to him, not fitting the cutesy nickname at all. Izuku stood up, another spotlight flickering to life above him. I don't know how to tell you this, but me and my classmate quietly discussing our battle zones is far less distracting than you leaping from your seat and shouting at a pro hero. Also, if you had actually bothered to pay attention to the screen, you would have realized that the fourth robot is worth 0 points. Kindly take care to pay attention in the future, and perhaps avoid making a scene as well. Confidence suddenly leaked out of him like a torn water balloon, and he sat back down. Bakugo punched him almost good-naturedly on the arm, obviously holding back laughter. Present MIC grinned, shooting a thumbs up in the three's general direction. Thanks for the input, little listeners. You're right, there is a fourth robot, and it's totally beatable, but it's more to simulate a higher-class villain than anything else. Fighting it will net you no points for the effort, so it's probably best to avoid it. Present MIC spread his hands out wide in a very showman way, a huge grin splitting his face. That's all from me. I'll leave you with this. The great General Napoleon Bonaparte once said that true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Remember to go beyond. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Izuku stood up nervously, practically feeling everyone's eyes directed at him. He shot Bakugo a little thumbs up on his way out. Bakugo, in turn, flipped him off with a glare. With a small sigh, Izuku made his way to the lockers, changed into his teal tracksuit, then looked for the bus, which he found easily. Stepping up into it and taking his seat, he nervously twiddled his thumbs, ignoring the stares of his peers by observing his quirk light and fiddling his dials. After adjusting the dials until he was satisfied that he could turn them up and down on a whim, Izuku turned them all the way back down, rubbing his suddenly throbbing arms. It stings just as bad as the first time, but it's better than my arms exploding. He almost laughed at the grim thought. You would do well to avoid using your quirk in undesignated areas. Izuku nearly jumped out of his seat, looking up from his stinging arms to see the same navy-haired boy, who was now dressed in a one-piece athletic uniform. Ingenium brand. Out of habit more than anything else, he took note of the boy's quirk light. The color of it was similar to his hair, and the secondary cores were located on his abnormally large calves. At regular intervals, the cores on his legs jutted outwards, like a misfired engine shooting fire out of the exhaust. If the exhaust pipes on the back of his calves were anything to go by, he was related to Ingenium. Excuse me. Did you hear me? Izuku looked back up at the boy's face, slightly embarrassed to have been staring, but he managed to collect himself. I heard you, but I would also like to remind you that quirk use is allowed on you grounds, and last I checked we were still on you grounds. So. The boy adjusted his glasses, a blush starting to run up his neck. He seemed to want to say something else, but finally, he bit his tongue and meandered off to stand elsewhere. Izuku released the breath that he hadn't realized he was holding and looked back down at his arms, eyebrows furrowed. The bus jolted to a stop, similarly jolting Izuku from his thoughts. He stood up immediately, looking forward to the front of the bus. There were several people taller than him ahead, though, so he had to meander off the bus before he could properly see their destination. That is, what was visible of it, anyway. That's a huge gate. Surrounding the mock city was a massive wall, and indeed, the bus had stopped tens of meters away from the gate, which was even more huge up close. Izuku rolled his shoulders, then stretched his arms, taking deep breaths as he went through the motions. Looking around, he suddenly spotted the nice girl from earlier, now dressed in a high-collared athletic jacket and sweatpants. Oh, the girl from before. I never got her name. He began going over to her to properly ask for her name and maybe make small talk, but a large hand on his shoulders stopped him in his tracks. Years of dealing with Bakugo made sure that he didn't flinch at the sudden contact. Instead, he merely glanced over to see the same navy-haired boy yet again. The boy glared at Izuku, his mouth sharply downturned in a deep frown. That girl appears to be distressing in preparation for the exam. Are you trying to bother her? The boy adjusted his glasses, then continued. Are you only here to distract the proper candidates taking the exam? Is this another part of the test? Izuku scoffed, surprising the boy. That's none of your goddamn business. Izuku swiped the hand on his shoulder away. Leave me alone. This guy was getting on his nerves, which was bad since he was already on edge. He turned to continue making his way to the girl, but Present MIC's voice suddenly interrupted anything of the sort. All right, start. Everyone looked up to figure out where his voice came from, but Izuku had been yelled at suddenly enough times to react almost immediately. The huge gates had already creaked open. Somehow silently, Izuku turned the dial up to 10% in his legs, and he shot forward, barely landing a punch on a one-pointer before anyone else could even start making their way to the arena. The robot crumpled like a soda can under the blow, making it obvious that it was made to be destroyed. Izuku laughed, loud and vibrant. What are you standing around for? There are no countdowns when you're fighting villains. Go, go, go. Present MIC's announcement alerted Izuku to the impending competition. Once again channeling one for all into his legs, Izuku leaped up onto the rooftop of a nearby building, only stumbling slightly. Quirklessly, he began to jump from rooftop to rooftop, smiling viciously as adrenaline bolted through him. Meanwhile, in a room lit only by multiple display screens, several figures observed multiple competitors spread out across the 7 foe cities. Toshinori, in his emaciated form, watched on with a subtle grin from the back of the room. There on the central screen was Izuku, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, obviously looking around for something. Present MIC pointed the boy out, laughing only slightly too loudly. That's him. The kid who responded to my hey. Nedzu laughed, too, in his weird inhuman way, directing his attention to the boy. Interesting, interesting. He only has a single point, but all he's doing is looking around, looking around. Brownie points to whoever can point out why. Toshinori gulped at the peculiar tone the chimeric principle of you had taken. It was uncomfortably predatory, but Toshinori would give the rat bear mouse the benefit of the doubt in this particular case. Well, the scruffy man sitting beside Nedzu started. It looks like he's trying to find a better place to fight the robots. Somewhere far away from the rest of the competition. Nedzu nodded serenely, the same predatory glint in his eye. Partial credit, Eraserhead. Pro-hero Eraserhead, otherwise known as Aizawa Shouter, sighed sharply through his nose. Look at the direction he's headed in. Aizawa and every other observer who had listened in rather unsubtly observed the boy and the map. On it, fake buildings and underground tunnels where the faux villains were kept had been marked red. Izuku was headed directly for the nearest one. Aizawa's eyes widened. He's looking for where the robots are coming from. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's figured it out. Nedzu cackled, then calmed down long enough to take another sip of tea. Quite right, Mr. Aizawa. Full credit. Toshinori's grin turned less subtle. Young Izuku. You really are amazing. There. They came from this way. Leaping from the roof, Izuku snapped the head off of a 3-pointer with a 10% kick, then lowered the percentage and leaped off of its decimated corpse. With 5%, he decapitated the 2-pointer next to it with another kick. 6 points. He bounded off in the direction the mechanical villains had rolled from, suching between his legs and arms to properly annihilate any crossing his path. It was impossible to focus on both his arms and his legs, so instead he focused on keeping jumping and punching separate actions. The more he did it, the better his grasp on this new quirk, but it continuously got more and more strenuous to use. Even though they had only just begun, Izuku was already reaching his limit. Still, he persisted. A right hook to split a 1-pointer in half. 7. His knuckles were rubbing raw. A leaping uppercut to take down a 3-pointer. 10. His shoelaces were coming undone. A roundhouse to split open a crowd of 1-pointers. 13. His hair was getting in his eyes. He continued like this, mowing through the crowd of robots in a deadly dance. They barely had time to register his presence before their heads were removed from the rest of their extremities. The power was intoxicating, the strength and the speed and the pain melding into a chemical that Izuku had been struggling to find the formula of his whole life. He had never felt better. A shout from his right caught Izuku's attention as his fist flew through the heart of another two-pointer. He looked over to see a lavender-haired boy barely dodging the haphazard blows of a one-pointer. On instinct, as the metal beast raised its arm, Izuku leaped forward and split the robot nearly in half with a jumping axe kick. 16. Skidding to a halt upon landing, he turned and shot a thumbs up to the guy. He quickly had to look away. Whatever the guy's quirk was, the secondary core located on his forehead was nauseating to look at directly, like an unpleasant hypnosis video. Mental quirk, hair. Izuku ran up to the robot he had decimated, missing the look of surprise on the tired-looking boy's face that would have told him he was right. He seemed to know, anyway. Yeah, sorry, it's not the ideal exam for something like that. Here. And with this, he tore a hunk of metal roughly in the shape of a weapon off of the robot using 2% of one for all. This should help. Good luck. He handed off the scrap to the boy, still avoiding eye contact, then turned the other way. The boy with the mental quirk jolted out of his shock with a grin, running off with his new makeshift weapon to bust some robot heads of his own. Izuku, his random act of helpfulness fulfilled, began jogging quirklessly back on his original path, feeling the burn of using one for all. The crowd of bots was beginning to thin out, though Izuku was partially grateful, considering how exhausted he was. He only managed to find a few more. He looked around. On one end of the street was the rude boy from before, utilizing his quirk to kick through a two-pointer. On the other end was a boy in a decidedly unathletic outfit blasting a three-pointer with a laser emitted from his belly. Izuku bared his teeth in an approximation of a smile. Looks like they're catching up. With one for all, he took to the rooftops again. Toshinori watched in awe as the boy he had worked with for so long displayed his physical prowess. He thought that the plain teal tracksuit didn't do his pupil justice. When he wore it, he still looked like the skinny middle schooler that had poured his heart out to him all those months ago instead of the proper hero hopeful with stronger muscles than some adults that he was now. A nostalgic smile overtook his features at the memory of the first time they met up on Dagobah Beach. I wonder what kind of ice cream he likes. 𝐿𝐴 glanced back at the scrawny man in the back of the room, squinting suspiciously at the odd smile on his face. He followed the number one's gaze to find that he was looking at the same scrawny-looking boy from before, right as he was tearing through a three-pointer with ease. Aizawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. The boy had a similar quirk to All Might, so the old hero must be getting nostalgic. His mental griping was interrupted once again by his chimeric boss tinny voice. There are many aspects of proper heroism that come to the forefront during a test like this, Nedzu started. 𝐿𝐴 could have gagged. He knew firsthand how unfair the physical exam could be, with the villain points being taken by people with physical quirks and no one being told about rescue points, such as using the senses to gather intel. The main monitor flicked to the image of a large boy with multiple arms. At the ends of each arm, instead of hands, were multiple eyes and ears. 𝐿𝐴 liked the look of it. Or the use of mobility and speed to deal with situations concisely. The monitor changed to the image of a boy in square glasses. Exhaust pipes jutted out of his calves, and 𝐿𝐴 suppressed a sigh at the thought of having to deal with another tensai. The ability to stay calm under pressure. A boy in a rather flamboyant and unathletic getup, firing a laser from his belt at a one-pointer while staring directly into the camera. How does he know where it is? Ingenuity in the face of adversity. A boy with deep eye bags and lavender hair, just going fing wild on a two-pointer with a piece of scrap. 𝐿𝐴 liked that one. And pure combat ability. Finally, the monitor flicked to a boy in a black tank top and combat boots, standing in the wreckage of multiple one- and two-pointers with smoking palms. Aizawa glanced down at the listings to find his name at the top, with no rescue points and 74 villain points. Bakugo Katsuki. He reminds me of Sensuji. These virtues affect their effectiveness in this trial and are essentially turned directly into points. However, with a gesture from Nedzu, Ectoplasm flipped the cover off of a button and gave it a firm press. The true test has yet to start. With another two-pointer decimated, Izuku squatted down on the sidewalk directly next to the robot's fallen chassis to catch his breath. He rubbed his stinging arms, smiling through the pins and needles pain. That makes 31. It was a little frustrating. If he had more control over One for All, he'd have doubled the points, but he'd already stopped to rest several times. He wiped the sweat from his brow, but right as he was about to stand up and continue the pursuit, the ground rumbled. A massive door in the ground opened, lesser structures collapsed, fake electrical wires snapped, and a positively mammoth hand grasped the solid concrete of a nearby building. Pulling itself up was a robot of similar design to the rest but of a completely different scale. Izuku gulped, taking a step back. The 0-pointer. It's huge. There's no way I can attack that thing without breaking something, and it wouldn't even be worth the effort. I'll run and grab some more points in the chaos. Nodding to himself, he turned to follow through with his plan, but a sudden cry of pain from behind him forced his feet to lock up. He whirled around to locate the source of the voice, only to find, I know it ain't allowed, but I figured it wouldn't have been right to just let you trip. It's her. She's. Without another thought, Izuku bolted towards the girl who had saved his face just earlier. It was a hassle, since everyone else was running away, a flood of scared hero wannabes blocking his path. He passed the rude boy, who turned to him in shock, but he didn't spare him more than a mental rebuke before focusing on the situation at hand. If he could figure out what to do, he could save her. With my current limit being 10%, I can only reach the rooftop of a 2- or 3-story building that's not even as high as its waist. If I hit it from that high, its own inertia would send it falling down on top of her and me. 10% wouldn't be enough to topple it in the first place. If I hurt myself no matter how high above 10% I go, then I have to go all the way and guarantee her safety. He bent his knees in preparation to jump, letting the searing hot agony of his whole power flood his legs. Here goes nothing. He leaped, roaring as his shattered legs began to flail uselessly in the wind. He pulled back a fist, gripping his palm so tightly that he was probably drawing BLD. One for All wrapped itself tightly around his arm, its quirk light building up like water behind a dam. Smash. One for All exploded outwards, the quirk light forcibly unlatching itself from his arm. Flesh and bone met circuitry and metalwork. One for All's power flowed from the conduit that was Midoriya Izuku, crashing into the great mechanical beast with such a destructive force that the blow resounded like a crack of thunder. The punch crushed the 0-pointer's head entirely, and it slowly began to fall backward, raising a single arm in dying defiance. A smile of elation fell across Izuku's face, even as his body screamed and protested. Then, he began to fall. Toshinori scrambled to the forefront of the observers, eliciting some cries of surprise from them as he shoved his way past them. He held his hands clenched over his heart and gritted his teeth. That stupid, brave boy. He could only watch on in equal parts admiration and terror as young Izuku rocketed up and annihilated the 0-pointer with every ounce of power that he had. He would run out there himself if he could, but he had foolishly already spent his time for the day. Well, at least you know one of the most important aspects of heroism, the spirit of self-sacrifice. Nezu threw his hands up in the air in early celebration, not really seeming to care about the boy's condition after the attack, and everyone in the room, save Aizawa, gasped in surprise. Aizawa instead tightened his glare, his face sinking further into the gray scarf-like capture weapon wrapped around his neck. Toshinori knew all too well why the mighty leap and blow had left Izuku's arm and legs bruised and shattered. Aizawa was going to be very critical of young Izuku from that point forward. Of course, the boy had to not die on impact with the ground for that to matter. Despite all that, Toshinori allowed himself a small, albeit tight smile. Though, it's a bit soon, isn't it? F. Izuku clutched the shoulder of his broken arm, hot tears ripped from his eyes as he fell at what had to be terminal velocity. I'm so f***ing stupid. In a moment of adrenaline-fueled clarity, he looked around with the tendrils of his actual quirk, searching for something, anything. The nice girl. Her quirk. The tendrils of his quirk light shot outwards further than he had ever sent them to where he knew she was. And immediately sent the schematics to the core of his quirk, whereupon it turned into that same bouncy, ethereal ball. He could feel the mutant aspect of her quirk manifest on his own fingertips and desperately slapped himself in the face. Immediately, he jolted to a snail's pace some meters above the ground, smiling blearily down at the shocked face of the girl whose quirk he had just copied and used. He came to a full stop beside her, smiling even as he was blacking out. He managed to do two things before he was consumed by blackness: touch the fingers of his one hand to the broken fingers of the other with a quiet release and roll away from the girl to vomit. And that's all 10 minutes. Wrap it up. Present MIC's voice rang in his head as he slipped under. What the hell was that? 𝐤𝐻𝐻 pointed at the bruised and battered boy on the screen, who the girl was freaking out over. She put his head on her knees as she knelt, keeping his head tilted, so he didn't choke on his own bile. Oh, she's smart. Wait, focus. If his quirk is a copy, then why did he only use it there in desperation? As a matter of fact, I remember reading his file that explicitly stated that his copy was limited by range, but he's been using that super strength quirk this entire time. No other person in that arena has a quirk like that for him to copy. He glared at All Might, who he had realized must have a personal connection with the boy if the old hero's reaction before was anything to go by. The way he was nervously rubbing his neck now all but confirmed it. Well, you see, young Midoriya's quirk is, as you say, a copy ability. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 glared harder at the odd slip of the tongue but nodded slightly. Taking the hint, All Might continued. But this copy quirk has a partially permanent factor. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 noted the uncomfortable look on the man's face as he said noted the permanent part as if the words tasted sour. All Might was still talking, though, so he decided to save it for later. Normally, it has a range of tens of meters, but that's strength quirk. 𝐤𝐻𝐻's eye twitched. Goddamit. All Might nodded. The strength quirk he has been using is mine. For whatever reason, when he copied it on accident, it didn't leave his quirk regardless of range. My quirk is dangerous in the hands of the untrained, so I tried to teach him how to use it. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 already knew Midoriya Izuku was going to be a problem child. Sighing heavily, he fell back into his seat, ignoring a cackling Nezu, his shocked co-workers, and a flustered All Might. All right, he's in my class, grumbled pro hero Vlad King, also known as Khan Sekijuru. He looked over at 𝐤𝐻𝐻, huffing through his large lower canines. With crossed arms, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 stared him down. There's another copy kid in Arena C. You can have that one. After a brief staring contest, Khan threw his hands up in surrender. Good to know, Aizawa. Nezu grinned ferociously over the rim of his teacup. Glad to see you have confidence in Midoriya passing. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 rolled his eyes. He destroyed the 0-pointer. Even if he had literally 0 villain points, the rescue points from that stunt would be more than enough to pass. Nezu shrugged, seemingly acquiescing the point, still smiling that practically feral smile. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 glared at the screen again, away from that smug look on his boss face, at the boy in his messed-up track breathes and dirted shirt. Here's hoping he has 0 potential. Pro-hero recovery girl, known to her few peers as Shizenji Chiyo, was getting tired of having to heal the injuries of a bunch of middle schoolers. She was a big advocate of changing the practical exam, one of the few things she and Aizawa agreed on, because these DMN kids didn't know when to not go overboard yet. Case in point, Toshinori's stupid disciple, who thought breaking 3 of his limbs to destroy the 0-pointer was a good idea. Both of his legs were twisted and bruised, and his right arm was similarly fed up, along with his torn-up knuckles. She could almost see bone. But, apparently, despite the stunt he had pulled, he had enough energy to be at least partially healed. She gave him a quick peck on the head, his limbs grotesquely warping back into their proper positions. They were still bruised, but the bruising had advanced to the healing stage much faster than they would have normally. With a sigh, she left him to her stretcher bots and stared at the girl who looked like she really wanted to keep fussing over him. Well, that's another good mark of a hero, I suppose. He'll be fine. He needs some rest before I can give him another dose. The girl looked down at her in surprise as if noticing her for the first time. Chiyo huffed in annoyance at the disrespect. Do you need any healing? The girl blinked, then pointed at her foot. I messed up my foot pretty bad, she started, looking a little sheepish. I got trapped under some rubble by the 0-pointer. That's why he destroyed it, it was going to roll right over me. Will he be fine? She seemed to plead with her eyes as well as her words as she continued, there was still time left in the test, He couldn't get more points because of me. He'll be fine. 𝐒𝐲 said it briefly, annoyed, but the girl sighed in relief, nodding slightly. 𝐒𝐲 rolled her eyes, giving the girl a peck on the head and a gummy packet. Now scram. I have other mini-mites to heal. The girl raised an eyebrow but complied. Exhaling sharply through her nose, 𝐒𝐲 started towards the next injured kid. Izuku jumped awake, sweating and breathing, barely keeping a grasp on the font of his power as his body suddenly went into fight or flight. Recovery Girl looked up from the chart attached to the end of the bed, clicking her tongue in annoyance. That was pretty stupid of you, kid. You do realize that the robots are designed to avoid fatal damage, right? Izuku looked down, tearing up slightly at the reprimand. He did feel pretty stupid about it. You're right. I focused entirely too hard on the actual robot instead of the situation itself. I could have knocked it over from behind, or I could have just thrown the rubble off of the girl and carried her away. But I wanted to prove that this quirk is mine, that I can use it to save anyone, no matter who I face. Recovery Girl blinked in surprise at that, and he quickly stammered, "Why see, my quirker, the strength quirk I was using." Recovery Girl held a small hand up, stopping him in his tracks. I know about one for all, boy. I'm the one who treats Toshinori's wound. Izuku blinked in surprise, then nodded slightly, leaning over to let his tears fall into his open palms. It's a heroic quirk, but I can only control about 10% of it. Even then, just barely. I'm really sorry. I promise to do better. Recovery Girl walked around to the side of the bed, resting a gentle hand on one of his. She then promptly hit him over the head with her walking stick, a taut frown on her face. Young man, the only person I can blame is -- She was interrupted by the door of the nurse's office slamming open, with Toshinori running in through it. Recovery Girl leveled a glare at him. Speak of the devil, and he'll appear with a grin. The blonde man bowed deeply, allowing the old woman to whack him on the head a few times. Despite that, he was smiling softly as he unfolded. My boy, you did incredibly. I couldn't be more proud. His smile fell as he chopped Izuku firmly on the head. Even though you went against my wishes and used 100% of one for all. You also had me scared to death. You're a smart boy, so I expect you to be more careful from now on, alright? Not everything needs you to go plus ultra. He patted his side with a rueful wink. It's not a good idea to try to. Recovery Girl stared at him wide-eyed. Since when are you a voice of reason? I thought you would have loved him going all out. Toshinori laughed heartily, wiping away blood from his chin. He sighed, eyes tilting downcast, mood shifting suddenly in the opposite direction. I've been trying to be better about that ever since I lost Nana, I guess. I have more to worry about than myself. He smiled morosely, and Recovery Girl mirrored it with a taut smile of her own. Toshinori laughed again, a little wetly, before jabbing a thumb at the door. I'll be right outside. Give him another smooch so we can go get ice cream already. The old woman nodded, and he took his cue to step out. She turned back to Izuku, her taut smile still in place. He's never given himself time to get over it. Sighing, she finally extended her lips and gave Izuku another kiss on the forehead. You're fine to stay out of a cast as you are, but you'll be painfully sore for a while yet. The body doesn't agree with speeding up the healing process, you see, so it's usually best if I only use my quirk partway. She hobbled off, and Izuku slipped from the bed on shaky feet. He gave himself a once-over. He was still dressed in his dirty clothes, and he was still awfully grimy. He picked a little at the bandages on his right arm, then patted down the rest of his body. Finally, he examined his quirk light, with its whipping tendrils and mostly rainbow colors, idly memorizing the swirling colors. White, blue, red, green, orange, purple, magenta, yellow, gray, and pink. That's Dagobah Beach, once appealing and now appealing again, was already gaining popularity. Someone must have noticed that the beach was fully clean rather quickly because there was a small crowd of beachgoers playing in the sand. Izuku recognized a few people there who had taken the physical exam too. Idly, he wondered if they had helped clean up the beach when he wasn't there. My boy, I must say, you surprised me with how apt you were in using one for all. You can't use as much as me, but you adapted very quickly. Izuku looked up from the sand to meet his mentor's eye. Toshinori was smiling, holding a cone of ice cream. He handed off the cone to Izuku, leaving himself empty-handed. It was tough. Izuku glanced down at his hand, clenching it tightly. I had to keep constant control over all of my limbs. If I had gone too high, I would have hurt myself, but if I had gone too low, it would have released the effect. That would have been devastating in its own right, especially if I was in the middle of an attack or a jump. If I'm being honest, I'm legitimately surprised that I used it so well outside of training. He furrowed his brow, taking a bite of his ice cream. Toshinori nodded along, his expression thoughtful. As you know, I had an easy time using One for All. To be fair, you're using it after almost 4 decades of continued use. When I first received it, One for All was significantly weaker. Looking back at your attacks, I'd say your 10% was on par with what would be 40% back in my youth. Maybe more like 35%. He scratched his cheek dully. Izuku stared at him in shock. You're joking. Why would I joke about that? Anyway, that's only a guess based on when I first got it. Even then, Nana barely used it, so really I was cultivating the power of the 6th, it was only just above superhuman all the way back then. Izuku nodded, then wrinkled his nose at a thought. You still need to explain it to me. Sorry. One for All. I want the truth about it, or however much you know. Toshinori seemed surprised at the sudden inquiry, but his expression turned to one of contemplation rather quickly. You deserve it. If you can bear it a little while longer, I want to wait until you're in Ua to tell you the full story. Izuku sighed resignedly, taking another lick at his ice cream. Also, I know I said not to overcomplicate it, but you do realize One for All is more complicated than Punch Hard, right? Izuku blinked, then nodded slightly. Right. It was easy to forget when I was in the moment, but it's different from a regular emitter. Sorry. It's not a big deal, so don't apologize. You say sorry too much, anyway. Izuku stifled the urge to apologize for apologizing too much. Toshinori leaned down on the railing, hands tightly held together. It was still an impressive display. It's probably for the best if you use it like that while you acclimate. Your usage of a complete stranger's quirk at the end there was impressive. 2. Not a complete stranger. She had explained it to me before the exam. As she used it on me to keep me from tripping. Toshinori laughed, slapping Izuku on the back. Even as cool as you are, young Izuku, you're still the same as ever. There's something else. Izuku gripped the railing tightly, save for one finger, the ice cream in his right hand starting to melt. He hardly noticed. When I first woke up, I took stock of my quirk light, and it had all the normal colors of One for All and quirk copy, but it also had the same color pink as her quirk. I thought that maybe my range or something had increased, and she was just still in range. Actually, the range did increase, but not this far. Now, right now. It's still there. I don't think it's leaving, either. He looked down at his left hand, the raised fingertips glaringly obvious. When he finally looked back up at Toshinori, the hero had gone pale. The old man placed a shaking hand on Izuku's shoulder. Does she still have it? What? Her quirk. There was fear in Toshinori's eyes, completely out of place in his normally bold features. Could she still use it? Izuku frowned. I suppose the natural evolution from borrowing a quirk would be taking it for your own. But no, I saw her again on the way out, and she still had a quirk light. He glanced back down at his hand, finally dispelling the effect. The tips flattened back down into normal skin, and he clenched and unclenched a fist. He could still feel the quirk, though, just below the surface, bouncy and bright and lightweight. He looked back up to meet his mentor's eye. Yes. She can still use it. I'm certain that my quirk is still just a copy. I guess it's just a longer-lasting copy, maybe even permanent. The tension in Toshinori's shoulders lessened, and the blond man sighed heavily. Still, though, the same fear was in his eyes. Do you know anything about your father? Izuku tilted his head, confused by the sudden harsh turn of conversation. Why does he care about that bstrd? He didn't remember telling his mentor about his absentee father, but it wasn't that hard to figure out. The man was never around anymore, never called, and 𝐭 didn't wear a wedding band. Only recently, Izuku discovered that the only thing his father ever did nowadays was send a wad of cash every month, enough to pay most of the 2 other Midoriya's rent with. No. I don't remember him at all. Does he have a copy quirk, too? Actually, I guess that makes sense. Toshinori nodded, more to himself than to Izuku, removing his hand from Izuku's shoulder to pull out his phone. He started walking away, waving a hand in farewell absent-mindedly in Izuku's direction even as he dialed a number to call. Izuku didn't bother waving back, wondering what he had done wrong. Or maybe Toshinori was being weird. He hoped so. Dialing 𝐶𝐭𝐴𝐻. Dialing 𝐶. True man. Yep. What's this about, All Might? I need a favor. A background check. If it's for you, anything. For whom does the bell toll? Midoriya Hisoshi. I need everything on him. And I mean everything. You got it. I'll call again when I have something. Thanks. Whatever you need. Next time you call, maybe ask about something other than work for once. We haven't had dinner together in a while, you know. I miss you, you old man. I know. I'll keep it in mind, okay. Bye. Call ended. Chapter text. Izuku was starting to panic. He had tried to call and text Toshinori multiple times in the past couple days, but his mentor hadn't answered at all. To be frank, Izuku was starting to overthink the situation, maybe more than usual. Okay, it was pretty bad. Really bad. I messed up. I must have. Was he actually disappointed? Was he just faking his approval? Did I actually fail the exams? I thought 31 points was enough, but I heard that Rude Boy announced that he had like 45 points, and that was even before the 0-pointer showed up. Or maybe he was freaked out by my quirk evolving. Is it scary? Oh god, what if he asks for one for all back so he can find a new successor? I'd be so ashamed, I'd be a failure, I'd be disowned. Izuku. Izuku, sweetie. Honey, you're scaring me. He jolted in his seat, his eyes rising from where he had been staring blankly at his food to see his mother's worried face. You're staring at your fish. Is everything all right? Do you want something else? He swallowed heavily, looking down. It's nothing. I just spaced out a little. His mother smiled sympathetically, reaching across the table to pat him gently on the hand. She stood up, taking her bowls and plate to the sink, making Izuku wonder how long he had been freaking out. As she started washing her dishes, she looked back at Izuku with a look in her eye. You're worried about how you did on the exam, here. He looked up in surprise, then replied with a simple nod, unsure if he should disclose the whole truth. 𝐭 hummed knowingly, a small smile gracing her otherwise worried features. She placed her plate on the drying rack, then dried her hands off on the towel hanging from the oven handle. I get it. Everyone else has had their quirks for so much longer than you, and they've had time to hone their skills. You've had 10 months where everyone else has had 10 years. But despite that, her smile spread a little wider and became gentler and sweet. A little more genuine. You've made so much incredible progress. And even if you don't get into you, that's their loss. I'm so proud of you for even trying. There's always Ketsubatsu or Shiketsu. But the commute would be atrocious. She walked over to him and placed gentle hands on either side of his head, pressing a kiss against his forehead. I love you. My incredible boy. Mom. Izuku hastily swiped at the tears forming in his eyes, shooting up from his seat to crush his mother in a hug. She laughed wetly, her arms wrapping around his body. Gosh, you've grown. I remember when you were up to my chin, and now it's the other way around. They shared a laugh at that, a real, pleasant laugh. They stood there a moment longer, just basking in each other's presence, and Izuku felt some of the weight on his shoulders come cascading off. What was he thinking before? His mother was the personification of kindness. No matter what, she would understand whatever he told her. But despite that, he couldn't tell her about what had happened with Toshinori. It was a dilemma for him to figure out on his own. He pulled her head into his shoulder, resting his weary head atop hers. I love you, Mom. Toshinori was, in a few words, freaking the F out. He had kind of had his suspicions before, the way the boy went on about people's quirks and his uncanny copy ability. But they had felt unwarranted. Plenty of people had some variety of copy, and some even could visualize others' quirks as he did. Not many, but enough. It just wasn't probable that Izuku, the most heroic boy he had ever met, was the spawn of that man. It was just a weird coincidence that they looked alike. Round chins with strong jaws, short and curly hair, intelligent eyes. Toshinori had been freaking out for a week. He had been pacing at the phone, chewing on his paranoia, feeling like a fool. On the one hand, it was foolish of him to act this way. This was Izuku, the bravest, kindest boy that Toshinori had ever met. The boy had even reminded him of Nana on multiple occasions. To be fair, so did his mother. It was the hair. But on the other hand, for his copy to suddenly turn permanent after receiving one for all made him freak out. He wasn't even sure why. It couldn't take quirks yet, and the boy hadn't seen his father in a decade, so he said, and there was absolutely no way he would betray the secret of one for all. God, I would die. But the fact that one for all was made by him, and quirk copies upgrade being so similar to his. No, that's ridiculous. Damn it. Before he could further divulge his paranoia, the phone rang. Toshinori was on it in a moment. Hello. All Might, it's true man. I've got some information. Toshinori sat down in the nearest seat, that being his comforter. Ironically, the cushiony seat brought him little actual comfort. I guess I'm reporting the lack of information. This Hisoshi guy. There's not a lot on him. He doesn't have a registered quirk, there are no pictures of him anywhere, and he disappeared off the face of the earth almost a decade ago. All Might, does this guy have anything to do with Dash? I have to go. Toshinori was freaking out. He should probably call Inko. Probably. Izuku didn't talk to his mother much the following week. They still ate together, but mealtimes were filled with awkward silence. He didn't mean to shut her out, but Toshinori's distance had left him scatterbrained, to the point where he could barely think, let alone conversate. Of course, that had to change eventually. Izuku. Izuku. The boy's gaze shot up from where he had been staring at the floor, the weight in his hand coming to a halt mid-curl. There, practically collapsed upon the open door frame, was his mother clutching a letter. His brain registered the U logo on the wax seal a moment later. It's here. Your letter. He jumped up from his seat, dropping the weight onto the couch. He walked over to his mother on shaky legs and took the letter from her with tender hands. Almost as if in a trance, he walked past her, meandering to his room and closing the door without another word. He was nervous. God, was he nervous? He stared at the letter like it would foretell his doom, and depending on his results, he supposed it could. Finally, after what felt like hours but what must have been minutes, he swiped a finger between the flap and the main envelope, pulling out a holodisc. He placed the disc gingerly on his desk, and a holographic projection of All Might immediately popped up. I am here. As a projection. To be completely honest, Izuku almost screamed, but he managed to throw his hands over his mouth in time. Surprised? You ought to be. You see, I've been in Musutafu so much recently because, from this year onwards, I'm going to be the heroics teacher at my very own alma mater. Young Midoriya. All Might's signature grin faltered slightly as he announced the name, probably only noticeable to Izuku himself. You passed the written exam with a respectable score of 85/100. Not the best of the best, but impressive nonetheless. Now, the interesting part. The visual of All Might in his bold banana suit was minimized, being overtaken by a list titled Villain. You got 33 villain points during the practical. The number filled itself in. The competition was pretty stiff this year, you passed in 15th place. Izuku leaned back in his seat, letting loose a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. He had done it. Rather, that would be your place if we only had villain points. Izuku's eyebrows raised. What? You see, we have a secret point system that depends entirely on good deeds. The list titled Villain moved to the left of the screen, and a list titled Rescue sprung onto the screen beside it. Rescue points. Come on, what kind of a hero school would only reward you for beating up villains? Who do you think the principal is? Endeavor. Now, look here, young Midoriya. The two lists and the screen with All Might got smaller, dominated by a video of him. Oh SHT, that was him. Firstly, you committed a random act of helpfulness towards another student. Not only did you assist him in taking down an opponent, but you also provided him with a weapon. You also lit something of a fire under him. And there, in HD, were those exact actions. Everything had felt fast when using One for All, but he could barely see himself move on video. He was out of sight 1 second. The next, the robot was split in half, and he stood in front of the wreck. Shortly following that video was one of the lavender-haired boy beating the SHT out of some robot with his improvised weapon. Izuku was impressed with the feral look on his face. By the way, despite his best efforts, he still failed. But thanks to his show of heroic spirit, Pro Hero Eraserhead has decided to take the boy under his wing. Expect to see him in class eventually. Young Midoriya, you were rewarded 10 rescue points for all these actions. Then, of course, there was your big finale dash. The video changed to him destroying the 0-pointer. Wow, he almost looked like an actual hero until he started falling. Despite the possibility of severe injury and fatality, you rushed in to save someone in an incredible display of power, no less. Even without all of that, you would have earned full points for just destroying the thing. 60 points. Young Midoriya, you passed the practical exam with a total of 103 points. Not only did you pass, but you also passed in first place. Through the shock of that announcement, Izuku idly wondered how sessed off Bakugo was at losing to him. If he had gotten his letter already, he was probably subatomic. All Might spread his arms wide in welcome. Welcome to your hero academia, young Midoriya. And without any further fanfare, the video cut off, the room once again dim with the loss of its temporary light source. Izuku swallowed heavily, feeling like he had the executioner's sword pressed to his neck. He had almost expected Toshinori to explain himself right there, and he didn't know if he was disappointed or relieved that he hadn't. Finally, he shook off the feeling enough to stand, stomping his feet to get the BLD in his legs flowing properly again. With a sigh, he opened his bedroom door, illuminating the worried face of his mother standing there. He managed a tiny grin and a thumbs up. Her teared-up eyes sprung a leak, and she leaped at him, wrapping her arms around his neck as she sobbed happy tears into his shirt. He held her back, his smile turning a little more genuine. Maybe everything will be fine. Everything was not fine. Izuku had gotten out the door quickly enough, despite his struggle with his tie and some haggling from his mother. After reassuring her multiple times that he had his handkerchief, she let him leave. The ride to the school was uneventful, but not unpleasant, even with his nerves shaking him like a rag doll. But now that he was finally here, in front of his new class. Class 1A, why is the door so freaking big? Oh God, what if I try to open the door and it's too heavy, and someone on the other side has to open it for me, and they all laugh at me? He pinched himself on the hand hard enough to draw BLD. It's fine. As long as that mean guy from the exam and Kaken aren't here, I'll be fine. The door, to his surprise, slid open easily. The classroom, to his chagrin, contained a very loud blonde and an equally loud navy-haired boy. Where do you get off telling me what to do? Bakugo, his jacket undone, shirt untucked, and tie completely missing, sat at his desk with his feet kicked up onto it, shooting a smug smirk at the boy standing over him. The boy huffed, chopping one arm as if physically reprimanding the air. You are disrespecting this fine establishment, our upperclassmen, and the people who made this desk by kicking your feet up onto it. Once again, I will ask you to remove your feet from this esteemed woodwork. Who the hell even are you? The tall boy stood straight, his neck flushing. Izuku quickly realized that was his tell for when he was embarrassed. Good to know. My apologies for not properly introducing myself. I am Ida Tenure of Sumi Private Middle School. He said it with an air of pride, but Bakugo barked out a harsh, humorless laugh. Sumi, here. So you're some dumb rich kid born with a stick up his butt. Oh, I'm gonna have fun crushing you. What? Crushing me? This is a hero school. Ida was interrupted from his rather annoying tirade when he very visibly noticed that the classroom door was open, straightening up and chopping a hand at Izuku, who nearly fainted as the entire class's attention was drawn to him by the rude boy's behavior. Good morning he managed to eke out. Ida began marching his way over. Good morning. I am Ida Tenya, of Sumi Dash. Waving his hands, Izuku took a step back. Yeah, I know who you are. The boy stopped in his tracks, and someone muffled a snicker. Realizing he had come off ruder than intended, Izuku waved his hands even faster. What I mean is, yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Ida bowed slightly, his tone dropping lower. Midoriya, at first, I thought you were only at the exam to fool around and distract the rest of us. I even considered that you were a staff member designed to do just that. But you realized the truth of the test. If it hadn't been an exam, to clarify, if it were a real villain, then of course I also would have that's a lie. Ida blinked, straightening up. Here. Izuku stared at him with cold eyes, his bangs partially covering them as he tilted his head forward. I said that's a lie, he barked in a sharp, quiet voice. I saw you running away with everybody else, and I saw the look on your face. If it were real, you still would have run, and the girl I saved would have died. I didn't do it because of the points, I did it because that's what heroes do. If it only mattered to you because of the points, you should take your own advice and leave. Got it? He clamped his mouth shut with an audible clack, meeting Ida's wide eyes with an unflinching stare. A new, bubbly voice broke this staring contest. Hey, it's you. The nerdy boy with the copy quirk. Izuku broke eye contact with Ida to look behind him, his angry face already dissipated at the sound of the voice. Ida took a step back as if freed from some kind of paralysis. Oh, I guess I never managed to introduce myself, he muttered, scratching his cheek. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Much better than the nerdy boy, I think. Sorry, she giggled, but you did geek out about my quirk before you even knew my name. I'm Uraraka Okako, by the way. It's nice to finally meet you properly. She stuck out her hand, one pinky sticking outwards, and he took it with a pleasant smile to match her own. Likewise. If you're just here to make friends, then I suggest you leave, a gruff voice practically growled out at the two from behind Uraraka. They both looked down to see primary core is bright red, secondary cores centered on his eyes. Oh. Izuku blinked, recognizing the man's face from a video he had seen a while back. It's Eraserhead. The man blinked, unzipping his sleeping bag to stand up properly. Was he going for a scare tactic? He's our homeroom teacher. We should shut up and sit down now. Taking his seat behind Bakugo while still pointedly ignoring him, Izuku directed his attention to the teacher, who was now front and center behind a podium. I'm Mr. Aizawa. You took almost 6 seconds to properly quiet down, and only one of you recognized me. None of you noticed me sitting there the entire time, though. Completely irrational. Do better if you want to survive. Now, he reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a pile of clothes. Put on these gym uniforms and meet me out back in 5 minutes. Be on time. Without any further ado, the man left. After a few beats of surprised silence, the class went to grab the gym clothes and made their way to the lockers to get changed. Stepping into the locker room behind a tall, tanned boy with full lips and a bright, deep yellow quirk light, Izuku took a second to take stock of everything in there before making his way to one of the benches. He sat down with a sigh, giving himself a moment to catalogue everyone's quirk lights. There was the red-haired boy with the stiff and hard-looking quirk light, a deep crimson similar to the red quirk in One for All. He's got some sort of hardening or durability quirk. A plain-looking boy was blushing as he changed. He had a cyan quirk light and a tail. Just a tail. That one's obvious. The boy with straight black hair and odd-looking elbows was already shirtless. He was sporting a jagged almost orange quirk light. Something comes out of those elbows, but I'm stumped as to what. Bakugo, as explosive as ever, was bothering the people changing near him. I know everything about his. Another yellow quirk light, jagged yet fluid, sported by a boy with a ridiculous blonde hairdo marked by a black streak. Electricity, without a doubt. The tall, multi-armed boy he recognized from his exam arena with a gorgeous indigo quirk light had gotten in a stall to change, but he was still very visible with his height. He can turn the ends of his arms into sensory organs. Can they be any organ from any animal? A similarly tall boy with a jagged rock fixture for hair was timidly peeking out from another one of the shower dividers. He had a nice, calming brown quirk light, a very earthy tone. Is that head his quirk or a DMNT mutant gene? The boy with a raven's head, wielding a writhing quirk light made of pitch black and dark purple. He was silent as he changed to avoid drawing attention to himself. It's like his quirk's alive. Another blonde, his quirk light positively shimmering blue, like the ocean when the sun hits it at the right angle. He had a secondary core right over the center of his stomach, correlating with the belt he was wearing. I remember him firing lasers from his belly. Why does it look weird? It seems off. 𝐸𝐫, with his navy quirk light and obvious engines. He's probably really fast with a quirk like that. I kinda wanna race him. A rather short boy for their age group sported an odd hairdo with a quirk light the same burgundy as red wine. Grapes. And there was the oddest of the bunch, the boy with the clashing quirk light. One half was baby blue, rigid yet in constant motion, the other half was a fiery orange, and its movements mirrored flames. Two quirks. Is he like me? Izuku's heart skipped a beat at the prospect, not in a pleasant way. He'd have to keep his eyes on that one. He was interrupted from his rapid-fire mental note-taking by Bakugo coming over and roughly chopping him on the head. Izuku mentally thanked him and changed quickly, almost beating the explosive blonde outside. As it was, they were almost the last two out. Mr. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but waited quietly for the last few out, the boy with an electricity quirk, the rocky-headed guy, and a floating female uniform. Oh, she was invisible. If Izuku squinted, he could make out the shimmering of her near-translucent quirk light. You managed to get out here in 5 minutes. Average. I expect better, but it's a good start. Anyway, we're doing our physical evaluations now. The crowd of students was silent for a moment until Uraraka finally voiced her surprise. Wait, seriously, right now? What about orientation dash? Principal Nedzu lets me run my classes how I see fit, Mr. Aizawa explained. I'm pretty sure it's a bribe to keep my rare quirk in his furry little mitts, but I digress. I get to decide the schedule, so I've decided we're skipping orientation and getting right to it. He produced a softball from somewhere, probably a pouch on the back of his belt. I'm sure you've all taken physicals in middle school. Midoriya, since you got first in the entrance exam, you get to throw first. What was your record for the softball throw in middle school? Izuku tilted his head. Around 48 meters, I think. I don't remember exactly. Mr. Aizawa nodded amicably, then tossed the softball to Izuku, who easily caught it. Get in that circle and do it with your quirk. Izuku blinked at him owlishly, then began nervously making his way to the circle painted on the track. To the whole class, Mr. Aizawa continued, in middle school, they don't let you use your quirks for these tests, even though they are physical parts of your body. It's totally irrational, but the Ministry of Education doesn't want to admit there's a problem with it. However, we run things differently here at UA. A gross approximation of a smile stretched his features, making it painfully obvious that smiling was not a common activity for the gruff hero. We're here to bully your quirks until they either give out or get stronger. But first, we need a baseline. Midoriya, when you're ready. Izuku nodded, letting the dial in his right arm up to 10% with a click-click-clack. The air around him crackled with energy, and he gritted his teeth at the pain that came with pushing it to his limit. He reared back his arm, tightening his grip on the ball minutely. With a grunt of effort, he threw the ball. It flopped to a halt, way too close. 4 meters. Izuku hissed as he gripped his wrist, the sudden deactivation of one for all surprising him. It was almost like the hand on his quirk dial was forcibly removed, blocking his usage of it. He looked up to Aizawa, whose eyes were red, and his hair was floating. I erased it. The man launched the end of what Izuku quickly remembered was not a normal scarf. Wrapped thoroughly, Izuku could only watch and dread as the man approached, both hands holding the floating metal cloth tightly. All Might's quirk. The one you copied. That's not yours. Izuku gulped. Mr. Aizawa blinked, his eyes turning back to their normal black as he continued to glare. I said to use yours, not his. You won't make it here if you have to rely so much on others. We don't need another All Might. If all you can do is that, you should never have bothered enrolling here. Izuku looked down, nodding slightly despite his roiling emotions. Mr. Aizawa released his hold on Izuku, who stepped back into the ring and picked up the other ball he hadn't noticed before. You have one more shot. Izuku gritted his teeth, quickly coming to a decision. If I try to use one for all again, he'll erase my quirk, and then that's it. But maybe. He looked over at Mr. Aizawa and sent the tendrils of his quirk light outwards, snapping up the schematics of the hero's quirk and adding it to his small collection. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then his eyes flew open, and he activated erasure on Mr. Aizawa. He reared back his arm yet again, straining to keep Mr. Aizawa in his sights. He let 10% of one for all flow through his arm. Tears started to fall from his agonized eyes. And, finally, he flung his arm forward, throwing the ball with as much power as he could safely muster. The ball broke the sound barrier almost immediately, which broke Izuku's concentration on the hero. Erasure. He makes it look easy, but that second felt like an eternity. Mr. Aizawa. The man looked down from where he had been staring, straining to see the ball's re-entry. Izuku glared at him, his left hand clenched tightly around his shaking right wrist. It's not your quirk when I use it, and it's not All Might's, either. This is my quirk, all of it. 10:57, 95 meters. Another creepy grin spread across the teacher's face, though there was something genuine in how his eyes wrinkled with it. Is that right? The almost good moment was utterly annihilated by a feral yell. Bakugo ran towards Izuku, hands held at his waist, palms already crackling with explosions. Katsuki had honestly wondered if it would be like before. He knew he had passed the written exam without difficulty, and his still aching wrists were a testament to his prowess in the physical exam. But despite all of that, he didn't top either exam. And number one on the physical was Deku. Weak, quirkless, irrational Deku. Katsuki had confronted the BSter the next time he had seen him, grabbing him by the collar of his uniform's jacket and slamming him into a wall after school. His palms heated up, and his fingertips crackled with intent. Despite that, no words came from his mouth. So he stared at Deku, full of rage and shock and awe. And Deku said, staring him down like he did the day the slime villain had attacked, a fierce look in his eye, I'm going to you, and you can't stop me. Katsuki had walked away, words still lodged in his throat. So he had known Deku had made it into you, which he forced himself to come to terms with. Okay, it was just more opportunities to prove how much better he was. Of course, some wretched higher power forced them to be classmates. Katsuki was still grinding his teeth at that. But that wasn't the end of it. No, why would it be? After that smug BSTRD of a teacher rubbed his second place in his face all over again, Deku had gone up to throw first. Katsuki bit the inside of his cheek when the BSTRD announced his middle school score. It was 20 meters under his own. Weak. Then when Deku threw, the teacher activated his quirk like there was something there to block, and he almost barked a laugh when Teach snagged Deku with his scarf. I wonder what he's saying. Katsuki looked to his right, seeing the girl with chubby cheeks that Deku had been chatting up earlier, putting a finger to her chin. He scoffed. Probably telling him to get his act together. The quirkless top of the leaderboards needs to do better than that. The thought made Katsuki's chest squeeze, but he ignored it. The Sumi BSU looked surprised at him, chopping a hand down in that annoying tick of his. What do you mean, quirkless? Do you not know what he did during the entrance exam? The pink-cheeked girl nodded in agreement, and Katsuki was taken aback. What the hell are you talking about, dash? Krakoon. 10:57, 95 meters, the reader said. What the F? Deku, you son of a bitch, first you beat me in the entrance exam, and now you have a thing quirk. Explain yourself, right now, dash. The blonde's threat was cut off by Aizawa wrapping him up in his capture weapon, stopping his momentum instantly. Both Izuku and Mr. Aizawa used erasure on him at that same moment, although Izuku did it more on a strange instinct than anything else. Behave, or you're out of here. Clear. The concise, blunt statement left no obvious room for argument, so after straining for a moment longer in the weaponized scarf, Bakugo conceded and gave a short nod. Satisfied enough, Izuku and Mr. Aizawa released erasure, and Aizawa recalled his capture weapon. Hoping his apology was clear in his eyes, Izuku quickly scurried past Bakugo to rejoin the rest of the class, where almost everyone promptly bombarded him. That was awesome. But why didn't you use zero gravity? Uraraka put a finger to her chin, and Izuku mentally kicked himself. Dumbass. I just had to make a big deal about using one for all. Next to her, a girl with a viscous purple quirklight and pink skin nodded vigorously. You threw the ball stupid hard. How strong are you? It kinda hurt my ears. I thought you were super meek before, but that's strength. That was super manly. This looks like it's gonna be fun. Fun? Did I seriously just hear that? The crowd of hero students whipped their heads around collectively to see their teacher wearing the same fake grin from before. His eyes had gone bloodshot from using his quirk, and his capture weapon floated ominously around his shoulders. It was like seeing the visage of death if death wore pajamas to work. This isn't a game, and it isn't fun. I'll raise the stakes if you want it to be a game. That'd be fun. His grin stretched further, bordering maniacal. The person who comes in last on this is automatically expelled. This was, of course, met with outcry. It's only the first day. That's so unfair. Unfair, you say? Mr. Aizawa's predatory grin turned into a frown, and he hid his face in his capture weapon, eyes hidden by his long shaggy hair. There's no room for fairness here. Natural disasters, villain attacks, robbery, assault, murder. This is a world of unfairness. If you want to survive, you must learn that quickly. Welcome to the hero course. He tilted his head back, removing his bangs from his eyes with a hand. There was something new in his eyes, but his maniacal grin was the same. Do your best, or get the hell out. The real thing starts here. Izuku clenched his fist, looking around at all of his new classmates. He was impressed by how every single one looked more determined than before, and he felt his drive rekindle. Let's do this. All right, 50-meter dash. That odd look evaporated from Mr. Aizawa's eyes, and he jabbed a finger at Izuku. Midoriya, Bakugo, you're up first. Izuku gulped, looking to his left to meet Bakugo's eye. He quickly looked away to avoid the rage and confusion boiling beneath the surface. Recentering his thoughts, he took a deep breath, walking forward first and taking his place at the designated starting line. Exactly 50 meters ahead was a photo finish camera that would note exactly when either of them moved through its field of vision. Quickly calling forth zero gravity, Izuku stood with his right hand hovering over his left. Bakugo, practically fuming, held his hands out behind him. As soon as Aizawa called start, Izuku slapped himself on the hand and rocketed forward with a one-for-all enhanced leap, zooming past the robot 181 seconds. And not stopping until Mr. Aizawa snagged him with his capture weapon. Bakugo yelled as he pushed his explosions to grow yet larger, and he shot past the robot only moments after Izuku. 14 seconds. Damn it. FF. Bakugo, obviously dissatisfied with his results, let loose explosion after explosion at nothing in particular, up until Mr. Aizawa erased his quirk and told him to get his sorry but back before I expel you on the spot. Ida and a girl with a pretty verdant quirk-light and odd features were up next. Ida set himself up in what was his stiff interpretation of a runner's position, and the girl crouched down in a stance akin to a frog about to leap. Seeing as how she started hopping forward after Mr. Aizawa called start, Izuku figured she had a frog or toad mutation. Idly, after the two runners had finished, Izuku realized her quirked run time was the same as Bakugo's old quirkless one. He dispelled the thought quickly, instead focusing on the tests ahead. Test number 2, grip strength. Izuku activated one for all in his arm at 10% again, squeezing the grip test as hard as he could. Using his whole arm was probably overkill if the error displayed on the screen was anything to go by. The thing breaking apart in his hands was also rather telling. The blonde boy, the one Izuku thought had an electricity quirk, bounded over from where he had been bothering the tall multi-limbed boy. What, you broke it? Holy Asun, I thought Shuji was impressive, but that's dash. The tall boy, Shuji, walked over upon hearing his name. A mouth sprouted from one of his several rounded appendages. I got a grip strength of 540 kilograms, the limb-mouth said. "You must be powerful to have broken it. Good job." Izuku thanked him, bowing deeply to hide his embarrassment at the easy praise, then walked over to Mr. Aizawa to show him the broken grip strength test. The hero sighed, muttering something along the lines of "problem child," but he ultimately took the busted test and waved Izuku off. Izuku walked over to the wall to observe the rest of the test-goers, completely missing the cold stare of the dual-quirked boy. Test number 3, standing long jump. The odd blonde boy with the belly button laser easily cleared the standing long jump, as did Bakugo, who did so with a little more ease and several more explosions and cussing. Izuku charged his legs with one for all and leaped forward, not putting much thought into the easy jump. He landed in sand, and looked down, shocked. "What? But I used 1-4. Looking back, he realized what had happened. He had entirely cleared the sand pit that they were using, and had landed in the next one over. Oops. Mr. Aizawa was already walking away, leaving the rest of the class to stare in awe. Test number 4, repeated side steps. After trying to do side steps with just 1% in either leg, Izuku discovered he couldn't keep the quirk constantly active. Instead, it was like a super meter in a fighting game. It was used, recharged after a moment, then used again as long as the dial was still turned up. Even though it renewed quickly, there was still too much delay to use it effectively. Izuku decided to do this particular test quirkless instead of trying to mess around with one for all. He finished up relatively easily and looked around, catching sight of an odd competitor among the rest. The short boy with the strange hairdo had actually removed parts of his hair. Apparently, the rounded ball of his mohawk were individual entities, and the boy was devastating the sidesteps by somehow bouncing between two piles of them. He looked up at Izuku, fat tears rolling down his cheeks. "I'm stuck." Test number 5, softball throw. They were back around the horn to the ball test, and Aizawa tossed a ball underhand to Bakugo, who caught it with one hand. A feral grin stretched across his face, and Izuku couldn't help but cringe. The boy walked into the circle and closed his eyes, his face dropping to a serene look for only a moment as he winded up. Feral grin returning, he flung his arm forward, igniting the ball in a massive explosion. Die. 705, 2 meters. God FDMNIT. He stomped back to the crowd of students with his hands shoved in his pockets, trying to glare a hole into the turf. Uraraka, looking unimpressed, took her turn next. She picked up the ball with all 5 fingers touching and gave it a light toss, sending it up and away. Finally, after a minute or two of waiting, Aizawa held up the recording device. Error. What does that mean? Izuku looked over to the girl with pink skin, who had made the outburst. "Well," he said, scratching his head, "it probably means the device has lost track of the ball. If she never releases her quirk, it's unlikely that it will fall in the first place, even considering stuff like atmospheric friction. So yeah. Uraraka won that test." The class stood in front of Mr. Aizawa with bated breath, save the few people still breathing from the distance run test. They were too busy trying to catch their breath in the first place. Aizawa was completely blank-faced, staring directly ahead as he held a hollow projector. "Okay, here are the results." With no fanfare, he pressed a button on the device, and the results were projected up in front of the class. Yorozu Momo, first Todoroki Shoto, second Midoriya Izuku, third Bakugo Katsuki, fourth Ida Tenya, fifth Shuji Mizu, sixth Kirishima Eijiro, seventh Ojiro Mashirao, eighth Ashido Mina, ninth Uraraka Okiko, 10th Asui Tsuyu, 11th Seitu Rikido, 12th Tokoyami Fumikichi, 13th Kuda Kuji, 14th Ema Yuga, 15th Zero Hanta, 16th Jiru Kyuka, 17th Kaminari Denki, 18th Hagakyu Toru, 19th Mineta Minoru, 20th only 3rd. That's pretty good, considering the competition. Izuku looked over to the two-quirked boy who had beaten him. Any hero nerd worth their salt knew the name Todoroki, seeing as how it was the one and only Endeavor's surname, meaning that Izuku was classmates with the son of the second highest-ranked hero in the country. The short boy hung his head, tears string down his face as he clenched his hands. Izuku wondered briefly what it would be like to be in his position. Maybe if I was still quirkless. The boy, Mineta, lifted his head, staring Mr. Aizawa in the eye. I can't go. I have to become a hero. I have tea to become strong and cool and popular. Aizawa pared an eyebrow, pocketing the hollow projector. No one's going home. Izuku could practically hear the grass rustling between the cracks of the artificial track. Aizawa cracked his maniacal grin once again, eyes still blank and staring ahead. That was a logical ruse meant to encourage you to do your best. Another beat of silence, then overlapping cries of outrage as the students' emotions overflowed. A girl with a strange prismatic quirk light, who Izuku realized was the girl in first place, placed a dainty hand on her chest. Well, of course. Was it not obvious? There's no way even the harshest teacher would expel someone on the first day. Actually, Izuku spoke up, attracting the class attention. He faltered slightly under their collective gazes but continued. I asked around, as in he asked Toshinori before, and heard that Mr. Aizawa expelled the entire class last year. If we hadn't shown we had room to grow, he probably would have expelled somebody or even everybody. Yorozu looked horrified at that revelation, as did the rest of the class, especially Mineta. Mr. Aizawa nodded appreciatively to Izuku. Right. You all could have done practically everything better, but it also could have been worse. Class dismissed. And with that, their strange new teacher turned exactly 180 degrees around and left. All Might. The hero in question jumped at the voice, pocketing his phone with fumbling hands. His grin was only slightly crooked as he winked and shot a thumbs up. Mr. Aizawa, he started with false boldness, funny seeing you here. There is nothing humorous about this situation, Aizawa grumbled, glaring steadfastly at Toshinori. If there was, I'd be laughing. Am I laughing, All Might? This guy was scary. Business as usual, I see. Toshinori's smile fell, and he debuffed after checking around. I noticed you used your quirk on young Midoriya. Why? Was he about to do something foolish? Aizawa looked away, expression slightly miffed. No. I wanted to test his mettle. See how much of an all-might nerd he is, see if he was restricting himself to your quirk on purpose. Toshinori crossed his arms. Well, he is. But he was willing to use my own quirk on me to use it, so at least he isn't entirely infatuated with just your quirk. I flipped a coin to decide whether I should praise him or expel him on the spot. And it landed on its side, so I did neither. Toshinori huffed, amused. I'm sure. Yes, young Midoriya has taken to my quirk exceedingly well. I'll tell him to focus on his own, though, if it would keep your breathes out of a twist. Aizawa folded his own arms, staring blankly at Toshinori while unwittingly copying his stance. Toshinori's grin widened until, finally, Aizawa just rolled his eyes again and walked away without another word. Staring after him, Toshinori couldn't help the chuckle that slipped past his lips. Tough crowd. He looked around the corner of the building, directing his gaze to the students who were still standing there dumbfounded. His eyes fell upon Izuku, and his heart clenched. He wanted to go over and say something, but not yet. Not until he was sure. He really should call Tsukochi back. Hey, wait up. Izuku turned as he was passing through the front gates, identifying the voice as Uraraka's. She was waving an arm and jogging to catch up to him. Keeping pace with her was that Ida guy, who was walking with a rather stiff gait. As soon as they had slowed down and got in range for conversation at a reasonable volume, Ida bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. I need to apologize to you. Although it was not my intention, I ended up offending you. Please accept my sincere apology. Izuku smiled genuinely. It's okay. I overreacted earlier. The 0-pointer was scary. To be honest, the only reason I fought it was because I was worried about Uraraka here. The girl in question blushed crimson, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly, while Ida turned to her in shock. He had mentioned saving someone from the 0-pointer before, but that was you. She smiled up at Ida, still flushed red in embarrassment. Yeah, I got trapped under some rubble in front of it. I don't know if it would have noticed me and stopped, and I guess Midoriya had the same thought. Ida was silent for a moment, before suddenly bowing before Uraraka as well, going into a full dejiza. I sincerely apologize for my cowardice. I'm very, very glad that you're all right. She knelt and patted him on the shoulder with a cheery grin. He quickly righted himself. "Don't be too harsh on yourself. You had no way of knowing. Thank you for your apology, though. You're a nice guy, Ida, though you are a bit stiff." Izuku laughed at that, and Ida looked between them in confusion. Feeling as though they had properly reconciled, Izuku kept walking, quickly followed by Uraraka and Ida. "Oh, Midoriya, by the way." Izuku turned to his right to see the short girl put a finger to her chin in what was becoming an increasingly familiar habit. "That loud boy, Bakugo, called you Deku earlier. What was that about?" Izuku scratched his cheek, wondering if he should avoid the question. Deciding not to, he said, "He's called me that ever since we were kids. It's one way to read my first name, but it's also derived from the word for useless doll, Dekunabu. See, my quirk kinda manifested really late, and so everyone thought I was quirkless. It's basically his way of trying to keep me in my place." He looked down at his hand, clenching and unclenching it, feeling the thrumming power of one for all just beneath the surface. Uraraka tilted her head, a frown on her face. "He sounds like a PP." Izuku choked on air. "So you were a late bloomer, here. When did yours come in, then?" Izuku picked his gaze back up, giving her a sheepish grin. "I'd been able to temporarily copy quirks since about 10, almost 11 months ago now. The first time I used that super strength, which was also the first time I permanently copied a quirk. That was about a month before the entrance exam. As of right now, I only have the super strength, your zero gravity, and now Mr. Aizawa's erasure." Uraraka's eyes shot wide open, and Ida stumbled slightly in his pace. "Wait, back up." Uraraka waved her hands in front of herself. "That's super crazy. You used that strength quirk like a pro, but you only barely got it in time for the exam." Izuku laughed, picking at his fingernails. "I can only use around 10% of the power in that quirk. I busted myself up like that during the entrance exam because I used all 100% of it. I'm not strong enough. Maybe I'm not worthy, either." Was Mr. Aizawa right? He was interrupted from his spiraling by a small, gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked over to see Uraraka smiling at him kindly. "Well, I think you're being too harsh on yourself. Come on, we're only in our first year here." Ida nodded in agreement, chopping a hand to punctuate it. "And also, I think Deku sounds pretty cool. It sounds like I can do it where I'm from, you know. Dekiru." She pumped a fist in the air, making Izuku start to grin. "When I first heard Bakugo call you that, I thought it was pretty funny that he was saying something like that in such a rude way." Izuku finally caved and laughed aloud. Even if he did mean it in a nice way, he would still say it rudely. That's just how he is. They all laughed at that, and Izuku felt like a regular high school boy. He wasn't the inheritor of some tremendous power, his father wasn't some mysterious beastie that scared even All Might, and he didn't have to worry about blowing up limbs or becoming the #1 hero. For now, Izuku could pretend that everything was alright. "I don't think I'm gonna get over being taught by pro heroes." Izuku looked up from where he had been staring absent-mindedly into his food to find Uraraka standing over him with a cheery smile and a lunch tray. Still smiling, she took a seat across from him. Jolting out of his surprise, he smiled back with a confused grin of his own. "She's sitting with me." It had been a long time since anyone had willingly sat with him. Not since the last year of elementary school, or maybe the first of middle school, and only ever new students, before they learned who and what he was. "Why, he finally stuttered out. "It's pretty surprising. It's almost like a weird dream. I had to pinch myself during present MIC's English class to make sure I wasn't asleep. His teaching attitude is way different from his DJ attitude, and yet somehow the same." Uraraka laughed but then tilted her head, putting a finger to her cheek. "Though, you know, it's kinda weird that we don't know who's teaching us next, especially since it's an important class like heroics. Do you think it's another underground hero like Mr. Aizawa, and they don't want us to know who they are until we meet them?" Before Izuku could even open his mouth to reply, Ida sidled up and answered for him. "I find that to be very likely. I cannot think of any other reason we would be left in the dark. Such is the way of prestigious UA. Izuku bit his lip, thoughts turning inwards even as Uraraka laughed at Ida's rhyme and Ida defended himself unnecessarily. He hadn't realized All Might's message regarding his new job at U was private, for his ears only. If All Might was willing to share stuff like that, then maybe he wasn't upset, and Izuku was blowing it out of proportion. He gave a shaky nod. Right. Any further introspection was interrupted by the hero on lunch duty, the aptly named Lunch Rush. He meandered up to the threes table and gave a thumbs up. White rice is the perfect comfort food, isn't it? Uraraka gave a cheery nod, her cheeks full of food, and Izuku returned the thumbs up with a starstruck look, all turmoil forgotten in the presence of one of Izuku's childhood heroes. Of course, there were quite a few All Might chief among them, but the smiles Lunch Rush's food brought made Izuku's opinion of him skyrocket very early on, and even more now that he had the opportunity to eat the delectable meals. We're so lucky to be able to eat food made by Lunch Rush himself. His quirk makes it so he can quickly make a lot of good food. Although, I have no idea how it works. It must have something to do with his mask. Maybe he can exhale some substance that allows him to cook food quickly. Or maybe it's something as simple as lighting fires to cook with, and his food is so good based on natural talent. But then why would he brand as a food-based hero? And that wouldn't explain the sheer speed at which he seems to produce it. And surely there would be better branding for a fire quirk than that. It's probably directly food-related. Maybe he can turn ingredients into meals. Either way, I'm looking forward to heroics. After all, it's why we're even here. Uraraka's eager outburst distracted Izuku from his wandering thoughts. Ida chopped a hand. Whoever it is, we have much to learn from them. Toshinori was not a smoker. He had never been one, and anytime he had even thought about trying it desperately to ease his constantly shot nerves, Mirai or Sarahiko or someone else beat some sense into him. Smoking is bad for your image, or smoking will ruin your lung. You only have one, idiot, they would scold. Despite that, the stressful situation ahead had him longing for a smoke as he stood on the street corner, eyes closed and mouth in a tight line. Morning, Toshinori. Toshinori opened his eyes and looked over to see his friend on the police force pull a drag of the cigarette he was smoking, grinning in that familiar way that endeared him to Toshinori even upon their first few meetings. Toshinori nodded in greeting, longing even more for a cigarette at the sight of one. Maybe he'd caught too much secondhand smoke by hanging out with smokers. Hey, Naomasa. It's nice to see you in person after so long. He placed a hand on the detective's shoulder, who nodded and clasped his hand to Toshinori's opposite arm. That's way too corny. It hasn't been that long, big guy. Taking another long drag, he finally flicked away his cigarette, sighing as his cheery attitude fell away and left only a door detective. All right, let's do this. Nodding, Toshinori bent down, retrieved the discarded cigarette butt, and put it in a proper receptacle. Naomasa apologized half-heartedly for littering. They crossed the street, making their way to the apartment complex there. He led Naomasa up a flight of stairs, and when they finally stopped in front of their destination, Toshinori rang the buzzer. A very familiar woman answered the door in short order. Mr. Yagi. Please come in. Inko stepped out of the way of the door, bowing slightly as the hero and the detective entered. Toshinori nodded in return as he kicked off his shoes, placing them in their designated shoe spot as he slipped on some house slippers. Naomasa removed his hat as he entered, removed his shoes, and closed the door behind himself. When it clicked shut, he seemed to stand up straighter as he directed his attention to Inko. Ms. Midoriya, my name is Detective Tsukochi Naomasa. I'm a personal friend of Toshinori and one of the few people to know about One for All. We want to ask you some questions about Izuku's father. Immediately, the mother's disposition changed. Like a robot, she took Naomisa's hat and both of their coats and hung them on a rack before heading to the kitchen, face blank and hard. She returned quickly with a set of cups and a teapot, the span of time indicating that it had already been brewed and the steam rising indicating it had finished brewing quite recently. She sat down on the middle cushion of the couch, back straight, and poured out glasses for the three of them. Toshinori hid the surprise from showing on his face, or he hoped he did. I see, she finally responded, voice deadly serious. Please, take a seat. Toshinori went to do just that. Sitting in one of the chairs to the right of the couch, he remembered telling Inko about one for all while sitting in this seat, and Naomasa sat to her left in a chair he had pulled up from the dining table. Yes, Wooly, before we start. Naomasa placed a hand over his heart, his voice soft but steady. My quirk is called lie detector. I'm essentially a living polygraph test. My quirk automatically takes note of your heartbeat, and various other tells that it uses to gauge and determine whether or not you are lying. It does not work if one is particularly skilled at lying or convinced that they are telling the truth, and I don't get a conclusive answer either way when half-truths are told. With that explanation out of the way, he reached into the BRST pocket of his suit and retrieved a notepad and pen. Allow us to begin. Toshinori could only sit there in silence, ramrod straight, sweat beginning to run down his neck. He took a sip of his tea. It would pair well with a cigarette, he thought. Naomasa started the interrogation, and yes, this was an interrogation, no matter how much Toshinori had tried to rationalize it to him as merely an investigation, a courtesy call at best, with basic questions to ascertain whether or not his quirk would be effective. Your name is Midoriya Inko, correct? Yes, Mrs. Midoriya answered robotically. True, Naomasa muttered at the same time his quirk told him true, writing in his notebook. Leaning forward slightly, he continued with, is Midoriya your maiden name? Yes. Again her answer was simple, plain, and automatic. It was as if she knew what he would ask before he did. Perhaps she had already played this game at some point in time. True. With this one, he noted the peculiarity that she still used her maiden name, so he asked, did your husband take your name when you married him? Yes. This rang true as well, which concerned Naomisa's already high-strung brain. In modern times, it was becoming more and more common for the husband to take the wife's surname, but the legal and social implications remained as they had for what Naomasa presumed was a long time. For a husband to take his wife's name implied that he would rather be counted as part of his wife's family than part of his own. This otherwise benign fact was frightening in a case such as this, and he noted it as such. All right. Naomasa tapped his pen to the notepad thoughtfully, then pointed it at Inko, who was still staring at him blankly. In that case, do you know what his name was before? To clarify, what was his surname? No, I don't. He never told me, so I never asked. True, it was a true statement, indeed, but it was odd. How had they gotten married if this man didn't provide his surname? How had they been together long enough to bear and raise a child for 5 years without considering this blaringly important information? Naomasa chewed on his pen. Are you still married? No, and this time she punctuated her single word with a sharp shake of her head. True. There was no record of their divorce as there was proof of their marriage, so Naomasa assumed they hadn't been legally separated. Perhaps she just considered them divorced, or maybe the records had been destroyed or otherwise manipulated. Neither thought was appealing, and it further called into question the legitimacy of their marriage in the first place. And are you aware of his quirk? I wasn't until Izuku was diagnosed quirkless, but yes. True. For the record, could you tell me what you know about it? He can give and take quirks, she replied coolly, and at this point, Naomasa considered his previous thought true, that she had done this before or at least had prepared herself to do so. And here she stumbled, but only briefly, before continuing anew. He tried to reason with me, argue that he only took quirks that needed taking, and that he just as willingly gave quirks. I believed him, but it repulsed me regardless. The entire statement rang true, and Naomasa gestured so at Toshinori. His face grew grim, seeming even gaunter than it already was. Naomasa sighed heavily, sweeping his bangs from his eyes with the back of his hand. Inko slumped further forward, tears finally pouring from her eyes as she gripped tightly at her cardigan. It seemed that this was as far as her willpower could take her before her emotions got the better of her. Naomasa could not blame her. I don't know the full truth about him. I've only ever had suspicions. But he's a villain, isn't he? A bad one. Naomasa glanced at Toshinori sidelong, who coughed into his hand, drawing attention to himself. I have cause to believe that may be the case. If what you're saying is true, and all of our evidence stacks up, Then Izuku's father is the same man who injured me so terribly. You knew him as Hisoshi, but I faced the demon known as All for One. He placed a delicate hand over the wound, his face scrunched up in pain as though he were experiencing it again. God, I entrusted One for All to the son of its mortal enemy. How could I, of all the people I could have chosen? Toshinori slumped forward as well, resting his elbows on his knees as he buried his face in his hands. 𝐭𝐽 scooted closer to him and placed a hand on his knee. My Izuku isn't a villain, she stated with such conviction as to astound Naomasa. Toshinori nodded slightly, smiling weakly, gripping her wrist like a lifeline. Naomasa almost smiled at that statement ringing true. 𝐭𝐽 looked back over at Naomasa. Naomasa cleared his throat awkwardly, shuffling slightly in his seat. You had suspicions that your husband was a villain, but you never reported anything to the police. 𝐭𝐽 looked at Naomasa seriously, sharply, eyes still wet with tears. Suspicions were all they were. I had no proof, at least none substantial enough to stick. Either way, he was already out the door by the time he told me everything, and I don't know where he went. Is taking quirks even considered a crime? It's so unfeasible, I'm not sure there's even a law regarding it. There was, in fact, no law regarding the taking of quirks. The regulations regarding the handling of victims of All for One were highly classified and would remain that way for a long time. To make a law regarding the taking of quirks would imply the possibility of it happening. Deciding to leave it at that and move on, Naomasa tapped at his notepad. That's fair enough. When was the last time you were in contact with him, then? 𝐭𝐽 looked down at her hands. Well, physically, the last time I saw him was when Izuku was first diagnosed quirkless. But he still called every once in a while, mostly on birthdays and holidays, and he even sent a few gifts. Actually, those red shoes Izuku always wears are from him. Also, he's been sending money to us in the mail, just enough to pay rent. The day is coming up, this Saturday. Naomasa leaned forward, interest piqued by the possible lead on the biggest threat to peace ever. He's been sending rent every month. Even recently. How? From an American post office. Cash, in the mail. True. Damn it all. If it had been any other way, if it had been checks or direct deposit, or if there had at least been something personalized, but money in an envelope was the most incognito way of sending money, especially from a post office in another country. Ms. Midoriya, how likely is it that the cash comes from him directly? Is the writing on the envelope written or typed? Written, in his handwriting. True. There was the possibility of forgery, but something in this truth told Naomasa that such a thing wasn't the case. He almost prayed that it was. 𝐭𝐽, to imply that he lives. Toshinori wrung his hands, sweat dripping down his brow. He ran his hands through his hair a couple of times in that way he did to distress, leaning back in his seat with a heavy breath. I killed him. I crushed his head like a grape with my own 2 hands. The only life I took with my own bare hands. So I've heard, 𝐭𝐽 whispered, her voice quiet and reserved again. Toshinori nodded, face a carefully constructed blank. His trembling hands betrayed him. All Might was scared. Off the record, Naomasa stated softly, pocketing his pen and notepad, do you know if Izuku himself is in contact with his father or anyone who claims to be his father or a friend of his father? Has there been anything suspicious about Izuku at all recently that comes to mind? No, my baby is as good and as honest as they come. He hasn't the faintest what he's done to wrong you, Yagi. You've been very distant lately, and he's definitely noticed. True. Toshinori's face twisted further as if someone were twisting a blade in his gut. Naomasa, was that true or false? He looked desperate. Naomasa grimaced at him, trying and failing to keep a straight face. It was true. Toshinori ran his hands through his hair again, nodding rapidly. Naomasa downed the remainder of his tea, stood, and picked up his chair, returning it to its place at the dining room table. He looked back to see Toshinori holding onto 𝐭𝐽's hand, talking quietly with her. Not wanting to be rude, Naomasa stepped out of the door, and Toshinori walked out not a minute later. Ready to go? Toshinori nodded. Yeah. I'll have to rush to get to class on time, but I'll be fine. And, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵. All that stuff she said. Do you think she could have been lying? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵 shook his head easily. After all these years, I've gotten good at telling even when my quirk doesn't know, and she wasn't. I think you can trust her, and I think you can trust Izuku, too. Toshinori nodded again, buffing up into all might and leaping off without so much as a goodbye. 𝐒𝐻𝐵 rolled his eyes. Good luck, Toshinori. His heart panged as he said it aloud. It's pretty weird that we don't know who's teaching us this class. The electric boy, whose name Izuku still wasn't sure of, folded his arms behind his head as he leaned back in his chair with a contemplative look. Mineta, sitting behind Izuku, nodded vigorously in agreement. I heard rumors that All Might's teaching here this year. Do you think? Izuku merely shrugged, idly dialing 1 for all up and down on his pointer finger. Suddenly, the presence of a very familiar quirk light in the periphery of his senses made him jolt upright, earning him weird looks from the people sitting around him. An iridescent rainbow quirk light was rushing towards the door of the classroom, carried by an even more boisterous man. Here it comes. I am here. The door of the classroom shot open with a short crack, and there stood All Might in one of his signature poses, the one with his fists resting on his hips before he walked normally up to the teacher's podium. And I'm coming in like a normal person. The class, save Izuku, visibly freaked out. Even Bakugo jolted in his seat, wide-eyed. All Might. Mineta was serious. The electric blonde shot out of his seat, slamming his hands down on his desk. Mineta had already fallen out of his seat in shock. This year's gonna be totally awesome. The red-haired boy with a hardening quirk pumped a fist as he gave a very sharp-toothed grin. That's his Silver Age costume. Looking at it gives me goosebumps, ribbit. The girl Izuku figured had a frog quirk tilted her head and put a finger to her chin, her face an otherwise impassive blank, despite her words. It's so retro, it's inspiring to look at. The boy with the cyan quirk light and tail mutation clenched his fists as he looked at All Might with awe in his eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing the opposite, doing his best to avoid eye contact with his mentor. Would he see disappointment there? Loathing? Indifference? Izuku didn't want to find out. Welcome to the heroics class, 𝐻𝐽𝐵's great claim to fame. The first-year course is essentially Hero 101. We'll teach you everything you need to learn about being a hero, from large-scale rescue efforts to filing reports in an office. But today, we're starting with Dash. He whipped a card from one of the shelves hidden in the podium, holding it forward with one big hand. Battle training. Bakugo leaned forward, almost out of his seat, sporting a maniacal grin. Fighting. Izuku swallowed thickly, directly opposing Bakugo's fire. Here's another quick lesson for you. What's an important aspect of being a good hero? Before anyone could even begin wondering if that question was rhetorical or not, All Might pointed to the wall. Out of the wall came several rows of mechanical shelves with a soft hiss, each lined with a numbered briefcase. Why? Looking good, of course. Heroes need their costumes, which is why you all get yours right away. All Might shot a thumbs up to the class. All right, grab the case with your correlating numbers and get changed. After you're done, meet me at Arena B. It should only be a quick walk from the lockers, and you can't miss it. Don't keep me waiting. And with that, he was gone, leaving skid marks and a breeze in his wake. Izuku picked up his backpack, foregoing the cases entirely. He gripped his bag tightly, a genuine smile stretching across his lips. My hero costume. Izuku picked at the bandages on his fingers absent-mindedly as he did some acclimation training by rapidly rotating his 1 for all dial from 0 to 10 and back. He did it to both arms and legs until they fell asleep, then his hands and feet, and then his fingers and toes. Izuku! Surprised by the sudden voice, Izuku almost jumped up with the dial still turned up in his toes. Fortunately, he turned it back down, and the sudden pain and exhaustion made sure he couldn't jolt up even if he wanted to. 𝐒𝐭 stood in the doorway, a strained smile pulling at her face with her arms tucked behind her back. Can we talk? Oh, of course. What's up? 𝐒𝐭 sighed a little, shuffling in place as if she wanted to move closer but couldn't. It's just, I know I've been a little distant. And I know you're already worried about other, more important stuff. But there's just been a lot. No, there's no excuse. I didn't mean to grow distant. Not again. I promised I would support you wholeheartedly, and I intend to keep that promise. So, she suddenly whipped her hands forward, presenting a green jumpsuit with a flourish. Is that? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shuffled again, looking a tad bit embarrassed. I hadn't meant to snoop. But, well, I walked in while you were asleep at your desk, and your notebook was still open to a sketch of a hero costume, and one thing led to another. She sighed, eyes downcast. I really am sorry, 𝐒𝐿. I know I have a lot to make up for. She was interrupted from whatever else she was going to say by 𝐒𝐿 picking her up in a bear hug. With a surprised half-yelp half-laugh, she hugged him back. It's perfect, Mom. Thank you. Thank you so much. 𝐒𝐿 set his bag down on the bench, slipping out of his jacket and undoing his tie in quick succession. Undressing down to his boxers and socks, 𝐒𝐿 finally unzipped his backpack, pulling out the most essential part of the costume, the green jumpsuit. It was colored deep green, almost as dark as his hair, and it had white lines accenting his arms and chest, culminating in an H shape on his back, standing for hero. He slipped into it easily. Even though he had bulked up significantly, it hung a little loosely on his frame. He examined the padding on his chest and arms, relishing in the hard feeling of them. His mother had paid extra to get for that upgrade, but he had no idea where the funds had come from or where she could have even gotten it done. Next, he pulled out the belt. It was red and had multiple capsules and pockets lining it. The buckle was also in the shape of an H and latched on simply with a clasp. He pulled out the gloves, the real masterpieces. While everything else had been relatively cheap, his mother had commissioned armed guards for him from an actual support company. Again, 𝐒𝐿 was left wondering where she got the money for it, but he was starting to get an idea. They were made with S.H.I.E.L.D. tech, and there was only one hero who could get stuff from S.H.I.E.L.D. on such short notice. They were made of heavy white polyurethane and rode up to his elbow. They fit snugly to his arm, S.H.I.E.L.D's signature red polyfiber crisscrossing along them in an X pattern. According to the manual that they came with, they were specially designed to up his one-for-all output up to 20%. Last were the simplest pieces of equipment, a filter mask wrapped around his head with plastic straps and his regular high-top sneakers. He thought they made the look, contrasting the dark green with the bright red. Comfortably geared up, he placed his regular clothes in his bag and stuffed that in a locker, rushing out to catch up with Ida. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't find him for a moment but finally realized that the futuristic knight-looking guy was who he was looking for. The arm chopping confirmed it. Ida turned to him, still chopping his arms. Midoriya, your costume is very nice. It suits you well, although the hood is a little odd. The hood in question was 𝐒𝐿's modified balaclava, now an attached hood with protrusions sticking out of them. 𝐒𝐿 scratched his cheek, blushing. It's a little childish in practice, but I was kinda going for All Might's bangs. He's a huge inspiration, you know. Ida nodded concisely, punctuating it with an arm chop. I see. I can understand your admiration. It makes even more sense for you to like him. That strength quirk you have is very similar. Before 𝐒𝐿 could digress to that point, he realized they had already walked all the way to Arena B, with All Might's booming voice being their herald. It was an even shorter walk than implied. They say the clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and you are proof of that. Remember, as soon as you don these costumes, you are no longer ordinary students. You are heroes in training. Geez, and you all look so cool, too. 𝐒𝐿, still avoiding his gaze, looked around at his classmates. The variety in their gear was incredible if nothing else. The tail guy wore a simple white 𝐂𝐽𝐫 and black obi, the implications of that rather obvious. Yaoyorozu wore a sports BR and shorts, with braces and boots in a matching pattern, all covered by a long poncho. The invisible girl was only wearing a pair of gloves and short boots. Is that legal? I guess she is invisible. Oh, Deku. 𝐒𝐿 jolted to attention at the word, but the feminine voice wasn't hostile, and the speaker wasn't blonde. It was Uraraka, walking up to 𝐒𝐿 in her own costume. Do you mind if I call you that? Ah, sorry, is that rude of me? I didn't mean to assume. 𝐒𝐿, meanwhile, was too distracted by her costume to respond immediately. She had chunky, pink braces that went up to her elbow and a similarly chunky pair of boots with large sections of padding on the soles and heel. The helmet she wore had rounded antenna-like projections from the earpieces, and the visor was black and opaque, bearing white eye-like motif similar to Space Hero 13. She wore a puffy white bomber jacket, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and a pair of knickerbocker briefs, like what construction workers wore. Her jacket was unzipped, revealing a skin-tight suit underneath, not unlike what astronauts wear underneath their spacesuits. All in all, a very space-inspired vibe, appropriate considering her quirk. "Ah, Midoriya. You good?" Izuku shook himself back to reality, nodding a little too quickly. "I zoned out. Gah, I was totally staring like a creep. I'm good. I was just checking out your costume. And you can call me Deku. It sounds nice when you say it." He rubbed the back of his head, picking at the straps of his filter mask. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mineta shoot him a thumbs up. His costume was simplistic: a purple jumpsuit and hood, a regular white pair of shorts, held up by a yellow belt with an N for the buckle, yellow gloves, boots, and a flowing yellow mantle. The only real decoration was the stem sticking out from his forehead, visually similar to a rhinoceros beetle. I guess he's going all the way with the great motif. Good old school vibe. Finally, Izuku calmed down enough to look Uraraka in the eye. "Why, your costume is really cool. It's inspired by 13, right? The aesthetic totally fits you, and your boots look super neat. They're to cushion your falls, I'm assuming. Is there a mechanism to absorb shock inside them as well? Is that why they are so chunky? And your gauntlets too, are they important or just aesthetically pleasing?" He looked down at her, practically vibrating with wide eyes, his momentary nervousness all but forgotten. Uraraka blinked a few times, likely in surprise. Yeah. 13's one of my favorite heroes. I want to be a rescue hero just like them. And the boots absorb shock, but my braces and the neckpiece are to relieve stress on my pressure points. I get bad nausea when I use my quirk on myself." Izuku nodded easily. "That explains why I threw up after using it. Well, not considering the pain. Hey, do you think you could help me in training my version of it? I think my weight limit's lower than yours is." Uraraka threw out a thumbs up, cheer regained. "You got it. All right, you zygotes, let's get into it." Apparently fed up with waiting for the class to quiet down, All Might clapped to get their attention. Before he could properly kick off the lesson, Ida raised his hand. "Sir, since this is one of the facilities where the entrance exam was taken, will we be doing citywide fights against robots again?" All Might shot him a thumbs up, although his smile weakened slightly. He probably didn't like getting the wind knocked out of his sails so much. "Good guess, but not quite, young Ida." He put a closed fist to his chin, almost contemplatively. "You see, the entrance exam simulates a mass outbreak of weaker villains, which is useful for testing a large group. However, it's an unrealistic scenario, further hampered by the simplistic AI used by the robots. In truth, the dastardliest villains hide in the shadows, engaging in backroom deals and plotting in nefarious hideouts. A smart villain is secretive, and a secretive villain is dangerous. And so, for this lesson, you will be grouped together with a partner and compete against another two-person team in a hero versus villain indoor showdown." The frog girl, dressed in a hero costume consisting of a wetsuit, goggles, webbed gloves, and some kind of tank attached to the back of her belt, pressed a finger to her chin. "Isn't that a little complicated for a group of beginners?" "It is." All Might laughed, to the surprise of the class. "But that's on purpose. No matter how rough and tumble Eraserhead can be, he must see a lot of potential in all of you to not expel anyone. Therefore, this exercise is designed for a twofold purpose: to see where you stand in combat experience so that we know what to improve, and to prove that he wasn't wrong about you lot." Yorozu raised her hand. "Will you be deciding the winners yourself, sir?" "No, not quite." Explosions crackled off of Bakugu's palms. "How much can we hurt the other team? I expect you to restrain yourselves, but it is a fight, after all." Uraraka nervously tapped her fingers together. "Will we be expelled if we do badly here?" Not at all. Mr. Aizawa only did that to scare you. He's the only one like that, I promise. Aomar did a little twirl. Isn't this cape trays chic? Looks good. All Might laughed loudly, shaking his head. I understand that you are all excited, but at least let me explain before you go shooting out questions like that. He cleared his throat, then continued, here is how this will play out. The villains will be given a large dummy bomb to protect, and the heroes must either obtain it or defeat the villains to win. If the villains protect the bomb for the duration of 15 minutes or defeat both heroes, then they win. Every participant is provided with a comm link and this capture tape. He pulled a roll of thin white cord out of somewhere. His belt didn't have pouches, nor did his suit have pockets. If any participant has this capture tape fully secured onto them, that counts as a detainment, and they are out. Every team gets a setup time of 5 minutes to plan their strategies. Finally, the teams will be decided by lots. Ida put a hand to his chin. Isn't there a better way? That method leaves quite a lot up to chance. Think about it, Ida. Izuku put an index finger up, looking at the navy-haired boy. When we're full-fledged heroes, we don't always get to decide who we work with. This is an effective way to simulate that. Ida nodded tersely at that response, then bowed towards All Might. I see. I apologize for the interruption. There's no shame in enthusiasm. Now, come up here and draw your lots. Izuku, tense and nervous, flowed with the crowd towards All Might, and he picked out a ball when he was close enough. He turned it over in his hand. Stenciled on it was a capital English. Izuku glanced around, looking for his teammate. She found him faster, however, and bounded up to him, bouncing up and down on the ball of her feet. Izuku idly examined her costume, an oddly patterned teal and purple jumpsuit with a high neck, a pair of white, purple-tinted goggles, a mid-sleeved beige jacket with fur on the collar, unbuttoned, and a matching set of gloves and boots, both magenta with beige highlights and furred at the wrists and ankles, respectively. The gloves were fingerless, and the shoes had holes in the soles. All in all, a very wild setup, but not unpleasantly so. Hey, Midoriya, right? I'm Ashido Mina. You're the one with the crazy strong quirk, right? What can you do? Can you jump really far? Run really fast? Izuku flushed red, surprised at the energetic girl poking him with questions. Before he could answer, All Might held up 2 balls, one with the letter and the other labeled D. Team Alpha will act as the heroes, and Team Delta is the villain team. Team Delta. Who did Izuku see pull out a ball with D? His eyes widened, and they zipped over to find Bakugo almost growling at him, a stern scowl etching his features. Izuku almost blanched but held firm, returning the glare with a solid one of his own. This would be a good opportunity to show Bakugo how much stronger he'd gotten training with Toshinori. Finally, after another tense moment, Bakugo gritted his teeth and looked away. Uraraka walked up to him with a placating smile. Sorry Deku, but we're going all out, got it? Izuku nodded, smiling warmly. I wouldn't have it any other way. Just a heads up, Kaken's gonna be coming after me. He's pretty sessed off at me right now. She gave Izuku a worried look before nodding and sticking out a fist. Good luck. Izuku's smile softened as he bumped her fist. Thank you. She seemed to hesitate before walking back to join her volatile partner. All right, villain team, head inside and make your way to the bomb. All Might handed a scrap of paper to Uraraka, along with comm links and rolls of capture tape to both. Hero team, he handed them both the comm links and capture tape as well, along with a paper that turned out to be a layout map of the building. You'll be given 5 minutes to plan out your strategy. Use your time wisely. Izuku nodded slightly, still doing his best to avoid eye contact. It was irrational at this point, he knew it, and he was being really rude. But God, what a scary thought. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder, and he finally mustered up the courage to look at him, and all he saw there was understanding. Good luck, you two. Smiling, eyes brimming with tears, Izuku nodded more enthusiastically. Turning around quickly, All Might clapped his hands. All right. Everyone else, with me to the observation deck. Heroes, away. He marched ahead of the pack, leading them away from the main arena setting to somewhere else. Izuku had no idea where the observation room was. So, Midoriya. Izuku turned back to his pink-skinned partner, who was rocking back and forth on her heels, her arms tucked behind her back. You know our opponents, so that puts us at an advantage. What do we do? Izuku clenched his fist, looking down at it. Well, he stopped himself, taking a deep breath. Bakugo is a very heavy-handed fighter. He's all big swings and firepower, but his quirk allows him to throw haymakers around with extreme mobility. He's definitely going to be playing front guard, as he's the faster of the two. He'll focus on me. He pulled away his mask and examined his map. I don't mean to be rude, but because of that, I think it's for the best if I take him on alone. Ashido laughed easily, bubbly and light, and she waved a hand dismissively. Sounds to me like you have your own thing going on. A fated duel between rivals, here. It's almost romantic. No, Izuku grimaced. I hate his guts. Ashido seemed worried at the tone Izuku had taken, her cheery expression falling into a frown. I was only joking. Sorry. Shaking his head, Izuku laughed a little. Don't worry about it. I didn't mean to say it so bluntly. I want to beat him, is all. Also, your quirk and his are a dangerous matchup. His sweat is a nitroglycerine-like substance, which reacts violently with acids. You could inadvertently make him more dangerous or end up hurting each other worse than necessary. Ashido nodded slightly, though there was something like pity in her eyes. All right, that does make sense. I'll let you have your one-on-one. Tell me about my opponent, then. Izuku hummed at that, gripping his bottom lip between thumb and forefinger as he thought. I don't know a lot about how she fights, but she's tough, and she's definitely going to try to use her quirk. As long as she can get a grip on you or smack you with all 5 fingers on her hand, your gravity will be negated, so you'll lose all mobility if she touches you. Actually, just to be clear, your quirk is to produce acid, right? Or is it just an acidic liquid, or basic? Oh, I can produce different acids and bases from anywhere on my body, almost like sweat, Ashido said, acid dripping from an extended hand and hissing on the asphalt, and I can completely control the viscosity and pH of it. That's an impressive quirk. I guess that's what the holes on your gloves and shoes are for. Do you make a more basic liquid to glide around on? Can you make acidic compounds? Can you make solids or gases? What's your highest tolerance level? Is that why your skin's pink? Ashido just nodded mutely, not sure how to answer all of the questions. Izuku stuck his hand back under his chin. Uraraka's downside is that agility isn't her strong suit. She can't move well if she uses her quirk on herself, and her costume is a bit clunky. Just avoid her hands, and you shouldn't have a problem beating her. Ashido pumped a fist, a grin overtaking her face. It's simple, but it's solid. Thanks, Midori. Izuku spluttered, not expecting the casual nickname. I think that they're not going to move the bomb from where it's originally placed. Honestly, even considering Uraraka's quirk, there's probably not a lot of room to move it. All Might said it was kinda large. I think the default spot is somewhere in the middle of the building and halfway up, where the building itself can guard it easily. I should be able to jump up there with no difficulty, but I think it might be better to start on a floor down, to split up the villain team. Ashido nodded once more, and finally, All Might called to start. Alright, that's 5 minutes. Heroes, you may now infiltrate the building. Izuku crouched down, his palms flush on the ground. Ashido stood there for a moment in confusion before he gestured at his back with a nod of his head. Getting the hint, she climbed onto Izuku's back, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. Ignoring the mental image of Minetta's seething behind the camera lens right above the main entrance, Izuku charged 5% of 1 for all into his legs and leaped, charging a trickle of 2% into his hands. As soon as they were close enough to the window he had leaped at, Izuku jammed his hands into the wall, thoroughly sticking them into the thick material. He hissed as the concrete made an unpleasant noise against his gloves. Yanking free a hand and kicking his feet onto the windowsill, Izuku flung the window open and hopped in, crouching to let his passenger disembark. Ashido shook her hands out, jumping on the ball of her feet again. That was so cool. Thanks, Izuku whispered, but we should probably be quiet. Bakugo is definitely after us already. Ashido came to a standstill, clamping her hands over her mouth. After a moment, she nodded, a sly grin on her face. Let's win this. Tell me, round cheeks. Uraraka stiffened and immediately started mad-dogging Katsuki as he finally deigned to speak to her. Like he gave a SHT. He scoffed and glared right back with a frown, sparks popping in his palms. Does that 𝐵𝐴𝐷eku actually have a quirk? Uraraka folded her arms. You saw him throw that ball. Apparently, he only used 10% of his full power to throw it that far. Then there was him fighting the 0-pointer and defeating it with one punch. Uraraka put a finger on her chin and a hand on her hip, exaggerating a contemplative pose. Katsuki gritted his teeth, and he could feel his face getting red. When you were the one who wanted us to be hero partners. Like I'd need help from a useless loser like you. Alright, that's 5 minutes. Heroes, you may now infiltrate the building. Katsuki burst forward with an explosive salvo, ignoring the cry of surprise from the extra. Another burst of explosions gave him enough force to easily kick through the door, and he gritted his teeth harder. Did you enjoy it? Making me angry, holding your ideals over my head. Did you finally decide to prove once and for all how much more heroic you are? The distinct sound of a thump against a wall, along with the sound of a window opening, alerted Katsuki to the presence of the bestiaris that he was fighting. He burst around a corner right as the 𝐵𝐴𝐷eku and his extra of a partner walked calmly around the corner at the opposite end of the hall. Katsuki rushed forward once more, a feral expression overtaking his already angry face. Deku. Izuku reacted faster than he could think. He grabbed Ashido in a bridal carry and jumped out of the way with one for all, completely dodging the attack. Ashido, he muttered, trying to stay calm and calculating. As soon as I make an opening, run past him and go down where he came from. Remember, be careful of Uraraka's hands or anything else that she's made float. Setting Ashido back on her feet, Izuku took up a balanced, high combat stance, left leg held slightly forward. Bakugo swiped at the smoke he had created, and Izuku noted the massive fin crater he had gouged into the wall. Come now, Deku. Don't dodge. Bakugo's voice had an icy quality of calmness to it, but his bloodshot eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Suddenly dropping into his low stance, Bakugo darted forward, left arm held in front of him. I won't hurt you so bad that All Might has to end it, but I'll get dim and close. Izuku narrowed his eyes, analyzing Bakugo. If he was holding his left arm forward, then he would start like he always did, with a big right hook. Izuku lowered slightly, steadying both of his feet in what was a more traditional boxer's stance. Ashido watched on, wide-eyed, almost like a deer caught in headlights. Bakugo often had that effect. Suddenly swinging around with a massive explosion, Bakugo's right fist flew forward in what he probably thought was a finisher. Izuku easily slipped under the sloppy swing and threw a harsh right hook into Bakugo's wide-open stomach. His fist connected with hard muscle, and Bakugo gasped as he was flung back by the powerful blow. Well, relatively powerful, since Izuku only used 5% to hit him. When I was young, I learned an important lesson: not all men are created equal. Kaken. Bakugo wiped his mouth of spittle as he stood up on slightly shaky legs. Izuku dropped his stance and held his clenched hands at his sides, eyes beginning to brim with tears. Damn it, stop crying. I'm not a useless Deku anymore. I've changed, damn it. He put his hands back up, his eyes blazing with tears and furious passion. It sounds like I can do it where I'm from, you know. I'm the Deku that never gives up. And I'm not gonna lose to you anymore. Bakugo swiped at his nose with his thumb, glaring. You're holding back. Here. I heard about what you did to that robot. And that you only used 10% of your awesome power to throw the softball the other day. How much are you holding back? Izuku blinked, surprised. This was not going how he had imagined it would. Not a lot. Well, that was 5% just then, which is about half-5%. Bakugo growled, his palms sparkling with increasingly larger explosions. Do you think I'm weak or something, BSTRD? You're supposed to be the weak one, 𝐻 hear me. Stop Fing looking down on me. He clenched and unclenched his hands, his eye twitching as his explosions grew even bigger, responding to his frustration. You've always taunted me. You've always acted so much better than me. And I've always hated you. Bakugo suddenly threw his hands back, rushing forward with a huge explosion. Izuku's eyes widened as Bakugo twisted his hips in midair, and he held both arms up to block the surprise kick to the head. He managed to hold his ground, sliding slightly from the sheer force of the assault. Ashido, move. The pink girl jolted out of her stupor and was gone in an instant, basic foam shooting out of her boots as she glided around the corner. Izuku gritted his teeth as Bakugo twisted again and swung low with his left hand, his palm sizzling and making the air wave in response to the heat. Izuku dropped down and jumped away on all fours, borrowing a move from that frog girl, and he skidded back onto his feet at the opposite end of the hall from Bakugo. He led with a kick that time. He never kicks. Is he trying to stop me from predicting his moves? Bakugo put his hands behind him once more, but before he could ignite an explosion and take off, Izuku sidestepped to the right, rushing into an open corridor. If he's suching it up, then close combat will be even riskier. I know his normal attacks like the back of my hand, but if he's gonna fight differently, I'm at the disadvantage. No matter how much stronger I've gotten, I've only been training for months. He's been training for years. WhatIf? Izuku whirled around, expecting to see his opponent, but he quickly realized that his voice had echoed. Bakugo was yelling from somewhere else. Izuku let himself breathe a sigh of relief. You've acted weak for so long, but you're actually strong, aren't you? Come on, use that power on me. Fight me. Izuku shook his head despite knowing Bakugo couldn't see him, wiping at the tears forming at the corners of his eyes as he clambered down a staircase. You Fing idiot. Mina skated into yet another empty room, her frustration mounting. Though Bakugo's initial salvo rush had made an obvious enough trail of residue before, the smoke and ash were starting to settle, making misleading paths. She gripped her jacket sleeve, adjusting it in an attempt to alleviate some of her tension. It was true that her frustration was partially from not being able to locate the bomb, but another part of it entirely had cropped up as they entered the building. The way Bakugo talked to Midori was. And Midori said he hated that guy's guts. What's going on there? Her musing was interrupted by the comlink in her ear suddenly buzzing. Ashido, Midoriya's voice came through, breathlessly breathing. Mina's heart fluttered, his voice reminding her of how it felt to be carried by him. She was a romantic at her core, after all. What's your status? Taking a moment to collect herself, Mina pressed the button on the device to activate the microphone. I haven't found the bomb yet, but I'm on the trail. Our resident bomberman left a lot of residual ash and smoke. He wasn't trying to hide his presence at all. Mina pumped more acid through her boots, skating down the hallway and turning the corner when she reached the end of it. She froze at the sight of already open doors, the sunlight coming through them lighting up a small portion of the hallway. Actually, hold on. She stepped out of her own pooling acid, tiptoeing towards the doors. She peeked her head past the doorframe, grinning as she caught sight of the bomb and Uraraka beside it. Mina pressed a hand back to the comlink. Scratch that, I've found the bomb. Uraraka's patrolling, I'll let you know if I need help. Ashido out. She took her hand away from the communication device, stepping into the room as Uraraka turned away. She rolled behind a table that was randomly scattered by a massive concrete pillar. Carefully, she glanced over the top of it. She immediately ducked back down as Uraraka threw a globe directly at her. The globe clattered on the ground in front of her. Geez, that's some impressive timing. Uraraka giggled. Same to you. Taking a breath, Mina placed her hand on top of the table and jumped over it, skating directly toward her opponent and the objective. Smiling in a surprisingly cute way, Uraraka picked up a table with ease that someone with a strength quirk might have. The improvised weapon flashed pink as Uraraka's hands made contact with it. Well, Midori didn't give me bad info, at least. She flung acid in a sort of liquid wall as the table flew from Uraraka's grip towards her. The table, made of cheap wood and soft metal, melted easily enough at Mina's hands stung from the intensity of the acid, but she smiled through it. There any chance that you'll let me win? She asked. Uraraka put her fists up in a boxing stance. You'll have to get through me. Thought so. Mina dashed forward, a PH9 base dripping from her hands. Uraraka shouted as she ran to meet her in the middle, reaching for a grab. Putting her athletic frame and dancing skills to work, Mina twisted on her slick hands and jumped over the brunette. However, as Mina landed, Uraraka spun around and swung her leg at Mina's ankles, tripping her up. Rolling, Mina collided with a different concrete pillar, not much closer to the bomb. 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐿ink suddenly buzzed, the static quickly giving way to a voice. Ashido, Midoriya said, Bakugu's tougher than I expected. How are you holding up? Mina pressed her hand to the device, starting to breathe as she jumped to her feet and twirled around another attempt at a grab. Hey Midoriya, I'm dash, she grunted as she blocked a punch, rapidly backstepping as it turned into a grab. I'm fighting Uraraka right now. For such a cute girl, she's pretty fierce when she's fighting. I can see why you like her. Uraraka let out a cry of surprise, blushing crimson. Mina stuck out her tongue. Got it. Do you know where you are, exactly? Middle of the 5th floor, just like you thought. But seriously, I'm in the middle of something. Mina flinched as explosions went off on the other side of the line. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks, Midori. Good dash, she dropped underneath a swing, releasing the button. Luck. Izuku crouched down against a wall, starting to breathe from exertion. After a moment of catching his breath, he pressed the button on the comlink to open the Ashido, what's your status? The line crackled for a moment, but finally, a voice came through. I haven't found the bomb yet, but I'm on the trail. Our resident bomberman left a lot of residual ash and smoke. He wasn't trying to hide his presence. Actually, hold on dash, the line died for a minute or two, giving Izuku more opportunity to catch his breath. Scratch that, Ashido finally whispered, I found the bomb. Uraraka's patrolling, I'll let you know if I need help. Ashido out. With another crackle, the line went dead again. Sighing, Izuku rested his head against the wall. Kaken. Should I have told him about my quirk? I thought he had been almost friendly recently. I thought we had a chance to be friends again. God, should I have told him? Would he have gotten angry anyway? Can I fix this? Can I help him understand? He shook out his hands, jumping to his feet to continue running. DMN it. I don't have room to think about him. If he cares so DMN much, then he can dash. I can what, Deku? The soft, practically non-existent rumble of Bakugu's voice brought Izuku back to his senses, sending a jolt up his spine. He whipped around. Kaken. Izuku lowered his stance, bringing his fists up. He narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, examining every square inch of Bakugu's body in preparation for that split-second warning. Bakugu's hands lowered to his sides, but he didn't so much as twitch. I'm serious, Deku. If you're really so strong, prove it. And then he lunged forward, propelling himself with both hands. He twisted at the waist again, aiming a downward kick directly at Izuku's head. Izuku grabbed hold of the leg, intending to throw his attacker, but as soon as he caught it, Bakugu ignited his left hand, using his failed attack as a source of momentum to propel himself over Izuku's head. His right palm ignited, and Izuku's back was ablaze in stinging agony. He threw Bakugu off clumsily, moving in the opposite direction of Bakugu's momentum. Bakugu landed in a backward roll, already launching himself forward. Izuku crouched low, planting his hands firmly on the ground. He twisted upwards, weaving around Bakugu's two-handed explosion and slamming his foot into his opponent's chin. Bakugu's head rolled up, and he staggered back. Taking the opportunity as it presented itself, Izuku bounded away from the combat, opening comms as he went. Ashido, Bakugu's tougher than I expected. How are you holding up? Once again, a few moments of silence preceded the reply. Izuku rounded the corner, practically leaping off of the wall as he moved. Hey Midoriya, I'm dash, a grunt of exertion interrupted her, and Izuku figured she had been found and subsequently attacked. I'm fighting Uraraka right now. For such a cute girl, she's pretty fierce when she's fighting. I can see why you like her. Izuku snorted through his nose. He could imagine how flustered that comment would make Uraraka. He shook his head in an attempt to focus himself forcefully. Got it. Do you know where you are, exactly? More silence, then middle of the 5th floor, just like you thought. But seriously, I'm in the middle of something. Explosions went off behind him. He gulped down his nervousness. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks, Midori. Good dash. With a crackle, the line died. Izuku almost laughed, finding it morbidly humorous that his good luck had been interrupted, but a sudden beeping sound behind him made him turn sharply. Bakugo stood there, expression icy calm as he examined his right bracer. The device glowed orange between the green plates throughout. Ah, it's full. He silently stared at Izuku, like a wolf staring down a rabbit. They stood there, both tauter than a bowstring, for what felt like an hour but what was really mere seconds. This entire time, Bakugo finally continued, voice painfully soft, you've acted so weak and helpless. He clenched his fist, raw anger becoming more obvious again. But you've been lying to me this whole time. You are strong. Did you suddenly decide that I wasn't worth anything more than your pity? He aimed his gauntlet toward Izuku, pulling back the safety on the handle and gripping the pin. Well, I don't want your goddamn pity. I don't want you to look at me with those puppy dog eyes and innocently call me Kaken, as if everything's the same as it used to be. I want you fing dead. He pulled the pin, and an inferno burst forth. As the atomic blast enclosed the hallway and roared forward, Izuku glared. He wanted to scream. He wanted to rage. For just a split second, and only that long, he wanted to pull on 100% and show Bakugo his true power. But common sense got the better of him. He reared back a fist, letting 20% into his arm as he did. With a shout, he threw a straight punch directly into the heart of the blaze, and the sheer wind pressure that was kicked up was enough to blow it away. Bakugo held his arms up, his feet skidding on the floor as he blocked both the wind and the flame it carried back with it. The two boys just stared at each other in stunned silence, one shocked to have failed and the other shocked to have succeeded. Then Bakugo held up the other gauntlet, pulling back the safety. In a rush of speed afforded by 10%, Izuku shot forward and uppercut the device with a simple Detroit smash, shattering the thing into pieces and spreading the saved-up sweat everywhere. Jeech, goddammit! With a visceral yell, Bakugo loosed a regular explosion, and Izuku's eyes widened as the sweat scattered from the gauntlet ignited. Izuku! Izuku, are you okay? Izuku wiped the settling dust from his face, waiting for the ringing in his ears to fade and for the burns covering his upper half to start hurting. He placed a ginger hand on his comlink, staring back at the open skyline the explosion had exposed in the wall. The wall was decimated, the concrete barely held on by melted support beams, if at all. It's fine, he lied. I can keep going. All Might's voice took a second to come through, but he finally conceded. If you're sure, then resume the match. Bakugo, I insist that you use more caution. If you do something like that again, your team will be disqualified. Looking again at Bakugo, Izuku grimaced at the disgruntled expression he bore. Then, feeling sick to his stomach, he realized that Bakugo wasn't wearing his comlink. He couldn't hear All Might. Izuku gripped his palms. Bakugo hissed in pain as he examined his burnt arms before he leveled a fierce grin at Izuku. That wasn't enough for you. Young Bakugo. Young Bakugo. Bakugo dashed forward, only for his semiflight to be interrupted by a sudden lack of ignition. Visibly surprised, Bakugo still managed to tuck into a roll to soften his landing, but that ended up working against him. As soon as his face was at around waist level, a bright red shoe, crackling with power, smacked him across the face and sent him flying. You didn't notice before, did you? I'm a lot more than just strong, you know. Bakugo spluttered on the ground, blinking stars out of his eyes. He tilted up his head to glare at Izuku, eyes so full of venom they could kill a rattlesnake in a second. Izuku blinked to re-moisturize his now bloodshot eyes, and Bakugo's eyes widened in recognition. Izuku tilted his head in return, grimacing. Now that I mention it, you might want to get your eyes checked. You seem to not notice a lot of things. He wiped away the hot tears that threatened to spill outwards, more angry than sad. Of course. Crying is my first reaction. Laughing at you. Looking down at you. You inspired me, you bstrd. I looked up to you. We were friends. 𝐼𝐴 Bakugu spit BLD onto the ground, forcing himself up on rocky legs. I'll Fing kill you. Then come and Fing do it. Izuku grinned as Bakugu took the bait, running without the aid of his quirk, pulling back his arm for another killer right hook. Izuku sidestepped it easily, twisting and kicking at Bakugu's midsection. Bakugu just barely jetted backward with his explosions to dodge, stumbling slightly when he landed. Though he hadn't taken many hits compared to Izuku, most of the ones he had taken were headshots, so he was probably well on his way to a concussion. Bakugu stared at Izuku, stance guarded, his expression calming ever so slightly. Your quirk is to borrow quirks. Did you think? Were you worried about what I would say? His face twisted into something foreign, something unpleasant. Despite that, Izuku snarled in frustration. You self-centered prick. Izuku shot out his quirk light, morphing it into the same jagged orange light as his opponent's. Grinning furtively, he held his hands out, palms up, fire crackling on their surface. Bakugu's eyes widened. Who's looking down on who here? I don't care what you think about my quirk, he lied. With a guttural shout, Bakugu charged once more. You son of a bitch, don't you dare dash. Izuku, entirely on instinct, morphed his quirk light again, keeping the volatile edge of Bakugu's explosion but adding the glowing red of erasure. He widened his eyes, and the blonde's explosions died in his palm. Izuku held out his hands, igniting the nitroglycerine-like substance his sweat had morphed into. With a cry, Bakugu tumbled back, clutching his singed face. Izuku blinked the pain away, looking at his hands in legitimate awe. Bakugu bum-rushed him again, this time coming in low. Izuku swung his leg, aiming to catch him in the face again. Bakugu dropped underneath the attack, placed both hands on the ground, and ignited his palms. The explosion generated smoke from the torn-up flooring, and Izuku widened his eyes. A smoke screen. A hand cut through the smoke, grabbing his face. No explosion went off. Instead, Bakugu pulled Izuku into the smoke. Coughing at the pervasive air and blinking away tears, Izuku twirled around. He's trying to prevent me from erasing his quirk. Hey, Deku! Before Izuku could turn to seek out the source of the voice, something solid collided with his right arm. He cried out in pain. Here's my predictable right swing. Izuku didn't have enough time to react before Bakugu grabbed his arm, twisting around and using explosion to enhance the already devastating throw. The air rushed out of Izuku's lungs as Bakugu slammed him into the ground. Izuku bounced upwards, gasping like a fish out of water before hitting the ground and lying immobile. He clutched his chest, desperately trying to catch his breath. Bakugu scoffed, pulling out his capture tape. What happened to all that cockiness? For someone supposedly so strong, you went down easy as hell. All I ever wanted, Izuku's intoned quietly, still out of breath, desperate to hold in the tears that had been on the verge of falling for almost the whole match. All I ever wanted was to be cool like you. To be strong like you. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, causing the tears to fall finally. You hypocrite. You're the one who's always looked down on me. He held a hand directly above him, tensing his middle finger and thumb in preparation to flick. He braced himself by grabbing his wrist with the other hand. 20% let me shoot off air pressure, but not enough. If I use my fingers, then maybe 100% wouldn't be so bad. If it'll get you to shut up, I'll show you. Ashido, brace yourself. Improvised special move, Delaware Smash. Bakugu took a step closer. What do you think your dash? With a painful surge of 100% into his thumb and middle finger, Izuku flicked directly at the ceiling. Without any more warning than a harsh whoosh, a blast of air rocketed upwards, obliterating the ceiling he had flicked at and every subsequent one. The force slammed Izuku into the ground even harder. He hissed in pain, gripping his wrist with enough force to bruise it. His fingers were shattered, and his glove was tattered from the wrist down. The sleeve of his jumpsuit had also been torn. I didn't tell Ashido the plan. If she doesn't react quickly enough, then. Thankfully, his fears proved unnecessary, the announcement coming through as he stood up on weak legs. The hero team wins. Toshinori tapped his clipboard, pretending to look at it while he listened to his students chatter. That Midoriya guy is insane. It looked like Bakugo was keeping him on his toes the entire time, but he suddenly kicked butt at the very end. So manly. Toshinori glanced up to see who was waxing praise onto his disciple. A boy with fiery, spiky red hair that stood out against his tough-looking costume, reminiscent of Crimson Riot, clutched a fist over his heart. A single tear ran a course down his cheek. Although, it's kinda weird. I thought he had, like, super strength or something, spoke the invisible girl, young 𝐒𝐻𝐾, putting a visible glove to what was probably her chin. Tell me if I'm going crazy, but he totally used different quirks, right? A boy in futuristic armor either, if Toshinori remembered correctly, chopped an arm. That is correct. His voice was slightly muffled by the helmet he wore. It's possible that you didn't hear Uraraka mention it, but his quirk is a copy. I don't know exactly how it works. Still, the least I can do is confirm that he used both Mr. Aizawa's and Bakugo's quirks at the end. Toshinori was frightened for a moment. Ida had said it relatively easily, but many people, especially the elite of you, disapproved of quirks like that. Not to mention his fears regarding it, but logically Toshinori knew that the students did not know of them. To his pleasant surprise, none of the students seemed to mind terribly. Toshinori noticed that young Todoroki narrowed his eyes slightly, but that was expected of Endeavor's child. He chewed on the inside of his lip to dispel the rude thought. Todoroki was just another student, never mind that he was the son of that man. That's even more manly. The same red-haired boy Kirishima pumped his fist. He used all of those quirks like a natural. I'm jealous. Toshinori looked away from the other students to eye the viewing monitors. Izuku had stood up, clutching at his right wrist. For whatever reason, young Bakugo was also locked in place. The girls were talking amicably by the dummy weapon, with young Ashido patting young Uraraka on the shoulder in a supportive gesture. They all did so well, but I'm especially proud of you, young Izuku. His spirits dampened when he remembered what he still needed to say. Kaken. Izuku clutched his wrist, holding back tears at the pain. This is why. If I had used 100% directly on you, I would have hurt myself, but I would have hurt you even worse. I didn't want. Bakugo stared absently at Izuku as if seeing an apparition. Izuku contributed to the shell shock from losing. He huffed slightly at the thought, frustrated. I'm sorry that I had to do it like this. But you're not the only strong one here, you know. Without another word, he walked back down the hall they had both come from. He turned the corner only to see a wall of red, white, and blue. Young Midoriya. No, I'm sorry. Young Izuku. Izuku looked up to his mentor, already tearing up. You did remarkably well. I'm sorry that you couldn't have won without hurting yourself. The man placed a large hand gently upon his disciple's shoulder, his trademark smile turning small and soft. I couldn't be more proud of you. Suddenly, his smile stiffened again. There is something of great import that I must speak with you on later. Stay after school, please. Izuku nodded, and with a gesture from Toshinori, continued making his way to the nurse's office. He turned another corner, catching sight of both Uraraka and Ashido at the end of the hall. After a moment, they noticed him as well. Deku. Midori. Both of them ran over to Izuku. Gingerly, Uraraka took hold of his wrist, face contorted with worry as she looked at his battered and bruised fingers. Deku, you shouldn't have used 100% like that. Look at your fingers. They're all messed up. She turned his arm over, biting her lip as she examined the burns caused by Bakugo's out-of-control explosion. And these? That be yesterday. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, looking away to hide a blush already hidden by his mask. Aha, well. It could be worse. Uraraka's eyebrows pinched at his words, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Ashido stared at his hand in what was probably shock. Midori, did you break your fingers making that blast? Izuku ducked his head in a weak bow, still rubbing the back of his head. Well, I figured I can make wind pressure by using about 20% of my full strength, and my gloves would help me handle it, but it wouldn't have been nearly strong enough to do what it did. So, instead, I flicked at the ceiling with 100% power, but because I still can't handle the backlash from using my full might, I would have incapacitated my arm if I had tried to punch or something like I did in the entrance exam, so I flicked. Izuku bit his lip harshly to keep himself from rambling further. Expression still worried, Uraraka glanced away from Izuku's hand to look at Ashido. He saved me from a 0-pointer during the physical, but he busted himself up to do it. I don't know if he mentioned it to you, but the first time he properly used his strength quirk was during the exam. Ashido's eyes widened further in shock, but before she could make any exclamations, Uraraka sighed. We'll walk you to Recovery Girl's office, okay? Izuku nodded quickly, grin turning slightly less sheepish. Thanks. But you're not the only strong one here, you know. Katsuki stared blankly at Deku, not quite registering what had just happened. As the green-haired boy stumbled past him, Katsuki glanced at the hand he was holding. The thumb and middle finger were purple and bent at odd angles. Katsuki's eyes widened, and his breathing began to pick up as he stared at his hand. That was 100% of his power. That wind pressure. He looked up at the ceiling, gasping at the sight of open, blue sky. With just a flick, he did that. I knew he was secretly strong, but that if he had hit me with 100% of that in an actual attack, would I lose? Could I possibly beat that? And the other quirks? He predicted everything. He used Eraserhead's quirk like it was nothing, and even my quirk. Even when I had him on the ground, he emerged victorious. His breathing hitched, and he blinked away, the hot tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Am I the weak one? Suddenly, Katsuki was aware of a pressure on his shoulder, and he realized somewhere in the lucid part of his brain that All Might was kneeling in front of him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Young Bakugo, I know how bitter defeat can be. Katsuki took a shuddering breath, embarrassed and angered at being unable to rein in his emotions. Especially against an opponent you were certain you could beat. There's only one thing you can do. All Might stood up, and Katsuki jerked his head to the side to hide the scant tears that had made it past his eyelids. You must reflect on this and strive to be better. You're a strong and intelligent young man. You'll pull through. Now, let's get you to Recovery Girl. And with that, All Might stepped away. Katsuki looked back up for a moment, taking a second to watch the clouds passing by. Deku. Mr. Midoriya, I'm not going to see even more of you, right? This is just a one-time thing, surely. Izuku laughed, but he quickly shut up as Recovery Girl leveled a glare at him. Sheepishly, he nodded slightly, picking at the new bandages wrapped around his thumb and middle finger. Sorry, Recovery Girl. I couldn't think of another strategy. That's my bad. Recovery Girl sighed, but she nodded amicably. Well, it's not nearly as bad as the entrance exam. Now that was a doozy. But still. Be careful. Please. I doubt I need to tell you this, but now that you've inherited One for All, you're going to have to be more cautious with yourself until you're strong enough to handle all of that power. Personally, I want to stop seeing you for broken bones, but Toshinori. He's a sensitive soul. For his sake, be more careful. Izuku nodded again, this time more confidently. Of course, Recovery Girl. Again, I apologize. He bowed more properly, and Recovery Girl patted him on the head. You're a good young man. Would you like some candy? Please. He took a toffee from the round glass jar on her desk, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. Sorry for intruding. Izuku turned his head to see Toshinori step through the door in his emaciated state, Silver Age costume hanging loosely from his frame. He smiled warmly at Izuku upon making eye contact, and Izuku returned it. Their attention was dragged back to Recovery Girl as she huffed at Toshinori. You crazy old man, letting those boys go wild on each other. That was very irresponsible of you. You should have stopped it. Toshinori's smile dampened a little at Recovery Girl's accusation. You're right. I'm sorry that my foolishness got my students injured. You really shouldn't be playing favorites. I'm not playing favorites. Toshinori's gaze tightened, apparently offended by the jab. Then it softened, and he sighed. I don't mean to. Young Izuku, he turned to face Izuku properly, and he bowed deeply. I felt as though you deserved the opportunity to prove yourself against a powerful opponent like young Bakugo, but I let it get too far. I'm so sorry that my poor guidance led to your injuries. I promise to do better in the future. Izuku sputtered at that, waving his hands, gesturing for Toshinori to rise. No, don't apologize. I mean, I appreciate it, but… Well, okay, sure, it was scary, and sure we got hurt. But I beat him. I actually beat Kaken. You can't even begin to grasp how much I needed that. So thank you, Toshi. Recovery Girl grumbled at that. Well, just ignore me then. She tapped her cane on the linoleum floor. Midoriya, you can go. You exerted yourself a lot by using one for all so much, but since you only went over your limits at the end, I mostly healed you. The burns were easy, and that Bakugo got off even lighter, so there's no concern there. There's still some damage, so be gentle for a little while, and make sure to get to bed on time. Now scram. She motioned with her hand and her cane, forcing both mentor and disciple out of the nurse's office. Toshinori grinned lopsidedly, buffing back up into All Might. You weren't here for very long. I left the other students to discuss your battle and choose an MVP, so let's get back to class so we can continue. Izuku nodded, falling into step beside his mentor. As soon as Izuku and All Might stepped back into the observation room, they were swarmed by everyone save for Todoroki and Bakugo. Izuku flustered under all of the attention, and All Might gave a hearty laugh, slapping Izuku on the back. Right. That ought to have been enough time to decide. So, who's MVP? The class collectively glanced around at each other, and finally, Yorozu raised her hand. We came to the almost unanimous decision to vote for Uraraka. Izuku ped an eyebrow, a small smile on his lips. I agree. Uraraka glanced at him, surprised. She's probably the one making it almost unanimous, then, he thought. Care to explain your logic? All Might had a thoughtful expression, but there was a playful glint in his eyes. Yorozu tucked her hand under her chin, closing her eyes as if reciting something from memory. Because she's simply the best candidate. Honestly, it was between either her or Ashido. Bakugo's decision-making was clouded by his personal vendetta, and, just as you said, he caused unnecessary and dangerous structural damage. And, no matter how impressive Midoriya was, she glanced around at everyone, especially Kirishima, who blanched. He also caused a large amount of property damage, although his case is possibly more heinous, as he directed the blast towards the bomb. Also, even though there were several other options, he chose to go along with Bakugo and turn each fight into a one-on-one. That leaves us with the other two members of the teams. We couldn't reach a concise point, but the general consensus leaned towards Uraraka. All Might nodded along, turning to Izuku at the very end. And you agree, young Midoriya? Izuku nodded easily. Yorozu's right. You see, due to my own feelings of obligation, I turned each fight into a one-on-one, just like Yorozu said. However, there was a clear advantage in Ashido's favor in their match. I already knew Uraraka's quirk, and I relayed this information to Ashido. Therefore, Ashido knew what to look out for, and turned the playing field to her advantage. Not to discredit Uraraka, but Ashido's physical ability, mobility, and offensive capabilities objectively outclass hers. However, despite the odds stacked against her, Uraraka managed to hold out until nearly the very end, and was only overcome via a surprise double attack. If I hadn't taken advantage of the nature of the exercise, Ashido and I would have lost. Therefore, it must be Uraraka. Yorozu nodded concisely in agreement, a small smile gracing her features. All Might stared dumbfounded for a moment, then burst out laughing. Indeed. That was the conclusion I came to as well. Excellent analysis, both of you. Both Izuku and Yorozu blushed under the praise, and the other students sighed and chattered amongst themselves. Yorozu I get, you know, 'cause she's a recommendation student. But that Midoriya guy. Smart, strong, and nice. It's not fair. The electric blonde yanked at his hair dismally, earning understanding nods from Mineta and the guy with the weird elbows. Dang, Midori. Ashido bounced up and down in what was now obviously a habit of some kind. You're so cool. And Yomomo, You're not only pretty but super smart too, here. This place is so awesome. Yorozu looked like she was having difficulty comprehending that, and Izuku flailed his hands around in an embarrassed panic, but they were saved by the all-might-shaped bell. Alright, enough chatter, young ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the next round. And remember, these discussions are for your benefit. Hold on to the lessons we learn with each round to better develop your own strategies. All Might walked calmly over to his randomizer boxes and pulled out 2 more lettered ball. Team Bravo will be the heroes, and Team India will play the villains. Teams, get to your positions and wait for my signal. The villain team, composed of the elbow guy, 𝐂𝐿, and the bird-headed guy, Tokoyami, nodded to their teacher, followed shortly by the hero team. Todoroki glanced blankly at his partner, Ojiro, before stepping out and leaving the tailed boy to catch up. Izuku puttered around, finally finding a spot to pocket himself in between Uraraka and Ida. Ashido also meandered over, still bouncing ever so slightly. So, Deku. Izuku glanced down at Uraraka, who bore a contemplative face. Who do you think will win this one? Izuku tilted his head at the question, directing his eyes back up to the monitors. I think it will depend on who attacks first, he muttered. From what I can tell, I think Tokoyami might be more of a frontal fighter, while 𝐂𝐿 is a defense-focused fighter. On the other hand, both members of the hero team have highly offensive quirks. Todoroki is capable of using ice to capture and restrain opponents, and I think he might also have another part of his ability, but I'm not sure. 𝐂𝐿 can shoot tape from his elbows, which would be good for laying down traps and barriers. I only saw a little of Tokoyami's quirk, but it seems strong, especially in a dark environment. Izuku took a breath, realizing he had been going on and on again. Ida, Uraraka, and Ashido were all staring at him, flabbergasted. Embarrassed, he swallowed but continued nonetheless. Todoroki and Tokoyami will be the balancers for this fight. If Tokoyami rushes to meet the heroes, then the villains have the advantage, but if Todoroki attacks first, then the heroes have the advantage. I think. His miniature audience nodded, redirecting their attention to the displays. After another minute, All Might called to start. Todoroki said something to Ojiro, who then stayed put with a disgruntled face while Todoroki went on ahead. With the villains, 𝐂𝐿 had wrapped the bomb room up in tape while Tokoyami was patrolling the halls. Uraraka folded her arms. Todoroki sidelined his partner. Is he that confident? Izuku narrowed his eyes, not answering. Todoroki placed his right hand on a wall. Ice began creeping from it more and more quickly as he held it there. Izuku's eyes widened as he finally connected the dots that Todoroki's hero costume and his quirk light had laid out. I think I was right, he muttered quietly, more to himself than to the others. Uraraka looked up at him. One side produces ice, while the other produces fire. He's a perfectly balanced powerhouse, but... Ida chopped a hand, jumping into the conversation. He has his other side entirely covered. Why do you think that is? Izuku bit at the bandages on his sore thumb, eyebrows furrowed as his brain ran through different possibilities. I don't think it means anything good. We should keep an eye out for him. Ida nodded, returning his gaze to the screen. Tokoyami had been temporarily trapped in the ice as it crept from the environment up his legs, but his quirk quickly manifested and swiped at the encroaching ice with large, shadowy talons. Ashido gasped at the sight, bouncing a little faster, but otherwise remained silent. 𝐂𝐿 was properly immobilized, but he was still trying to free himself anyway. He had managed to snag a metal bar with his tape and was preoccupied with hacking away at the ice with it. Finally, Todoroki removed his hand, ending the onslaught of ice and continuing his steady pace toward the objective. Izuku noticed 2 things, how he never stuttered in his steps and how his expression never changed. Todoroki had apparently figured out where the bomb was rather quickly and made a beeline for the target. The icy boy's steady pace was interrupted by a rather angry-looking quirk entity, along with its MSTR. The entity swiped at Todoroki while Tokoyami ducked in with a kick, leaping straight to the attack at the sight of their opponent. Todoroki blocked the entity with his right hand, his face twisting in anger and surprise, but he took the kick square in the ribs. He stumbled back, attempting to put some pressure on by sending another wave of ice with a stomp of his foot. The shadow entity easily swiped through it, growing in size and power as Todoroki's eyes spread more and more over the building's already scant windows. Finally, after a brief scuffle, Tokoyami's quirk pinned Todoroki to the ground. Tokoyami dashed forward, taking the opportunity to wrap his capture tape around Todoroki. Todoroki has been captured. One hero remains. Ojiro put his hand up to his comlink and said something. After a moment, Toshinori raised his hand, continuing with, Ojiro has forfeited. The villain team wins. Izuku blinked, looking around at his similarly surprised classmates. Man. Mineta scratched at his head, one hand on his hip. I thought that Todoroki was a total badass, covering the place like that, but he got totally destroyed by that bird-headed guy. Yorozu placed a hand on her chest. He was impressive, but he blundered quite a bit. His main error was his cockiness. He sidelined his ally, becoming totally self-reliant. Then, he only covered up to his opponent's feet. While this shows great control over his quirk, it also means he didn't think they could escape such a simple trap. Finally, he fought against himself by making the corridor darker, making his opponent's quirk stronger. Izuku stuffed his hands in his pockets, still biting at his lip. His dad's endeavor, right? I figured he can produce fire from the other side of his body, but he's only using it. Izuku pointed up to the monitor, where Todoroki had placed his hot hand on the wall to melt the ice encasing the building. His expression had turned just slightly fierce, only noticeable to the most perceptive eye. Fortunately, Izuku was very perceptive. Just now, to melt the aftermath of his battle. If Tokoyami's quirk gets stronger in the dark, I can't help but wonder if it gets weaker in the light. If Todoroki had only used his fire, I think he would have won the encounter. His stubborn attitude and his cockiness in his ability both led to his downfall. But why didn't he use the other half of his quirk? Uraraka raised her hand, waving it around in the air. That's not even mentioning the property damage. Water will seep into the concrete and really mess it up. Water damage would be even worse in a building made of wood or brick. So, he lost because of his cockiness, stubbornness, and his disregard for his surroundings. All Might laughed heartily. So that's definitely Todoroki crossed off, here. What about the other participants? Well, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, Izuku scratched his head. There's no way it can be Ojiro or Zero. Zero at least made a trap for the heroes if they had made it to the bomb, but he was still trying to free himself by the time Tokoyami won. Ojiro, well, didn't do anything. So it's decided. The door opened just as All Might started speaking, and the four participants walked in with varying levels of pride. Izuku shot a thumbs up to Tokoyami, who returned it after a moment with what Izuku thought was probably a smile. His quirk also appeared, shooting a thumbs up as well before it was ushered back into its resting place within its MSTR. Zero meandered over to the electric blonde and Mineta, his arms held behind his head as he bore a sheepish grin. Todoroki walked with a semi-obvious forced calm to the far side of the room, and Ojiro attempted to do the same. However, Izuku walked up to him with a small smile. I'm sorry you got benched like that. I would have really liked to see your quirk in action. I'm guessing you use it in tandem with martial arts. Wide-eyed, Ojiro could only nod in confirmation. That's super awesome. Better luck next time, okay? Ojiro gave an awkward grin, bowing slightly in appreciation before continuing to the far wall. Izuku meandered back to his little circle of wow, friends, here. Heroes and villains. I wish you all could have seen more proper action, but you all reacted to your ever-changing situation incredibly well. Might I say, Ojiro, even though you did not fight, you did the smart thing by surrendering when your teammate was captured. In a real-life situation, that could very well save your lives. Ojiro nodded, giving a quiet thank you. The MVP for this round is Tokoyami. You reacted the best out of everyone, and your quick thinking and strength led to your victory. Very well done. All Might gave him a moment to bask in his title, but only a moment. Now, on to the next round. Xiaotou was furious. One couldn't see it by looking at him. He had practiced his look of indifference in the mirror enough to have a perfect poker face. Oftentimes, his ability to keep a straight face saved him from full days of training or a bonus training session right after a scheduled one. Despite his indifferent expression, his emotions were simmering. He crossed his arms to avoid picking at his fingernails, leaning back against the wall. He watched the boy who had beaten him. On the outside, he was generally unassuming, but his quirk had outclassed his mother's. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 quickly realized that he had accidentally boosted his opponent by making it darker. If he had only used his father's fire. And this was the source of his anger. He could have won, could have proven that he had worked so hard for this, if only he had used his accursed left side. But he had vowed never to use it in combat, he had only allowed himself to use it to melt his ice in a show of sportsmanship. Yeah, sportsmanship. He watched the powerful obstacle walk up to another unassuming boy, one with a green mop of hair. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 narrowed his eyes as he watched the two of them talk. That boy. At first, I thought his quirk was super strength akin to All Might, but apparently, he can copy quirks, super strength being one of them. But then there's his closeness with All Might. Why did All Might call him by his given name? Why was All Might so worried for him? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 had to grit his teeth to prevent the inferno of his left from leaking past his skin. The multi-armed boy that stood relatively close to him took a few steps away as his skin heated up an uncomfortable amount. Who are you, Midoriya? The rest of the matchups went by quickly and easily, not taking as long or being nearly as dramatic as the first two. The next matchup had been Mineta and the blonde Kaminari as the heroes versus Ida and the Asui as the villains. The superior physicality of the villains' quirks allowed for the quick and almost painless capture of both heroes. Kaminari had managed to get a burst of electricity off at Asui, but Ida captured him before he could properly crank his charge above a stun gun. Mineta, though he made what might be called a valiant effort, was quickly subdued by Asui's powerful tongue. MVP had gone to Ida for his concise actions and effective stratagem. He had almost cried as everyone sang his praises. Then there was the rock-headed boy Kuda and the girl with auxiliary cords for earlobes Juru as the heroes, facing off against Yorozu and Shuji. Apparently, Kuda's quirk allowed him to command animals, but there was nothing more than a few birds around, which amounted to little more than a nuisance. Thanks to Shuji's superior brawn and Yorozu's superior intellect, the villain team had held off until time. Yorozu had been the MVP for her creative use of her quirk in blocking as many doors as possible, as well as for being the strategist. She took it abashedly, having thought it should have been Shuji. The last team matchup was the boy with a painfully bright quirk Light M, who was apparently French-Japanese, and the invisible girl 𝐒𝐽𝐽 as the heroes, battling Soto and Kirishima. At the beginning of the round, it appeared as if the villains were holding their own with their collective brawn, but 𝐒𝐽𝐽 managed to slip by them by removing the visible parts of her costume. Apparently, she actually was wearing a costume, it was just invisible while she wore it. Her gloves were visible so teammates could keep track of her and slipping past them, capturing the weapon and winning the battle. The MVP had actually gone to Imar for distracting the villains long enough for 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to slip past the two brawlers. He took it about as flamboyantly as expected. That's all for today, students. Each and every one of you did incredibly well. All Might, having lined up his class in front of Arena BS Gate, spoke in a booming voice. And there were no serious injuries, save young Midoriya. Izuku poked at the bandages on his thumb, getting humid looks from several people. It was an excellent and insightful first day of training. I couldn't be more proud. It's nice to hear some words of encouragement after homeroom class. Asui scratched at her cheek as she muttered, Mr. Aizawa is sort of a buzzkill. Several other students nodded in collective agreement. I'm always happy to bring positivity to people, especially if those people are students at my alma mater. Now, we all have places to be, so watch how a pro makes an exit. And with that, All Might dashed off, leaving behind a strong breeze and the distinct impression of footsteps in the concrete. Ojiro sighed, folding his arms as he shook his head. I'll never be able to run that fast. After a moment, almost everyone burst out laughing at his words, leaving him with a confused expression. Chattering animatedly, most of the class began walking back to the lockers, save for two people. Kaken! Bakugo flinched slightly, glare tightening on his otherwise conflicted face. I need to talk with you. You can go to hell. Shut up, Izuku growled. Bakugo blinked, his rage mixing with visible surprise. You're an idiot, you know that. Just listen. I want to tell you about my quirk. It first manifested during the sludge villain incident, though I don't think you noticed. Afterwards, I put myself through the most rigorous training regimen possible for 10 months, training my quirk and my body until I couldn't move a muscle some days. A month before the entrance exam, I copied a quirk permanently, the enhancer quirk I've been using. Since it was my first permanent quirk, I trained it especially hard for that remaining month, but it's too strong for me to handle. You saw how I messed up my fingers earlier. Well, I broke both of my legs and my arm, destroying the 0-pointer. Bakugo dropped his head, face blocked from sight. After a beat of silence, he finally asked, "What do you expect me to say?" Izuku shrugged, both abashed and melancholy. "I don't expect you to say anything. I just needed you to know. Because I care about you." Bakugo's gaze jumped back up, and he took a step back in surprise. You can be a terrible person. I should hate you. I do hate you for some things, but ultimately I just want to be friends again. That's all. Sorry for taking up your time." With that, Izuku walked past Bakugo, breaking into a jog to catch up with the rest of the class. The rest of the day's classes flew by since it was still so early in the year. They barely did any classwork, and didn't get any homework. At the end of the school day, Izuku packed up his stuff with a sigh, pointedly ignoring Bakugo's not-so-secretive staring. The blonde had been looking at him all day with that weird face, and it was both upsetting and irritating. Izuku was glad to be rid of it as he hoisted his backpack on his shoulder and walked out of the classroom, followed quickly by Ida and Uraraka. Several other people waved at them, jogging to catch up. "Hey man. I didn't get to introduce myself properly, but I'm Kirishima Eijiro." The boy in question clutched at his heart. "I just want to say, your mock battle was super intense. I thought Bakugo was impressive, but you totally messed him up. It was super manly." "Name Seitu," said the tall, tanned boy with thick lips. "You're pretty strong, heh. I'm looking forward to training with you." "I'm Asui Tsuyu, but my friends call me Zu." The froggy girl put a finger on her chin contemplatively. "Your quirk is very impressive, but I'm worried about your super strength. You broke your fingers using it at the end, after all. Can you not control it properly?" Izuku's eyes widened, and he waved his hands around. Well, you see. Before he could even begin to jump into his very practiced spiel, the booming voice of All Might cut through their chatter. "Young Midoriya." Izuku jumped, turning to see the blonde hero in his very ridiculous yellow suit, holding up a hand in greeting. "Are you ready for that conversation?" Izuku gulped, nodding. He was less worried about the worst-case scenario of giving one for all back, but that seed of doubt was still firmly planted. Sweating a bit, Izuku turned back to his friends. "Sorry, guys. I'll have to catch up with you tomorrow. Bye." He waved goodbye while already walking towards All Might, turning away too quickly to receive any goodbye in return. All Might led him to his office, and as soon as the hero sat down, he deflated. Coughing wetly into a handkerchief, Toshinori leveled his gaze at his disciple. "Sit." Izuku complied, sitting on the couch opposite Toshinori. "It's time for you to learn the whole truth about One for All. It's a long story, so make yourself comfortable." Toshinori leaned back into the couch, his too large suit wrinkling. His eyes had grown dim, as if he were looking through Izuku rather than at him. Izuku couldn't help the shiver that ran up his spine. The story begins a very, very long time ago. During the dawn of quirks, not very long after the birth of the luminescent baby, a man with a quirk called All for One emerged. The man who wielded it had the unique ability to take, alter, and distribute quirks. Since this was the dawn of quirks, not many people had quirks yet. The quirked were a minority, and history shows what happens to the minority. These quirked individuals were outcasts, ridiculed, and thrown out of society. Some places, like China, Russia, and the United States, took more extremist positions on the matter. History repeats itself. Needless to say, society as a whole was on the verge of collapse. Scientific breakthroughs were non-existent, public relations between countries denatured, and most people feared outright war. The situation was not great. Then, All For One, as one of the most powerful quirked individuals of his era, rose to power right here in Japan. He promised quirks to those who wished for them, and he took quirks from those that didn't want them. And those who already had quirks became mindless tools when he gave them more. And so, with his charismatic nature and numerous supernatural abilities, All For One became the first supervillain. He became known simply as the Demon, or the Demon of Japan. At the peak of his strength, he ruled the entire country. Izuku furrowed his brow, crossing his arms. I don't understand what he has to do with One For All. Hold on, I'm getting there. You see, All For One had a brother. A weak, sickly brother who was on the verge of death every day. This younger brother had a strong sense of justice and was appalled by the atrocities his brother committed in the shadows. He tried to fight All For One, but the sickly brother had no quirk. So, either out of twisted familial love or in an attempt to put his brother in his place, All For One gave his brother a stockpiling quirk. With this, the younger brother soon came to a stark realization: he had been born with a quirk, one that had no other attribute than to be passed to someone else. Perhaps due to the inherent nature of the younger brother's original quirk, the two quirks combined and became one. With this newfound ability, he waged a great battle against All For One, and even with it, he failed. Before the battle, he had passed his quirk on to another, who passed it on, and so forth until it reached, well, you. One For All is two quirks. Technically speaking, One For All is multiple quirks. All of the previous users' quirks have latched onto One For All, or maybe it's more appropriate to say that One For All latched onto them. I know it in my bones, feel them every time I use it, though I've never been able to use them individually. Perhaps, eventually, you will. Holy Asuti! Izuku fell back into the cushion of his seat. He ran his hands through his hair, sputtering on half-baked words and tangled thoughts. There was so much he wanted to say, to ask, but this was just too much. And before you geek out about that, Toshinori held up a hand. Wait up a second. There's still a matter we must discuss, your father. My father. Toshinori sighed, looking away. My boy, there is no easy way to say this. Let me start by asking, do you know who your father is? Izuku grumbled, shrugging slightly. Some deadbeat named Hisoshi who left us after I was misdiagnosed quirkless. Indeed, Toshinori nodded, that is true. Do you know what his quirk is? No, not a clue. Izuku tilted his head. But I've theorized that it's a copy like mine, possibly limited to touch. A touch-based copy quirk and a telekinetic quirk that pulls small things would make a copy quirk that pulls quirks from range, given a good genetic split. Toshinori's expression grew grim. Not quite, but surprisingly close. There was a long, awkward silence as the older man stared at the coffee table. Finally, as though he were forcing the words out, he said, the truth is, your father is capable of taking, altering, and distributing quirks. What? Izuku smiled, baring his teeth like a nervous dog. I think I misheard you. Tears began to fall from Toshinori's eyes, but he continued in a steadfast manner, I had an associate of mine look into your father. Hey. Midoriya Hisoshi disappeared from the face of the planet exactly 6 years ago, and barely had any information on him even beforehand. Then, earlier today, that associate and I spoke with your mother. My associate's quirk allows him to distinguish when someone is lying or being truthful, and when your mother told us that Hisoshi could give and take quirks, she was telling the truth. I don't believe in coincidences, but even if I did, all of this connected information leads to a single conclusion. No way! Hisoshi is All For One, the demon of Japan, and the enemy of One For All. The man who wounded me so terribly, who I thought was dead. Toshinori looked out the window. The man who yet lives. Ah. Izuku cradled himself as he sank into himself, curling into a ball. What is this? A nightmare. Here. What's happening? I can't. Almost as if he had been holding himself back up to this point, Toshinori shot out of his seat and rounded the coffee table to lean down and throw Izuku into a tight embrace. My boy, I'm sorry. God above, I'm so sorry. I thought he was dead, my boy, I would never put you in harm's way on purpose. Toshinori squeezed tightly as Izuku returned the hug, sobbing into Toshinori's shoulder. The hero continued, his voice choked with emotion. Izuku, even with All for One alive, even considering your relation to him, I believe you are the right person to wield One for All. Time and again, you've proven to me that you're nothing like him, and I'm so proud of you, my boy, so proud. They held each other like that for a long while, until they both managed to rein their emotions into a manageable level. They both took their respective seats, sitting there in long silence. You're taking this a lot better than I would have expected, Izuku finally muttered. Hell, I'm taking this better than should be expected. My dad's a supervillain and I'm crying less about it than the day I met you. Despite the gravitas the conversation had gained, Toshinori managed a chuckle. You are. I've been panicking about it since the entrance exam. I'm sorry about that, by the way. Then, he said, after we dealt each other our should have been fatal blows, All for One and I both collapsed. Afterward, I was informed that his body had disappeared. There was no trace of it. That was terrifying, but since we really thought we killed him, we figured a villain wanted to give him their own burial. If we had known. You don't have to explain yourself, Izuku said. He shook his head, teary-eyed. Honestly, this is so much to process. I don't know what to think of it. But I know one thing for certain. He managed a smile, holding out his fist. I'll make you proud, Toshi. Toshinori gave a gentle smile as he bumped his fist against Izuku's. I understand it's difficult, but please don't dwell on him. I promise to keep you and your mother safe. When the time comes, I'll take care of everything and finish what I started. Izuku bowed deeply, not trusting his voice, then dashed out of the room. As Izuku ran out of the school building, an almost goofy grin spread across his face from ear to ear. Toshinori wasn't upset with him at all. Of course, there was the stomach-turning revelation that his father was likely a super-evil madman who stole and abused quirks, but what can you do? He did need to have a conversation with his mother about it, of course, but then it was a simple matter of keeping that secret buried deep in his heart until the day he died. Not that hard, right? Okay, despite the giddy state being in Toshinori's good graces had put him in, he was still seriously freaking out. Like, he might pass out. He needed to go to bed early, and he needed to meditate on this. He should ask his mom about him. And also maybe avoid Bakugo. Deku. Kaken. You're still here. Izuku nearly jumped out of his sneakers at the quiet voice dragging him out of his spiraling thoughts. Bakugo stood by the gate, a conflicted expression on his face. His hands were jammed in his pockets, and he was doing his damnedest to appear nonchalant. It was not working. Obviously, dumbass. I needed to tell you something. What is it? Bakugo's eyes flared with emotion for half of a second, but they clouded back over before Izuku could adequately register what that meant. I'm not here to apologize if that's what you're thinking. Izuku almost rolled his eyes, trying to hide his disappointment. But I'm man enough to at least admit I made an error in judgment. You still should have effing told me you had gotten a quirk, though. If I had told you before I learned to defend myself, you would have killed me. You tried to anyway, so maybe I should have. Sorry. Bakugo remained silent, glaring at the ground as if it had offended him. Finally, he tugged at his backpack strap, looking Izuku in the eye. Izuku jolted in shock at the sight of tears running down Bakugo's cheeks. You're strong. You beat my butt today. The blonde sniffled, readjusting his backpack but still not wiping away his tears. But don't you dare think you're going to get the opportunity again. I'll get stronger, and I'll beat you into the dirt. Got that? Kaken. Izuku nodded resolutely. I'll keep getting stronger too. Maybe one day, we. Izuku couldn't finish the sentence, but Bakugo nodded almost amicably. Yeah. Maybe. He wiped the tears from his eyes and promptly stomped away. He suddenly turned back around after only a few steps, biting his lip. And I don't want you actually dead. I know I said I wasn't here to apologize, but I fed that one up, you know. He kept walking, slouching even more than before. Izuku clutched at his chest, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Kaken. Izuku closed the door behind him quietly, heaving a sigh as he sat to remove his sneakers. He pulled on his house slippers and tossed his bag and jacket in his room. Shambling to the bathroom, he refreshed himself, then made a beeline for the kitchen right after. He opened the fridge and stared into it with tired, blurry eyes. A cough from the dining room table behind him drew his attention, and he turned to look. Sitting there, hands folded neatly together on the tabletop, sat his mother. He gave her a smile. "Hey, Mom dash, Yagi told you, didn't he?" Izuku blinked, standing up straighter and dropping his smile. His mother sighed, obviously taking his change in demeanor for confirmation. She wrung her hands nervously. "We talked earlier today. I told him and a detective everything relevant I knew about him, and Yagi asked for permission to talk to you as well. You know now, don't you? Who your father is? Do you? Do you want to talk about it?" Izuku chewed on his cheek as he avoided his mother's gaze, trying to maintain his composure. It was one thing to discuss All for One as the villain with his MSTR, but to speak of him like his father with his mother. That was an entirely different beast. Finally, he simply asked, "Can you tell me about him?" Inko's face scrunched up, tears falling slowly and thickly down her cheeks. Sniffling, she attempted to compose herself. "At first, I thought he had to be the sweetest man on earth. He was so charismatic and kind, and he could cook like no one's business." She laughed wryly. "I fell in love with him, with the man he presented himself as, and for whatever reason, he decided to reciprocate. We dated for a while, he asked me to marry him, and we had you. I doubt you remember him, but God, he looked at you with such love in his eyes." Izuku stepped carefully over to her, draping an arm over her shoulder. She leaned into the contact with a grateful sigh. Izuku chewed on his words for a moment before finally asking, "What happened?" "It happened when you were diagnosed quirkless." He was furious. "When I finally confronted him about his outrage, he told me the truth. Or most of the truth, as far as I could tell. He explained that he wasn't upset that you were quirkless, but because you didn't have his quirk. But then he calmed down and said that if you wanted a quirk, he'd be happy to give you one. He said it so casually, like he could take you quirk shopping, get you a little treat to tide you over. He must have thought I would have stuck by him even after learning the truth, but I was mortified. I kicked him out, but I'm sure that was more symbolic than anything. If he had truly wanted to stay, I don't doubt he would have used force. We moved, and he went about his business, it seems." Izuku took a seat next to Inko, staring at the table as the words hit home. "I was just an experiment." Inko shook her head solemnly, slowly rising from her seat. "Baby, don't you dare think of yourself that way. You're so much more than whatever he wanted you to be." She pulled Izuku into a gentle hug, standing him up, only squeezing ever so slightly. "Sweet angel. No matter how terrible that man may be, I can't regret marrying him because then I wouldn't have had you. My baby boy. I love you so much, more than I could ever say with words alone." Izuku mumbled affirmation into her hair. She pulled away and walked into her room with a small smile. Izuku, not feeling hungry anymore, followed suit, shuffling into his room. He threw himself onto his bed and immediately passed out. His eyes snapped back open at a suddenly oppressive feeling from all around him. It was looking at him. It was touching him. It was going to hurt him. It was going to kill him. He looked around in a panic, but his surroundings were completely unfamiliar, not to mention non-existent. He was surrounded by inky black, darker than anything that should have been physically conceivable. He looked down at himself as best he could. Everything save for about half of his head and part of his hand was covered in dark gray smoke, tinted with a deep red at the edges and shifting in a way that smoke does not normally move. He could only see out of his right eye, so he figured the left side of his face must be covered. He tried to move his hand, but it felt like when he had activated one for all above his threshold. The ninth. Izuku glanced to his side, dropping his concentration on his hand and skiing in a breath at the sight of a man standing there. He was dressed in a simple white shirt and dark breathes, a turquoise dress shirt unbuttoned over the white one. The only peculiar thing about him was his stark white hair, long and straight. His gaze was filled with sorrow, but there was recognition there as well, and a certain determined strength. Izuku! Izuku's eye darted to the right, and there he saw an oddly familiar man. Like the other, his hair was a stark white, although unlike the former, he wore it short and curly. His nose was sharp, his jawline was strong, and he was easily a head taller than both Izuku and the other man. Something about him radiated power, a strength 100-fold greater than the other. Both men were veiled in dark smoke, red on the edges, and Izuku realized it was eerily similar to his own smoke as well as his quirk light. The both of them started walking towards Izuku, the leftmost man taking hesitant and haggard steps, the rightmost walking with a powerful air about him. Despite their vast differences, Izuku felt panicked by both of their approaches. Izuku! Come, fulfill your destiny. The man he recognized now as his father stuck out his hand, a soft, loving smile playing on his lips. Nephew! You will be the one to end his legacy. The man he recognized now as his uncle desperately reached for him, a harsh grimace furrowing his eyebrows. And Izuku could do nothing, not even scream. Izuku! Izuku! The boy's eyes shot open yet again, this time to see the panicked face of his mother. He got only a moment of serene confusion before panic and pain set in once more. He looked to his right, sweat running down his face. The window on the far wall had shattered completely, and his hand was glowing brightly, as it did when One for All was passed through it before use. Confusion set in again at the realization that he hadn't used One for All, but his window was shattered anyway. He dispelled the effect in his hand, breathing harder at the onslaught of exhaustion and pain. He smiled in the face of his mother's fear, trying and obviously failing to assuage her worry. Bad dream, he whispered, voice hoarse. She wrapped him in a tight hug and didn't let go for a very long time. Izuku woke up in a groggy stupor, half asleep due to not being able to fall back asleep for a while the night prior. He cleaned himself up, got dressed semi-properly, and shoveled a quick breakfast of an egg on rice before making to leave. His mother fixed his crooked tie, and with a half-hearted bye, Izuku was on his way to school. The ride on the train was easy enough, and he only got a few jealous looks for wearing a UA uniform. He exited the station to find Uraraka and Ida waiting for him, smiling and waving. Or, in Ida's case, chopping his hand. Izuku waved back. They fell into step together in easy silence, which Izuku appreciated. The silence was interrupted by Izuku himself, however, at the sight of spiky, blonde hair. Hey, Kaken, wait up. Izuku waved to his. He wanted to say friend, but that might be pushing it. He waved to Bakugo enthusiastically, getting weird looks from Ida and Uraraka as they walked beside him. Bakugo spared Izuku a glance and slowed his pace, which Izuku took as his invitation to fall into step with him. What the F do you want? Despite the aggressive words, Bakugo's tone was subtly subdued, indicating that he wasn't sessed off at Izuku for talking to him. Even though that was pretty much bare minimum, Izuku smiled at the small progress, visibly confusing Ida and Uraraka. And what the hell do these extras want? Ida gasped in an offended manner, chopping his hand with intent. How dare you? I have already informed you that my name is Ida Tenya, so use it, if you would. Bakugo scoffed, shoving his hands in his pockets and pointedly ignoring the taller boy. Ida sputtered, still chopping his hand with animated intensity as Uraraka struggled to contain her laughter at their antics. Izuku, still smiling, shook his head. He looked up to his left at the imposing building that they went to school at, then ahead to see, excuse me. A woman who was decidedly not anywhere nearby only a few seconds prior was suddenly shoving a microphone in Izuku's face. A reporter. Izuku also noticed the absolutely colossal collection of quirk lights interposed at the front gate. Honestly, he didn't have a clue how he didn't notice them before. Are you 4 All Might students? How is he as a teacher dash? Hey, aren't you the kids from the sludge villain incident? Bakugo's scowl turned into a grimace, and Izuku rubbed his throat at the unpleasant reminder. Walk away before you lose a hand, Bakugo growled, the terrifying tone of voice he had taken as well as the snap-crackle of his palms thoroughly convincing the reporter lady to back off, though she did so with a look of wounded offense. Without another word, Bakugo marched forward through the legitimate sea of other reporters with the other three in tow. Uraraka pulled on Izuku's sleeve. What's the sludge villain incident? Don't ask, both Izuku and Bakugo grumbled at the same time. They glanced at each other in surprise as they came up on the front gate. Mr. Aizawa stood in the reporter's way of the gate, very obviously trying to get them to leave and very obviously frustrated at their obstinate behavior. Please, can't we get just one interview with All Might? Who even are you, anyway? You look homeless. All Might is not currently on campus. Mr. Aizawa ushered the four students behind him with a subtle gesture and, still speaking in that exhausted manner of his, turned to follow them through the gate. And you've disturbed my students enough. Leave before the police are called. One reporter tried to follow him through, but the gate suddenly snapped shut, cutting them off. Izuku looked up at their teacher as he walked behind them, rubbing his eyes with the palms of his hands. I hate those media folk. If for nothing else, I respect All Might for dealing with them so well. Their teacher walked up ahead, leaving the students to catch up. Upon entering the classroom, the four immediately took their seats, and Mr. Aizawa stepped up to the podium. Good work yesterday. Everyone in the class perked up at that. Praise, from Mr. Aizawa. You all did remarkably average during your combat training the other day. It being your first time in a combat situation, I'm surprised. I've already reviewed the video feeds of each fight and graded them accordingly. That all being said, Bakugo. The blonde grumbled. Stop sulking at your loss like a toddler. You're talented. Also, the school has gotten into contact with the support company that provided you with your gauntlets. Until further notice, your usage of them as support items is prohibited. Whoever actually made and provided them is an idiot. Feel free to revise your design and submit that at your earliest convenience. Bakugo nodded easily, as if he had already seen that coming, which he probably had. Yeah, whatever. Midoriya. Izuku jolted upright in his seat. Mr. Aizawa stared him dead in the eye. You did well for most of your fight, but in the end, you injured yourself to win like you did in the entrance exam. Admittedly, it was an interesting strategy, but you can't just rely on interesting strategies, especially if you harm yourself to follow through with them. Also, you're too reliant on just your strength. Use that mind of yours and come up with better strategies. Izuku sat up straight, giving a firm nod. Right. Thank you, sir. It's true, I become too dependent on one for all in the heat of the moment. But for now, I'll take what I can get. Mr. Aizawa let out a quiet sigh through his nose, leafing through the papers on his podium. Those are the biggest ones. Here's some smaller nitpicks. Todoroki, don't ever underestimate your opponents. Todoroki grunted in response. Both Kirishima and Seitu, don't get caught up in brawls. Pay attention to your surroundings. Yes, shouted Kirishima enthusiastically. Yes, sir, Seitu said, more subdued. Nodding, Mr. Aizawa put his papers down and leaned forward on his podium. That's all. The rest of you, keep working hard. Now, on to the next activity. This is important, so pay attention. Izuku swallowed thickly, and he could feel the tension in the room increase. Today, we're choosing class representatives. The class breathed a collective sigh of relief, calming down at the relatively normal school activity. And then the words actually sunk in. Everyone shot out of their seats, waving their hands and crying out reasons why they should be representatives. Mineta literally climbed onto his desk to get higher, and even the less excitable people, such as Jiru and Yorozu, were taking part. Everyone, please settle down. Ida shot out of his seat, calming the class down with surprising speed thanks to his booming voice. The class representative plays a very important, nigh sacred role. It is their duty to lead and guide their peers in all matters. Not just anyone can do it, the class representative must be trusted by said peers. Therefore, logic dictates that we go about this democratically. Even though he had been the one to call for a vote, Ida's hand was raised the highest out of everyone. Izuku stifled a giggle at his friend's outburst. Kaminari tucked his arms behind his head, ping an eyebrow. Is that really the best option, though? We've barely known each other for a few days. Asui stuck a finger to her chin, her normally placid expression ever so slightly confused. So how can we know who to trust? Besides, wouldn't everyone vote for themselves? Kirishima was the one to present this query, but Ida shook his head and chopped a hand at the spiky-haired boy. If we wanted, we could prohibit that, but I think that whoever does receive multiple votes would be the proper choice. I believe this to be the best way. He turned to Mr. Aizawa as he spoke, who was finishing up zipping his sleeping bag closed around him. Do you agree, sir? Mr. Aizawa grumbled. I don't care. Finish before class ends. I don't want to do this again later. With that, he dropped behind the podium with an audible thump, and Ida bowed to the already asleep teacher. Thank you for placing your trust in me. With that, Ida turned back to the rest of the class, throwing his hands forward dramatically. Now, people, take your votes on a piece of paper and place them on the podium. When everyone has voted, a person will be selected randomly to tally them up. The class agreed, collectively taking out lined papers, sticky notes, and the like to write down their votes. When the last person had sat back down, Ida pointed at someone at random. Ashido came up and took up the pieces of paper, fingering through them and whispering to Ida as he wrote down the total votes for everyone. When he had finished, the people with the most votes were. Bakugo jumped up, slamming his hands on his desk. God damn it, who voted for him? Zero snorted, waving a hand dismissively. Did you honestly think anyone would vote for you? Izuku blinked, looking around at everyone. How did I get 4 votes? Seriously. He looked at the board. The people without votes were Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Ashido. Izuku looked around at each of them, and they all sheepishly avoided his gaze, save for Kirishima, who shot a thumbs up at him. At the sudden commotion, Mr. Aizawa's sleeping bag tilted back up, and the man blinked the sleep out of his eyes as he looked at the board. Looks like Midoriya will be the representative, and Yorozu will act as his deputy. With a gesture from Aizawa, both students walked up to the front of the classroom, and Izuku bowed, still in a daze. How frustrating! Yorozu massaged her temple with 2 fingers, her other hand resting on her hip. Thank you for placing your trust in me. Izuku shouted, unintentionally copying Ida's exact phrasing. Unfolding, he turned to Yorozu, bowing again slightly. And I hope we get along. I look forward to working with you. Obviously discontented with her loss, Yorozu still bowed in return. Whispering for only her to hear, Izuku said, If it's any consolation, I voted for you. Your analysis the other day was really good. Yorozu's pinched smile turned slightly more genuine, and she muttered a quiet thank you. Great, that was handled rationally. Work hard in the rest of your classes. Their teacher spoke in a dull voice, falling back down after he finished with yet another thump. Cementos walked in as the bell rang, setting his papers and a book on the podium, not sparing a glance for the definitely already asleep Eraserhead. Izuku went about the menial task of buying his lunch from Lunch Rush Eatery, picking out a simple beef stew, and sat down without delay. Ida and Uraraka also sat across from him, digging in right away. It's already so crowded in here, said Uraraka, face full of white rice as she stuffed her cheeks with gusto. Ida nodded, wiping at his chin with a napkin before speaking. It is a rather large school, isn't it? Ida quietly scooped more curry into his mouth, and Uraraka mumbled something around another mouthful of rice. Izuku looked between them, sighing suddenly in the lull of their small talk. Can I be honest? I'm pretty surprised anyone voted for me. Both of his friends looked at him with curious expressions. It's just that I've never been in a position like this before. I'm worried about how well I'll do, I guess. They both nodded in understanding at that. I think you'll be okay. Uraraka smiled cheerily, shoveling more rice into her mouth. I concur with Uraraka, said Ida, wiping his lip of curry again. Honestly, I have a hard time believing that you've never been a representative or on the student council before. You certainly have a sharp enough mind for it. Your strength and ability are a worthy boon as well. Izuku blushed at the compliment, scratching his cheek. That was always Kaken in my class. Seriously? Uraraka looked genuinely confused. Who would vote for that guy? He's a nutcase. Izuku smiled forlornly. Well, I was a wimp back in middle school. Even considering, Kaken's always been amazing. He's strong both physically and academically, so he always got something, even if it was just the secretary of the student council. But, no, not me. Uraraka's expression darkened slightly, and she silently shoveled some more rice into her mouth. Ida chopped his hand, a sharp frown on his face. While I can easily admit he has admirable strength, his attitude and mannerisms present him as undesirable. Certainly, if we had ever gone to school together, I feel as though I would vote for you as I did here. Before Izuku could digress, because of course he wouldn't have, the conversation moved on. You know, Uraraka stuck a finger to her chin, I thought you totally wanted the position of representative, Ida. You certainly have the right attitude, and you even look the part. Ida sputtered, blushing a bit. Well, even if I wanted the position, there's a difference between wanting and deserving. Almost as a side note, Ida added, observing the Ida family hero agency has taught me that. Izuku straightened up a little, smiling as he asked, so you are related to 𝐒𝐽𝐺? Is he your brother or something? Your dad? Ida looked at Izuku in shock, making Izuku feel a little guilty. I think he wanted it to be a surprise. Oops. Uraraka tilted her head in confusion. 𝐒𝐽𝐺? Who's that? Izuku laughed at the distraught expression on Ida's face at Uraraka's honest query, deciding to spare him. 𝐒𝐽𝐺's a hero based in Tokyo, and he hires a lot of sidekicks 65, the last time I checked. Izuku pinched his bottom lip as he mentally recalled his notes on the hero. He's not super high in overall rankings, hanging in the low hundreds, but is well known in his home territory and the surrounding area. He's good with children, he's been in a lot of commercials, and he does a lot of visits to schools and stuff. And he has the same engine quirk as Ida actually. I've been meaning to ask, is that just a coincidence or what? Ida quickly managed to compose himself, pristinely sitting up straight to remaster his air of intelligence. That is all true, and I'm happy to hear my brother is so well known. To answer your question, the engine quirk is a DMNT gene in the Ida family. Almost everyone in our family has some variation of it, and those who don't at least have a similar quirk. The Idas have been in the hero business for generations, each passing on the title of 𝐒𝐽𝐺. Ida straightened his glasses, smiling softly, the slight crinkling around his eyes making the expression even more genuine. My brother is the pinnacle of heroism, and I aspire to be like him, but my point is, I'm not ready to be in a position like my brother. You, on the other hand, are perfectly suited to such a role. Izuku smiled back at him, honestly surprised at how sincere Ida was. Uraraka grabbed the taller boy's arm, shaking him excitedly. That's a nice expression on you, Ida. You should smile more often. What do you mean? I smile all the time. Before Uraraka could rebuke the statement, a bell suddenly started blaring from somewhere. Everyone looked around as the bell turned into a full-blown alarm. What the? Warning, an automated voice came from the speakers, drawing the eatery's attention, Level 3 security breach. Students, please evacuate the building in an orderly manner. I repeat, the robotic voice announced her warning several times over as Izuku jumped from his seat, watching the crowd. Ida also shot up, turning to the boy sitting by them. What's going on? A Level 3 breach means someone's broken through the school's defenses, the boy cried out, looking around in a panic. This hasn't happened for the entire time I've been here. It could be a villain. We've got to go. The boy leaped from his seat, making a break for the exit. Ida's shout to walk calmly was ultimately ignored. Izuku, with Uraraka and Ida in tow, made to follow the crowd out into the hallway, but when they finally made it through the doors, they were greeted by chaos. Hey, stop shoving. I'm being trampled. Slow down. A minute, slow down. Tossed into a sea of panicked students, they were jostled between elbows and shoulders as they tried to make their way through. Uraraka had the worst time of it. Ida and Izuku were relatively taller than most people in the crowd, but Uraraka was washed away by the violent current. Izuku, starting to freak out himself, grabbed Ida by the arm and shoved his way through the crowd to the hallway window. Looking out, he gasped. It's just the media people from earlier. They somehow got in. Ida looked at him, aghast, but Izuku just smiled nervously. We have to let everyone know. Ida nodded, face taut and grim, and he turned to face the crowd again. Everyone, Ida shouted, it's just the 𝐒𝐻. Before he could even get close to finishing his announcement, a wild elbow caught him in the gut. Izuku helped him stay standing, observing the crowd with a tight glare. If present MIC were in range, this would be stupidly easy. Come on, something to augment my voice or, wait, augment. Maybe I can. A sudden thought flashed through Izuku's head, an idea so simple it might work. He looked over at Ida. Stay here. I have an idea. Ida nodded again easily, pressing against the wall, still holding his gut. Calling forth zero gravity, Izuku tapped himself on the wrist and leaped forward, completely clearing the heads of the crowd. He kept going, gaining velocity before ultimately landing on the large exit sign above the door out of the hall. He gripped the wall with one for all, and tried his best to visualize a new dial for his vocal cords. After a moment of intense concentration, he felt the picture pour itself into his throat. He took as deep of a breath as possible, holding it in, half praying he wasn't about to make his throat explode. Everyone! His booming voice surprised even himself, and it certainly caught the crowd's attention. He almost lost his grip on the wall, but he held fast, letting a little more power in so he could tighten his grasp. He took another deep breath, already feeling his vocal cords getting sore. Please settle down. It's just the media. What happened to being UA students? Aren't you supposed to stay calm during an emergency? The crowd looked around at each other as a collective, muttering indistinctly. Slowly, steadily, the tsunami of people turned into a calm trickle, and the hallway cleared quickly. Izuku jumped down from above the door, and Ida walked up to him. You keep surprising me, he stated, his tone admiring. That was incredibly impressive. Was that a new quirk? Izuku shook his head, laughing. His laughing devolved into coughing, and he rubbed his throat. No, he whispered, voice coming out hoarse. He cleared his throat. I just figured something out about my augmentation quirk. The vocal folds in your throat are muscles, too, you know. But I'm probably not gonna try that again, it put more of a strain on me than expected. Ida nodded astutely. Uraraka, who had come up from behind Izuku, sighed dreamily. Geez. We really lucked out, Ida. Ida blinked in surprise but nodded in affirmation after a moment, smiling softly again. Izuku looked between them in confusion. Izuku made no comment about the pile of metal dust off to the side of the main gateway, but he couldn't ignore the uncomfortable feeling it gave him. The police officers who were still lingering didn't do much to put his mind at ease. God, Izuku yawned, catching the worried attention of his friends. Even Bakugo spared him a glance, though he feigned disinterest. This school is way too hectic. I need to sleep. Izuku recognized this strange dark space well. He had mostly forgotten his dream as soon as he had woken up the day prior, only getting a vague feeling when he tried to recall it, but the events of his last time here suddenly rushed back to meet his re-entrance. The feeling of dread from his first visit had disappeared, along with the image of his father. Instead, Izuku felt oddly welcome here. The shorter of the two, his uncle, stood directly before Izuku. As before, Izuku could only see out of one eye, and trying to speak ultimately ended in failure. The man smiled softly at Izuku, running a hand over the boy's hair. Hello, nephew. My name is Shigaraki Yoichi. It is good to meet you. Even though Izuku normally despised people touching his hair, the man's touch was familiar and kind. The man removed his hand, his smile dropping. I have so much to tell you, to teach you, but you can only barely control one for all, so I can't stay here for long. The man's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, but his voice stayed resolute. This power has been safeguarded with you, the son of its enemy. You will be the one to defeat him. For now, though. He trailed off as another vestige of the past appeared from the smoke. Hey, ninth. A gorgeous woman wearing a dark sleeveless jumpsuit, yellow gloves, and a white cape approached the two of them. She knelt before Izuku, a sad smile adorning her face. I agree with Yoichi here. You're much too young. But this is a sacred duty. She dropped her gaze. I failed my own charge by giving him my power too soon. He was actually around your age when I met him, you know. He's done well for himself, hasn't he? I didn't have one for all very long myself, but he had it for so long before finding you. She shot a thumbs up to Izuku, eyes gleaming with tears. Do your best to stay safe and say hi to Toshi for me, okay? Izuku shot awake, sweat drenching his body as he sked in air. He looked at his hand, clenching and unclenching it. Tears fell unbidden from his eyes. Nana! Uncle! How? Why now? Why again? We're doing another special training today. We'll have 3 instructors with us: All Might, myself, and another faculty member. We'll also be using a special facility that's on the far side of campus. Last time, your special training was the combat trials. This time, we'll be doing rescue trials to cap another basic cornerstone of your heroic education. We'll learn how to deal with earthquakes, shipwrecks, and other large-scale disasters. The class mumbled amongst each other, feeling the excitement of more proper hero training. Kaminari smiled, shaking his head resignedly. Guess we're in for another workout, here. At least I don't have to embarrass myself like last time. Kirishima leaned forward in his seat, patting Kaminari good-naturedly on the shoulder. No matter what we do, hero training is always the manliest pursuit. Is that supposed to be comforting, or? I'm excited to properly show off my quirk, said Asui, completely sidelining Kaminari's question. My quirk is okay for combat, but I really shine in the water, ribbit. Quiet. I'm not done. The class fell silent immediately as Mr. Aizawa spoke, his commanding voice and glare arresting their attention once more. You're free to bring along your hero costume for this exercise, but you can also wear a gym uniform. Remember that some of your costumes aren't currently designed for every condition. For example, if Bakugo were allowed to bring his gauntlets, they would be rendered next to useless in the event of a flood or shipwreck disaster. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. That's all. Grab your case if you want it, and go get changed. Meet outside when you're done. Bakugo sighed, standing up first. Izuku stood up as well, along with everyone else, clenching a fist and smiling in anticipation. Rescue training. He grabbed his suitcase, which he had put his costume in after taking it in for repairs, falling into step behind Bakugo. This is what being a hero is all about. If I can get a handle on using my power to save, then I'm one step closer to being the #1 hero. One step closer to being worthy of. He shook away the thought as he entered the locker room. It didn't take him very long to change. With the awe of owning a hero costume having worn off, it was just like a uniform for a job. It helped that one of his special gloves was still broken and easily replaced by one of his smaller spares. Those things were a hassle to pull on. Stepping outside and sparing Todoroki, who had finished changing first a glance, Izuku went to check the interior of the bus that would be taking them to the facility. Mr. Aizawa was already standing inside, and he pet an eyebrow at the hero in training. Izuku smiled and waved sheepishly, stepping back out to stand in front of the bus to wait for the class arrival. When Yorozu came out, the first among the girls, she walked up and stood beside Izuku with a perfectly straight back. Izuku decided against making conversation with her. He had managed to compliment her the other day, but in all honesty, she was frightening to be around. A haughty rich girl with a strong quirk and a middle-class boy with 2 of them. What a dynamic. He was spared any awkward attempts at small talk by Uraraka and Ida marching up. Uraraka tilted her head in that oddly exaggerated manner of hers, pointing at Izuku. Hey, Deku, how come you're only using 1 glove? Actually, considering how much damage Bakugo did, I'd think that you'd have to replace even more of your costume. Well, started Izuku, flexing the hand with the support glove. These gloves are designed to increase my limits, but my other ones still busted from my 100% attack in the combat trials. I need to use this spare until I can get it back. But since this is rescue training, I doubt I'll need to push my limits that much, so I don't really need my gloves anyway. And the rest of it only needed a wash and a few stitches to fix. I don't want to be wasteful. That was mostly true, though his entire chest was now a different color since he had needed to patch that up in its entirety. Uraraka nodded in understanding, and Ida took the lull in conversation as an opportunity to stealthily sidle up closer to Izuku. "Class representative," he whispered, "would you like me to do anything? Perhaps announce a seating order." Izuku tried to tell him that a seating order didn't really make sense, but his surprised silence must have seemed too much like a confirmation. Ida spun around to face the class. "All right, everyone. Line up in 2 orderly lines by class number so we can board the bus efficiently. Let's get moving." Izuku sighed, giving up on telling anyone anything. He walked onto the bus half-heartedly, slumping into a seat. The class, upon realizing the bus had a more open layout, scrambled to sit wherever they wanted. Ida sat across from Izuku, clenching his fists. "I apologize, Midoriya. I should have just let you speak." "Ida, babe," said Ashido from beside Ida, patting his arm, "you really need to chill out." "Well, if we're pointing out the obvious," Asui deadpanned, earning a defensive chop from Ida and a giggle from Uraraka. "I have something to say as well. Actually, it's about you, Midoriya." Izuku, surprised, looked up from the floor to meet Asui's eye. What about me, Asui?" "Call me Zu," she rebuked, staring blankly at him. Izuku blushed, nodding a little. "Okay, Tizu. What is it?" "Well, it's about that power of yours." Izuku's eye twitched slightly, and a cold bead of sweat formed on his brow. "Specifically, your super strength. Even though your quirk is a copy ability, and you could pretty much use any quirk, you seem to use that power almost exclusively. Even your costume is designed with it in mind. And All Might seemed particularly close to you. I wonder, is your quirk actually a hybrid like Todoroki's? Are you All Might's son?" Izuku choked on air, absolutely bug-eyed at the prospect of being actually related to Toshinori. He looked around, everyone was staring at him, especially Todoroki. Kirishima laughed from beside Asui, patting her on the back. "No way. All Might doesn't hurt himself when he uses his quirk, right?" Izuku grimaced. "Not on the outside, at least," he thought grimly. "I can't imagine that happening from natural quirk genetics. Say, what's your mom's quirk, Midoriya?" "Well," Izuku stuttered for a moment at the sudden question, "it's called object attraction. It's kinda like telekinesis, but it's more limited. She can only lift around 6 or 7 kilograms at the absolute most, and she can only pull stuff towards herself." Kirishima nodded sagely, crossing his arms as he leaned back in his seat. "There you go. A quirk like that and a quirk like All Might's, making Midoriya's quirk." "I doubt it." Kirishima sighed forlornly, sage expression being replaced by something else. "Melancholy. You're totally lucky to have something like that to use, Midoriya." He stuck his arm forward, activating his quirk. His skin grew steadily jagged until his outstretched arm was more akin to a cliff face than to a limb. "My hardening's tough and all, but it's not very flashy. I guess I'm jealous of those more impressive quirks, haha." "Are you kidding? My quirk doesn't do anything on its own. Yours, on the other hand." Izuku rolled up the sleeve that had his spare glove, molding his quirk light to copy the jagged crimson of Kirishima's. His own arm took on the same ruggedness that Kirishima had, and he pushed the feeling until he couldn't push it any further, which wasn't much. He smiled at Kirishima, flexing his arm. The skin was as solid as stone, and bending his elbow was difficult. "Your quirk is plenty flashy. I think it's really badass. You could get a lot of attention as a pro using it." I mean," he dropped the hardening, rolling his sleeve back down. "Sorry." "No worries. I'm super flattered, dude." Kirishima rubbed his neck, smiling brightly. "Actually, that kinda makes me wonder something. Do you have a limit on the number of quirks you can copy, Midobro?" Izuku blinked. "Well, no, not that I know of. So why haven't you copied more of our quirks?" Izuku swallowed thickly as the question left Kirishima's lips. There was no easy answer to that question. On the one hand, he had already boldly claimed this power as his own and therefore should be able to use it freely. However, he was conflicted about the power's origin, and that wasn't even considering his responsibility to focus on training one for all. Finally, he shrugged. It's uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Izuku nodded, keeping his expression closed. So many quirks in one place feels weird, to put it simply. Unnatural. And plus, I can't afford to be a jack of all MST of none, especially with the more intensive quirks I encounter. Kirishima hummed, seemingly taking the answer at face value. My quirk, naval laser, Emma said from beside Ashido, interrupting Izuku's unpleasant train of thought, is the perfect blend of fort et voyant. It would be impossible for all but myself to MSTR. Ashido tilted her head in confusion. Here. What did you say? No one else here speaks French. Irma scoffed. My quirk is strong and showy. It takes a lot of skill to properly utilize. Oh, sweetie. Ashido patted Irma on the shoulder in an obviously patronizing manner. It's not a bad quirk, but it's super lame if you can only use it for a few seconds without getting how'd you say it? A tummy ache. Irma glared at the ground. Comme ça tu pouvais comprendre. In a blatant attempt to ignore the tension developing from the brooding blonde, Kirishima snapped his fingers. If we're talking about strong and flashy, the quirks most like that in this class are Midoriya's, Todoroki's and Bakugo's. They have the kind of quirks that'll take 'em far, guaranteed. Izuku glanced over at Bakugo. The blonde glanced back, obviously having heard the compliment, but ultimately he just scoffed and looked back away. Izuku felt a sudden sense of pride. The old Bakugo would have jumped out of his seat to talk about his amazing quirk. Maybe Izuku really had helped him by beating him. Asui scratched at her chin. While that might be true, she muttered, Bakugo's angry all the time. He'll stand out as a hero for sure, but there's no way he'll ever be very popular. Bakugo jumped from his seat, gripping the railing that separated where he was sitting and where the conversation was occurring. What the hell do you say? Come over here and say that SHT to my face. I'll be the most popular hero ever. Izuku smiled at him, not at all surprised. Same old, same old. The frog girl pointed at him. See. Izuku waved his hand. Don't be too mean to Kaken. He's not a bad guy, he's just, well, explosive. Bakugo stared at Izuku like he was crazy before sitting down in a huff, conceding from the argument. Kaminari looked on the verge of bursting out laughing as he asked, how come you call him something cute like Kaken? Have you known him for a while or something? Izuku just nodded in confirmation. That's right, we've known each other since we were babies. We've gone to school together for pretty much forever. Oh, tell us something embarrassing about him. Ashido rushed out of her seat, clutching Izuku by the shoulders. Please, please, please. No, I couldn't. Izuku scratched his head, glancing back over at the boy in question. Bakugo raised an eyebrow even as Ashido kept begging for juicy gossip. Izuku just shrugged. It was less a matter of integrity and more a result of the lack of good BLD between the two. To be honest, in the grand scheme of things, Izuku didn't know that much about Bakugo's personal life. His quirk, on the other hand. Quiet. Aizawa turned in his seat to face the class. We're here. The class shut up with a resounding sir, and the class disembarked in silence when the bus came screeching to a halt. Mr. Aizawa led the students inside the massive facility, where they were greeted by a hero in a puffy white suit. The hero in question also wore bright yellow sneakers and a large dome-like helmet. The visor of the helmet was a screen, displaying white eye-like projections. Uraraka suddenly bounced on her heels in excitement, shaking her fists. It's 13. I can't believe 13 is part of the US staff. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Izuku could practically see her blushing through her 13-inspired visor as she whisper-yelled. Before he could reply, 13 spoke, her voice mixing with radio static as her eyes emoted, crinkling like she was smiling. Hello everyone. I've been looking forward to meeting you. The hero bowed slightly, then spun on their heel, marching further into the building. Now, come on. Let me show you the inside of the facility. She continued to speak as she walked, waving a hand to beckon the students forward. The moment that my quirk developed, I knew I wanted to be a rescue hero. I built this facility in the hopes that another hero hopeful will discover their love for saving lives. She gestured grandly to the whole of the interior. We have a shipwreck, a landslide, a large-scale fire, a windstorm, and various other simulated disasters that will be used to test your mettle. I built this facility from the ground up to provide you with the opportunity to learn how to save lives. I've taken to calling it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the Ultimate Space for Jams, or, more simply, the USJ. Izuku almost burst out laughing. They're really pushing it so that it has the same acronym as Universal Studios Japan, here. Everyone else seemed to be thinking the same thing. Hey, 13, shouldn't All Might be here? Aizawa stepped up to stand beside the space hero, who took to whispering with their fellow teacher. She held up 3 fingers, and Izuku knew immediately what had happened. He had noticed it on his commute this morning, a series of crimes solved by All Might on his own commute, one after another. The old hero must have worn himself out and pushed his limit too hard. Izuku hoped he was all right. Aizawa finally turned back around, removing his bangs from his eyes with a swipe of his hand. That big oaf is the pinnacle of irrationality. Sorry class, it looks like you're stuck with just 13 and I. Oh well. Let's get a move on. The clock's ticking. Allow me to say a few more things before we officially kick it off. 13 held up their hand, presenting the caps on the tips of her fingers for the class to see. Please listen carefully. I know I have at least one fan out of all of you, so you should know what my quirk is. Uraraka squeaked in embarrassment but then nodded enthusiastically. Why, it's called Black Hole. You've used it to save thousands of lives. That's right, Izuku agreed, chiming in. You're able to completely eradicate matter with your quirk to ensure a safe rescue, especially in the scenario of a collapsing building or a devastating fire. Very good. Gold stars. 13's electronically modified voice suddenly dropped into a deeper tone. So you must also know that my quirk doesn't discriminate. Whether it be debris or the victims themselves, my quirk will turn them into mere atoms. I can kill as easily as I can save. The class nodded, registering the somber tone in the hero's words. In our superhuman society, the government keeps a tight handle on the usage of quirks, so it's not often that we see deaths at a hero's hands. But it's always a possibility. I know there are some among you that have quirks that could be just as devastating if you lose control. That's the point of this training. Thanks to the apprehension tests that Eraserhead ran you through, you know your current limits. Because of All Might's combat trials, you know how devastating your abilities can be in combat. Take these lessons to heart in these upcoming trials. You won't be using your quirks in any combat capacity today. Every moment that your quirk is in use, it must be in the active pursuit of saving a life. I hope you'll walk away from this experience with the knowledge that your quirks are for saving. 13 laughed, waving her hands. Sorry, that got a little depressing. I know you have what it takes, so let's get right to it, okay? The class offered up a cheer for 13, and Mr. Aizawa cracked a smile. Alright, now that that's over with dash. Before he could finish his sentence, the lights flickered overhead, drawing his attention. The lights flickered a few more times before finally dying. Izuku's stomach dropped, and he looked down the stairs at the sudden presence of unfamiliar quirk lights. The first insight almost made him GG. It was a sickening dark black mess, but underneath that was something more fluid, violet in color, and under that still was baby blue, akin to a cloud in texture. 3 quirks in one. But then that means, oh, God. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya held a hand to his mouth in an attempt to hold in his bile, but thankfully Mr. Aizawa heard him all the same. There's villains down there. That first one looks like he has 3 quirks. Mr. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately went to put on his goggles. Kirishima grabbed Izuku's shoulder. Hey, you're kidding, right? This is just part of the exercise, right? No, this is real, Mr. Aizawa muttered. Those are actual villains.